sophisticated and free. I dig your attitude, just the way it should be. I like the way you groove, it's floating right to me. Your energy is floating right to me. Your energy is floating right to me. Your energy is floating right to me.
Welcome to Microsoft Build. Whether you're riding the low-code wave, an app pro, or looking to jumpstart your skilling journey, we're happy you've joined us here today. My name is Sonia Dara.
And I'm Leslie Richardson. And together, we're going to help you learn, connect, and discover all of the latest, greatest innovations in code and app development.
Yep, it's so great to be here at Microsoft Studios.
Woo!
If this is your first time attending Microsoft Build, a very special welcome to you. We're very excited you've joined us today. And if you've attended our digital event before, you might notice some changes to our registration and event platform.
Yeah, I sure did. This year, we are excited to offer our digital venue in new languages, including Spanish, French, German, Japanese, and simplified Chinese.
We also offer human audio translations in select languages, as well as 29 AI closed caption languages. You can find these features right below this video player.
Also new to this year's event are regional spotlights, which are local coverage of the event with content and connections created specifically for developer communities in the local language. Don't even need to leave your couch. So to find out more, scroll down below the video window to the regional spotlight section.
Finally, we're also excited to share that you spoke and we listened. This year, during the live Microsoft Build experience, our breakout session will focus on deeper technical content.
Yeah, but don't worry, because if you're looking for more introductory level learnings, sessions are available on demand right now here at mybuild.microsoft.com. Simply head on over to the session scheduler, click Refine Results, and check on demand. That simple.
Yep, super easy. We've packed in so much over the next 2 days, and today's sessions are just beginning. So join us as we get comfortable here on our new set. Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah, the set is better than my own living room, including the couch especially.
I know, it's very comfortable, and we got the new screens up here. It's amazing.
Living the dream, the panorama that I hope to someday have in my dream home.
One day. All right, so we'll start things off with a keynote from Microsoft Chairman and CEO Satya Nadella on his vision for the future.
Yeah, it's going to be great. There's always some exciting headlines to be had at a keynote.
Oh, yeah.
And then the day is going to continue as Microsoft experts dive even deeper into some of those really cool headlines.
Yep, these sessions are sure to shape the way we work, and we're thrilled to see everything unfold in just a few minutes.
Yep, there are a lot of really exciting announcements ahead, and we know that you're just as excited as we are to hear what's coming. So we want to hear from you. We want to hear your reactions, what you're looking forward to implementing, and your own development journey, and what Microsoft Build means to you. So head on over to Twitter and use the hashtag MSBuild.
Yep, and another great way to give your reaction is on this very screen right now. So you can send those emojis in chat, but you got to be registered. Once you're registered, get those emojis and start posting.
What is a message without emojis? So yeah, definitely register. And we know that a lot of you had joined us today to learn new things and expand your knowledge. So we want to hear about that too. Got any aha moments?
I know, any big takeaways, any learnings that will impact the way you do work? We want to know. So tweet at us using the hashtag MSBuild so we can keep up with your actions throughout the event.
Something else is really awesome to look forward to this morning. We're crowning the Imagine Cup World Champions. This is one of my favorite events, and it is Microsoft's premier student developer competition. And this year, that competition is fierce.
Yeah, absolutely. What started out as tens of thousands of registrants became 48 finalist teams around the world. And from that, only the top 3 will vie for their shot at the grand prize. $100,000, $50,000 worth of Azure credits, and a mentorship session with the Satya Nadella. It's all on the line, so stay tuned for that later this morning.
Yeah, the prize doesn't seem too bad.
Yeah, and these students are amazing.
Yeah, you know, as if the upcoming schedule could not be any more packed, we're also breaking down all of the news that you can use with 2 experts that we all know and love, Mary Jo Foley and Paul Thurrott. Sonia, there is a lot to see and do here at Microsoft Build.
Yep, there sure is. And as we mentioned earlier this year, we've got some new things to see and do, including 5 all-new regional spotlights that will offer local keynote analysis, news, and local connections.
Yeah, in fact, we also have some special guests from France, Germany, Japan, Latin America, and the UK with us right now.
Awesome. So first up, let's welcome Jackson Filo, joining us from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Hello, Jackson. How's it going? Tell us what's happening where you are.
Yes, sure. Hey, everyone. Yeah, we are all the way here in Buenos Aires, in Argentina, at Build in Latin America. We're super happy to be able to celebrate developers both in person and online this year. And we have some very cool interactive sessions going on all day with the connection zones, the breakout sessions with Microsoft experts, with community leaders, people from Microsoft, from the community. We got creative artists using Visual Studio Code to create art with code, and we have the same thing for music. We got this developer creating music with Visual Studio Code. There is an Xbox space that we created where we invited professional car racer to compete with Forza against developers, and we have a professional airplane pilot to play flight simulator with the developers here today. And for sure, so much about DevOps, cloud native technologies, data, low code, all of it, and all very much connected to developers. Great talking to you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackson. Shoot, I want to go to Argentina. What? Yeah, even the music for VS Code thing, that sounds really cool, especially. Yeah. So now let's tune in and meet Michael Wignall from the UK. Michael, what can you share with us that's happening in your area?
Well, hello, welcome from a sunny UK. We have an amazing lineup for our regional spotlight. We're going to hear some developer stories from UK companies, celebrate our fantastic developer communities and ecosystem, and look at the diversity across the We have breakout sessions, we have a connection zone with material, and we're also technology center, so don't miss out. I just on UK do that.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Michael. All right, so now we're going to France. Please welcome Alexia Montan. Alexia, hello. How's it going? What's going on in France? Oh, she's got a crowd.
Hi. Hi. Hi from France. As you can see, we have a live audience who is really, really happy to be here. So you can see that we started the day with the clash, Java versus Node.js, with two of our experts. And we're really, really happy to be in hybrid mode in France. This is really fun to have all the French developers just here in Microsoft France, in our campus, where all Microsofties are working every day. So we're really glad to welcome all French developers here. We can't wait to follow the day tomorrow with all the breakouts, all the keynotes, and we also can't wait for Satya's keynote tonight. We're all in our biggest amphitheater just to wait for Satya's. So just hi from France, and thank you very much for having us. Thank you for having France as a pilot country. We are really glad to have more than 60 sessions in French by French experts. This is really a first, so we are really glad. So thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thanks, Alexia. Is it too late to hop on a plane right now and just country hop to each of these regional spotlights? Because it looks like a party. So now let's hop on over and meet Torsten Stiller from the team in Germany. Hi, Torsten. Can you share what's happening in Germany right now?
Sure, I can do. Thanks for having Germany on the call today as well, and regional in the global stream. We are super excited here in Germany. We started the regional activation already like 4 or 5 hours ago with a lot of community sessions. We learned about Dapper. We saw some live coding with Github Copilot. And of course, we're super excited and can't wait for Satya's keynote. Tomorrow will be a day with a packed full agenda as well. We have a lot of great content from our feature partners, of course, as well from our breakout session speakers. And yeah, as we said, we are super thrilled and happy to be part of this whole thing. Thank you.
Oh, I love it. Thank you so much, Torsten. And now please welcome Taisho Ito from Japan. Taisho, what are some of the activities you're planning in Japan?
Thank you, Sonia. Ohayo gozaimasu from Japan. We Team Japan cannot be more excited in delivering this first-time regional build event to our customers and communities. We created over 50 contents with more than 100 speakers. That is 1,600 minutes worth of pure excitement just through digital. Not only we created sessions, but an environment where you can interact with our 47 MVP community members. ready to interact with you. That said, as we say, このワクワク感お察しください. Please stay tuned and look forward to seeing you in Build Japan. Thank you, Sonia.
Thanks, Taisho. And shout out to all of our regional spotlight teams for checking in and making Build a global experience. I mean, just borderline party like never before. I want to go. Including the great keynote and core theme sessions coming up. We have got some great breakout sessions for you to consider adding to your schedule. So here are just a few of what's to come.
Hi, I'm Bob Ward, Principal Architect on the Azure Data Team. Join me to learn about how you can benefit from the latest innovation across SQL Server 2022, Azure Synapse, and Azure SQL Database.
Hi, everyone. In my session, we'll talk about the latest in Windows app development for web, mobile, cross-platform, and native. We'll also talk about new and upcoming ways you can leverage the cloud to reduce costs and increase user engagement with your apps.
Hey everyone, I'm Donovan Brown, Partner Program Manager here at Microsoft. Come join our open source session where you'll learn how we're going to run Dapper in space.
All right, we're getting closer, everyone. As we wait in excitement for Satya Nadella to officially kick things off, we'd like to give a shout out to the partners who help make your Microsoft Build experience even more valuable.
Yeah, many of our breakouts and connection zone sessions feature Microsoft partners who collaborated with our own experts to deliver a broader range of developer solutions and tools across the two-day agenda.
Yes, better together, as we say. Search our session catalog for partners like Intel, F5, NVIDIA, and LaunchDarkly. Find the live sessions that will be the most useful for you, and you can add them to your schedule right now. Or you can add them to your backpack for on-demand viewing later.
Yep. And the best place to dive deeper into partner content that you learn about in our sessions is the Featured Partnered Showcase. You can always find it up above in the nav bar. That's where you can get hands-on with SDKs, check out new product demos, code samples, giveaways, and so much more. So check out the Featured Partner Showcase throughout the event for exclusive developer resources curated just for you.
Yep, and that's just a little sample of all the content that is available throughout the event and on demand. So be sure to add your favorite sessions to your backpack. And speaking of your digital backpack, here are a few more sessions for your consideration.
Anthony Cangelosi here. I'm excited to share 2 new services at Build that will enable developers and teams to make the most of their engineering system. I can't wait to see you there.
Hi, Ryan Cunningham here. I'm getting ready for an amazing build session with my good friend Sangya Singh. We're going to take you through a couple of blockbuster new capabilities for Power Platform that will change the way you think about low code as a software developer. Don't miss it.
Hi, I'm Scott Rayner, and I'll be talking about confidential computing utilizing Intel SGX and Grameen library OSs to secure pre-existing applications while executing in Intel CPUs.
Well, the time has come to send this party over to Microsoft Chairman and CEO Satya Nadella. This is Microsoft Build.
Good morning and welcome to Build. It's great to be gathered here once again as a community of developers. Every day, this community builds products and services that reach every corner of the world and touch everyone. And we all now have a profound understanding of how impactful all of the technologies you build are to navigating the challenges of people and planet. Just think about that for a moment. What you dream, what you build is changing how we live and how we work. And so we all have to answer two questions. What can we build? And more importantly, what does the world need us to build? It reminds me of our own story as a company. When Microsoft was founded 47 years ago, it was a time of both great opportunity and crisis. The same month that Popular Electronics featured the Altair 8800, Newsweek's cover featured the three-headed dragon of inflation, recession, and the energy crisis. Our company's founders grabbed the magazine on the left and ran with it, creating some of the world's most beloved developer platforms and tools. Today, in 2022, we all need to pick up both these magazines and relate them to each other. That's our collective opportunity and responsibility. So in the spirit of asking what technology can do, I decided to have a little fun. With DALL-E, which was trained on our cloud, I asked it to generate images that depict all of you building technology for some of the challenges of the world. And as you can see, it came up with many exciting possibilities across our society and economy. This conference is about helping you as developers realize these opportunities. And today I'll talk about 10 technologies that are coming together as a powerful platform to help you build what's next. Let's dive in. It all starts with your flow as a developer. And when we think about your flow, it's more than the speed at which you work. It's about getting in the zone and staying there. We want to make it easy for you to go from idea to code and code to cloud and cloud to the world. Our approach starts with GitHub, the home for every developer. Whether you're helping digitally transform a Fortune 500 or starting a new Web3 project. Flow begins with your dev box. Today, you have to set up a new dev box whenever you start a project, investigate a bug in an older code base, onboard a colleague, or learn a new technology. It's too complex, it takes too long, and it's too hard to keep workstations secure, compliant, and up to date. Last year, we introduced GitHub Codespaces to address this. Codespaces is your entire developer environment, including the full power of VS Code, hosted in the cloud and accessible via the browser. You can spin up a new Linux-based dev environment for any size project with pre-built images in seconds. In fact, GitHub's own dev image starts in just 10. It's truly your on-the-go dev environment, accessible across the cloud, locally on your machine with Codespaces and Windows subsystem for Linux. You can save your changes and bring the entire environment to WSL locally. And when you go back online, you can commit your changes and return to Codespaces. While Codespaces is a great environment for web development and building cloud-native apps, if you're building for the PC, embedded, mobile, or console, you often need a Windows dev box and other client apps to do your development. And you often need a solution managed by IT. That's why I'm so excited to announce the Microsoft DevBox. It's a fully managed service built on Windows 365 to spin the beefiest of VMs with all the tools, connected services, and network resources you need pre-provisioned so you can get to code quickly while ensuring that your dev box always stays secure and compliant. It'll be compatible with, in fact, the Azure Game Dev VM we announced at GDC, so game developers can access all of the tools they use every day to test and build their games in the cloud. And from an IT perspective, it can be managed alongside all the other devices your company manages through Microsoft Endpoint Manager. Now let's take it one step further to help you stay in your flow. What if you had an AI pair programmer that you could collaborate with and would help you learn new frameworks and best practices? That was our motivation for GitHub Copilot. It draws context from the code you're working on to finish the lines you start or even suggest entire functions. It's incredibly powerful. We introduced a preview a year ago, and the feedback has been fantastic. And we're already seeing more than 35% of newly written code being suggested by Copilot in popular languages like Java and Python. And 1/3 of the people who signed up for the preview are frequent users. I'm excited to share that we will make Copilot generally available for developers later this summer, and everyone who's registered for Build today will have free access through GA. We're also making Copilot free for students as well as verified open source contributors. The next technology I want to talk about is the cloud, and in particular, the ubiquity of the cloud. We are seeing a major acceleration in the build-out of a highly distributed computing fabric from the cloud to the edge as we embed computing everywhere. Azure is the world's computer, with 60+ data center regions connected by over 175,000 miles of fiber, over 190 points of presence. This delivers faster access to cloud services while addressing the critical data residency requirements. And we're not stopping there. With Azure Arc, we're bringing the power of Azure anywhere. Customers now can run mission-critical data workloads in their own environments while meeting latency and regulatory requirements. With Azure for Operators, we're partnering across the telecom industry to bring computing to the 5G edge through both private and public MEC. We're extending our infrastructure beyond our planet, bringing cloud computing to space. Azure Orbital is a fully managed ground station as a service for fast downlinking of data, and we're partnering broadly across the space industry. In fact, NASA is testing these capabilities aboard the International Space Station. For astronauts, the integrity of the spacesuit is everything. And so we've built a model with Azure Machine Learning to look for signs or damage on an astronaut's gloves after spacewalks, and they're running it locally on HPE spaceborne computer. And another example is Ferrovial, which builds and manages some of the world's largest, busiest airports and highways from Dallas to Madrid. Let's take a look.
Ferrovial is a very large company. We are building the infrastructures for the future, such as highways, airports, and energy.
We serve about 1 million trips a day on our roads. We try to provide safe trips to our users. And the main challenge right now is more penetration of connected and autonomous vehicles.
We are going to have a long period of time, we say 30, 40 years, where there's going to be what we call mixed traffic environment. And what we want to do is provide the same information to all of those drivers.
We want to transform an infrastructure into an API.
5G allows us to have information in real time coming from different sensors. 10 milliseconds of latency can save lives.
Using Azure Public and Private MEC give us total flexibility with a carrier or in our own 5G network. Even in isolated environment, the connectivity through satellites, through Azure Orbital.
We are also deploying compute capacity at the edge with capabilities that we have typically in the cloud all the way at the roadside.
What we create with the digital twin is a simulation using Azure AI capabilities of different scenarios to detect hazards and make the infrastructure safe for everyone.
We are partnering with Microsoft because both companies share the same mission and vision to make the road safer, cleaner for the future generations.
What a great example of a developer bringing together the power of Azure, Azure for Operators, and Azure Space. Now, let's talk about apps, and in particular, how they will be distributed in the future. With Windows 11, we also announced the new Microsoft Store, which we rebuilt from the ground up to give you maximum openness and flexibility. We want you to bring your apps to our store regardless of whether they were built as a native Windows app, a progressive web app, or any other app framework. Last year, we announced our waitlist for Win32 apps, and today, I'm happy to share that the wait is over. We also want to help you maximize your reach so your customers can find the apps and experiences that matter the most to them. That's why we are excited to announce Microsoft Store Ads, a new way to help you reach the right customers at the right time. As we continue to innovate with the best app store economics for you, you have the choice to use our commerce engine with industry-leading revenue share, or you can bring your own commerce engine to your apps and keep 100% of the revenue. And remember, if you're targeting Windows, you're effectively targeting every device. With Windows 365, we're bringing Azure computing to Windows computers, removing the boundaries between the device and the cloud, so your Windows applications can be accessed on any device. We're also further integrating Windows 365 and Windows 11 with new capabilities announced just last month. You can now switch between your local PC and your cloud PC with just one click. The real magic happens when you accelerate Windows Cloud PCs with Azure Public Mech. We're testing these scenarios today. Let's take an architect using an iPad at a building site to share designs with site managers and workers. On a busy work site, there's no time for slow loading and clunky design rendering, and Wi-Fi isn't always reliable. Azure Public Mech ensures that compute-intensive applications where sub-millisecond latency needs to exist between the device and the virtual machine work instantly every time. And because Windows 365 streams your personal data, apps, content, and settings to any device, when the architect moves back to the workstation in her office, the project designs on her cloud PC are live and ready to go, and she can pick up where she left off. Between Windows 365 and Azure Virtual Desktop, you have the most diverse set of options so everyone can work how and where they want. What's happening with Windows is also happening with Xbox. We're bringing Xbox everywhere with Xbox Cloud Gaming. More than 10 million Xbox players have streamed games across 26 countries. As a game developer, you can publish to the Xbox Store and your game can be accessible on every device. In fact, Epic Games is doing exactly that with Fortnite. Fortnite is now available to stream with Xbox Cloud Gaming via an iOS device, Android phone or tablet, or Windows PC through the web browser for free. We're starting with Fortnite and we'll look to add more games people love in the future. And one of the coolest things is that as a game developer, there's no need to change your code. You can unlock the same opportunity for your customers. You can break free of device restrictions that too often get in your way. You can get started today by building on Windows to take your apps everywhere, or Xbox to take your games everywhere. Next, let's talk about cloud-native app development. Today, all cloud-native development starts with writing a microservice. Microservices help teams build, deliver, scale applications faster than traditional architectures. Containers have emerged as the industry standard to go from code to cloud native and to scale from 0 to infinity as your load and business requires. I've been super excited about the response to our preview of Azure Container Apps to fully managed serverless container service for building and deploying modern apps at scale. It allows you to create modern apps based on open standards. It's all built on Kubernetes so you can get the benefits of the open ecosystem, but no prior Kubernetes experience or knowledge is required. You can easily deploy containerized apps from Docker containers or source code repos without having to worry about managing your own infrastructure. And your apps can scale in response to HTTP traffic or event triggers. And today, I'm thrilled to announce the general availability of Azure Container Apps. And for those of you who want to access the flexibility and the power of full Kubernetes ecosystem, we're also announcing updates to Azure Kubernetes Service. It's the fastest way to spin up managed Kubernetes clusters so you can focus on developing your apps, using the open source Kubernetes APIs and the community tools like Helm, Customize, and of course, GitHub Actions. You get the best DevSecOps. You also have managed Kubernetes available to you in more regions than any other cloud provider. And another game changer is Azure Confidential Computing, which helps you build not just for scale, but also for confidentiality. It protects data when in use, as well as at rest and in transit, thanks to the enclaves that encrypt and isolate code and data in a zero-trust environment where even Azure as the cloud provider doesn't have access. We are now the only cloud provider supporting the latest confidential capable CPUs from Intel and AMD, as well as confidential GPUs with NVIDIA. And we're the only ones with a confidential code-to-cloud serverless offering. And we're seeing fantastic applications built with Azure Confidential Computing across regulated industries, including healthcare. Beekeeper AI, a UCSF spin-off, used our tools to create a unique platform for clinical AI that allows developers to access data sets from multiple institutions where AI models are validated and tested without moving or sharing the data or revealing the algorithm. This eliminates the need to de-identify or anonymize protected health information because the data is never visible or exposed in the first place. The solution they built uses Azure Confidential Computing VMs running on 3rd-gen Intel Xeon processors with Intel Software Guard extensions. We're making these VMs generally available at build, and they bring orders of magnitude more encrypted memory compared to previous generations. All of these capabilities are available to you today, enabling you to bring even your most sensitive workloads to the cloud. Now let's turn to data. When you step back, it's really your most important architectural consideration. We're moving to a world where every app will be intelligent and adapt in real time. Analytics won't just be a back-end process. It will become a critical part of the product experience. Today, though, developers struggle with the silos that too often exist between databases, analytics, and governance. Data engineers, data scientists, and business analysts struggle with the complexity of making data integration, data warehousing, ML ops, and BI all come together. And data and privacy officers struggle to meet the regulations when governance is not deeply integrated into the products they're supposed to monitor. That's why, instead of thinking about databases, analytics, and governance as separate things, we are architecting these pieces together as part of one intelligent data platform. And today, I'm very excited to announce the Microsoft Intelligent Data Platform. There is no better example of why this matters than e-commerce. Take, for example, a shopping website that needs to create personalized experiences, including product recommendations. Real-time personalization means the website needs to capture new interests from current sessions and instantly match historical data to online session data in real time and at limitless scale. It's absolutely mission critical during peak events like Cyber Monday. The site needs to connect and correlate customers with products, inventory, suppliers, logistics, and even social sentiment, all while respecting customer data privacy. They can build their application on Cosmos DB or SQL Hyperscale. With Synapse Link, all committed transactions across these databases are now available in real-time analytics in Synapse. With Azure ML, they can easily retrain models based on this real-time learning and close the loop by deploying those models back onto the application. And with Power BI, insights can be shared across the company. All of this can happen within just a few seconds, so the website can offer the right product to the right customer at the right time. And of course, your service has to ensure it's compliant with GDPR and other privacy regulations. And that's why we have deeply integrated all of our data services with Microsoft Purview, enforcing governance across all these data assets wherever they reside. This is about bringing together all of our data products into one architectural fabric so you as developers can shift your focus to your creativity, to what you can uniquely do instead of spending time integrating data services and governance. I just talked about writing cloud-native apps and how they can be powered by this rich data fabric. The other thing I want to talk about is how apps can be infused with intelligence using AI to both improve existing scenarios and introduce new, more ambitious ones. We're seeing a paradigm shift of large AI models becoming powerful platforms themselves. In Azure, we have built the most powerful AI supercomputer in the world, and we've used it to train these large, state-of-the-art AI models. We've trained Turing for rich language understanding, Zcode for translation across hundreds of languages, and Florence for breakthrough visual recognition. And our partner, OpenAI, has trained the GPT family of models for human-like language generation, DALL-E for realistic image generation and editing, and Codex for code generation in a more than dozen programming languages. But it's not enough to talk about these models. It's all about applying them, because the real power for all of you comes when you can build upon and embed them in your applications. That's why we are building models as platforms in Azure, so you can apply these advances to any use case. In fact, we ourselves are doing this today across our product line. Nuance DAX solution is applying the latest advances in AI to document patient encounters at the point of care, reducing the burden on physicians. Dynamics 365 automatically summarizes customer conversations into succinct summaries and allows the customer service agent to pass them off to relevant subject matter experts. These same capabilities are also coming to Microsoft Teams to help reduce meeting overload. And with our Azure Cognitive Services, you can embed these capabilities in your own applications. We are announcing updates this week at Build, including summarization for documents and conversations. We're also seeing customers in many industries use our Azure OpenAI service to do transformative things. CarMax, for example, has used the Azure OpenAI service to generate new marketing content based on thousands of customer reviews that would have otherwise taken someone years to summarize. Similarly, inspired by GitHub Copilot, we envision a world where everyone, no matter their profession, can have a Copilot for everything they do. In fact, we are working with Autodesk to fine-tune the Azure OpenAI Codex model to add such an interface to 3D workflows in Maya. With simple natural language commands, creators will be able to add objects in space and modify them in a scene, change the color and attributes of assets without having to navigate a series of menus, and group, duplicate, position objects in relation to each other. With these actions alone, they have cut what would have been several layers of deep menu commands down to simple natural sentences. And we're just beginning to explore what is possible in this new realm of human-machine interfaces and no-code development. We just talked about the progress we're making with our AI supercomputer. But if there's one thing that I believe that will surpass the AI supercomputer, it's the supercomputing capacity that will be distributed across all the devices we carry and use throughout our lives. In the last 2 years, we have created 50 times more GPU compute on Windows compared to the biggest AI supercomputer. And with the advent of NPUs, this will only grow. We're entering a world where every Windows computer will draw on the combined power of CPUs, GPUs, NPUs, and even a new coprocessor, Azure Compute. In this hybrid cloud-to-edge world, you will be able to do large-scale training in the cloud and do inference at the edge and have the fabric work as one. We are very excited about how it will enable both us as well as our partners like Adobe to create a whole new class of experiences in their applications. We also want you to build cloud-native applications with these rich AI models where they can offload for local inference wherever NPUs are available, whether that's Android, iOS, or Windows. You should be able to optimize for the device and the local capability you have. It's why we've built a powerful cross-platform development pattern for building AI experiences that span the cloud and the edge. This pattern allows you to make late-binding runtime decisions on whether to run inference on Azure or the local client. It can also dynamically shift the load between client and cloud. We are calling it the hybrid loop. We're bringing this to you as a cross-platform capability through the Onyx runtime and Azure ML, along with an AI toolchain to make heterogeneous targeting easy. And to bring this to life, we're also announcing Project Volterra. It's a Windows dev kit with an ARM CPU and NPU. And it includes native ARM64 Visual Studio and .NET support to provide the same fast, familiar, and highly productive experience that you're used to. Let's take a look. Project Volterra will be available later this year, and you can get started today by building on our cloud and taking advantage of all these fantastic AI tooling and services. And it's just the beginning of what will be possible. Now let's talk about low-code, no-code. In a digital-first company, the developer workflow influences how the entire company works. Fusion teams of pro developers and domain experts integrate across all functions and disciplines, enabling closer collaboration. And we're continuing to innovate to make this even easier for you. Today, we are announcing Express Design in Powerapps. You can upload a PDF, a PowerPoint, or even a hand-drawn sketch. As you can see here, an Express Design will convert it into an app within seconds. It's pretty fantastic. This includes a complete UI that's built from your design with a backend data schema. It's easy to check and modify all of the created components. You can further modify any part of the app to match your own design. And if you want to add more screens, you can simply repeat the process until your app is completed. For example, the interaction designer who's using Figma every day can build a prototype in Figma, upload the design into Powerapps, and have a working app in seconds, leaving developers to focus on data and backend logic. And by the way, this is all built on large AI models that I just talked about. And we're not stopping there. Today, I'm very excited to announce Power Pages, which enables anyone to build modern, secure, and responsive business websites fast. Power Pages offers a wide set of design, development, and security options, along with simple authoring and advanced admin options. We've already seen people use Power Pages to do meaningful and much-needed work. In Portugal, Edgar Simoes wanted to encourage the public to donate goods to help an influx of refugees. He used Power Pages to host and build his app, allowing him to launch a site with no HTML or web skills. He went from idea to impact in just days. Let's take a look.
O que há em Portugal, oficialmente temos pelo menos mais de 20 mil refugiados ucranianos. O meu nome é Edgar e sou da área das economias. Quando eu comecei o Ukraine Live Aid, que acho que fui chamado como dever quase.
Em Portugal, os nossos corações estão como Ucrânia. Falamos sobre a recolha dos produtos alimentares, medicamentos dos primeiros socorros para ajudar refugiados que começaram vida em Portugal do zero.
Realmente havia muitas fontes, havia dispersos de dados sobre os centros de doação. A primeira coisa que eu pensei foi que faltava talvez aqui um mapa ao vivo. O Ukraine Live Aid usa toda a Power Platform. A primeira versão da aplicação foi feita em menos de 2 dias, mas a minha experiência na área da programação é quase nula. Power Pages torna fácil o desenvolvimento de websites e tem a vantagem então de ser também de low code e portanto tudo monta-se visualmente. E o Ukraine Live Aid está a resolver a questão do acesso à informação integrada. Os nossos utilizadores querem que sintam que o Ukraine Live Aid é uma comunidade. Eu acho que a interação é importante. Se tens um centro de doação ou sabes que é assim perto de ti ou tu até fazes parte, diz-nos, ajuda-nos e isto só vai ter uma escalabilidade e sucesso com a ajuda de todos e todos contam aqui.
Thanks, Edgar, for your commitment, and thank you, Natalia, for all you're doing as well. Now let's talk about the future of work and how we're making apps more contextual and people-centric so you can build a new class of collaborative applications. It starts with Microsoft Graph, which underlies Microsoft 365 and makes available to you information about people, their relationships, and all of their artifacts. Today, we are seeing developers around the world enriching their apps with Microsoft Graph. In fact, more than half of the Microsoft 365 tenants are using custom-built and third-party apps powered by the Graph. With Graph connectors, ISVs can extend their applications and have them be discovered as part of the user's everyday tasks, whether they are writing an email, meeting on Teams, or doing a search. For example, data from an app can appear directly in an organization's search results, as you can see in the experience Figma is building here. You can compose a mail and @mention files from these apps inline, and you can access them in Teams chat too. And another way you can create interactive experiences is by building live, actionable loop components using adaptive cards like partner Zoho has done. Your users can make decisions and take action like updating the status of a ticket right in the flow of work. And updates are always live, like this one across Outlook, Teams, and Zoho. When you combine the Microsoft Graph with Microsoft Teams, you combine the data that describes how people work together with the place they work together. It's incredibly powerful, and developers are extending their apps into Teams and embedding Teams in their apps. In fact, monthly usage of third-party apps and custom-built solutions on Teams has grown 10x over the last 2 years. And more ISVs are generating millions of revenue from customers using apps built on Teams. Adobe, for example, is integrating Sign with Teams, enabling users to share documents and sign them during Teams meetings from anywhere on any device. At Build, we're introducing new capabilities to help you design rich collaborative experiences. One of the updates I'm most excited about is Live Share experience for apps in Teams meetings. We've offered real-time collaborative software development capabilities for some time now in Visual Studio Live Share, and now we're bringing real-time collaborative meeting capabilities to Teams with Live Share experience. Working on apps in meetings should be multiplayer. With Live Share, your apps can go beyond passive sharing, so your end users can actively co-watch, co-create, co-edit content together, making live meetings truly interactive. Our partners are reimagining meetings with Live Share. One example is Hexagon. Hexagon builds manufacturing solutions for engineering teams and is using these capabilities to reinvent how collaborative engineering reviews are done. With Live Share, Hexagon brings engineers as well as simulation and quality experts together in real time. They can highlight, annotate, edit 3D models and simulations. This connects traditionally siloed phases of product development together right within Teams. And Skillsoft is using Live Share to deliver interactive training on Teams. With synchronized video annotations and instructor controls, Skillsoft is creating new ways for people to learn together. All these capabilities will be available to you with Teams SDKs. Finally, let's talk about the metaverse. In the last 2 years, we've seen how immersive experiences in gaming can help create community and connection. And we've also seen the proliferation of HoloLens scenarios across industries, transforming everything from telehealth to remote maintenance to collaborative design and training. We are building out a diverse set of platform capabilities to help you build even richer applications that transcend both business and consumer scenarios and extend across all device platforms. Our approach starts, in fact, with Teams. With Front Row in Teams rooms, we are bringing people face-to-face, placing remote attendees at eye level like they are in the same room. We're including hardware like intelligent cameras in meeting rooms for more natural, personal, and inclusive connections. And with the latest AI and Teams rooms experiences, we're dissolving the walls between digital and physical participation so people can present a PowerPoint together as though they were in the same location even when they're apart. Presence is the ultimate killer application. When you and I can remotely join the same meeting, but feel like we are in the same room to create and collaborate together, that's finally within reach. I've been using Mesh for Teams internally, and I'm very excited. With personal, expressive avatars, my digital twin looks and interacts like me. It represents me the way I want to be seen, even when I don't have my camera on. I can interact with all of the artifacts in the meeting. Think about what that unlocks with product design as an example. Or I can drop into a persistent immersive space for more serendipitous meetups. Think of this as the office water cooler. And we'll have more to share as we open up these experiences in the coming months. And we're building Mesh as a platform service in Azure to enable you to build your own immersive worlds. You can build your metaverse experience on Mesh that are accessible from anywhere, on any device, whether it's HoloLens, VR headsets, phones, tablets, or PCs. And we're taking this approach to ensure that developers are not bound to any one device platform. Take, for example, the experience WEF is showing at Davos this week. In partnership with Accenture, the experience they've built on Mesh educates people on their 1 trillion trees initiative to unite and promote reforestation efforts worldwide. The same paradigm shifts, the digitization of people, places, and things, and their interactions are also happening in the industrial metaverse. We're helping companies optimize their operations and automate, simulate, and predict every business function and process using IoT, digital twins, Mesh, and the HoloLens platform. And we see this in action today across every industry, from AB InBev, which is using our metaverse stack to track every bottle from the wheat field through manufacturing to distribution, to Novo Nordisk, which is using mixed reality to optimize its pharmaceutical production while meeting regulatory requirements, and Marks & Spencer's, which is using the data generated by every surface, screen, and scanner in their stores to track store performance and customer experience in real time. Kawasaki Heavy Industries is the world's leading robotics company, is using our platform to create an industrial metaverse solution that brings their distributed workforce together with their network of connected equipment. Let's go to Kobe, Japan, and take a look.
日本では我々ロボットを開発する人間にとってやはり子供のように親である我々開発者がちょっとしたその動きのおかしさにどれだけ気づくかってことは極めて大事な形。ロボットは実は止めちゃいけないんですね。ロボットはずっと働き続けないといけない。そういう使命を持ってますね。
現場でトラブルが発生した時ですね、生産が止まってしまうという、そういったシステムの検討というものが非常に大変です。
Azure コンセプトを活用して今まで気づかなかったような故障であったりトラブルっていったものや予兆っていったものに気づけると考えております。遠隔地の方にエキスパートの方がいてくれるだけで一つの作業現場に技術力であったり知見っていったものを流すだけではなくて複数の作業場っていったところに提供しましてそうすることによって即時にトラブルシュートを迅速化できます。
それが、デジタルツインの世界ができますと実際現場に行かなくてもそのトラブルの状態が手に取るように分かってそこでもう直すことができると、そういったものがですね、仮想空間の中で全部調べれるようになります。
完全なるメタバースの世界は開発から設計ないしは試験までの全ての工程っていうものを仮想環境上で実行できます。
マイクロソフトさんとインダストリアルメタバースの世界をぜひ一緒に実現していきたいと考えています。
It's so great to see what Kawasaki is doing and how they're using the metaverse to build the factory of the future. Everything I've talked about today and that you will hear about this week across all the themes of this conference accrues to creating more opportunities and options for you. And we're building Microsoft Cloud as a platform to help you build your own platforms. Here at this conference, we're announcing more than 50 new products and features spanning every layer of the stack. These are your platforms to build upon. As you've seen, our vision for you is ambitious. You can set up a complete dev box in seconds and write code with an AI pair programmer, always staying in your flow. You can embed computing across the cloud and the edge where it's never been before. You can distribute your apps to any device. You can scale to infinity with the latest cloud-native technologies. You can build your apps with unified data fabric as well as infuse them with the output of the world's most powerful AI models. You can leverage all the computing power that will be created at the edge for the next generation AI-driven applications. You can amplify your work with Fusion teams of citizen and pro developers. You can be at the forefront of emerging platforms like collaborative apps as well as the metaverse. Ultimately, this is about maximizing the opportunity for every developer by providing the richest set of technologies and platforms that empower you to dream and build what is next, breaking free of any arbitrary restrictions and removing friction so you can reach every person and every corner of the planet. So I'll end where I started. The question is not just what we can build, but what the world needs us to build. Our Imagine Cup competition is a great example of the possibilities. For 20 years, students have shown us what's possible when they come together and apply technology to help solve the world's challenges. Over the years, more than 2 million participants have had awesome impact with technology. Let's take a look. Thank you all so very much and enjoy rest of Build.
One of the biggest barriers that prevents young people from doing great things is because of a belief that they can't actually have an impact on the world.
Welcome to the Microsoft Imagine Cup World Championships. It's a celebration to not just look into the future, but to change it for the better.
Our project, voila, will allow any diesel engine to run on any vegetable oil.
It is the world's first simple, non-invasive and easily accessible tool for screening anemia.
ProTech constantly monitors an animal's health to detect illnesses before they develop into costly problems.
Our project aims to bring down the rate of infant mortality.
Imagine Cup was the beginning of a life-changing inflection point for us.
We hope to get our provisional patent soon.
Eventually, it turned into a business. We've launched our product into the market.
The whole dream was to be able to get our technology in real people's hands and to help real people.
This helps you think about the world in a bigger sense and how you can impact it.
Imagine Cup is life-changing and it allows you to make your dreams into reality.
Hello, everyone! We are so thrilled to welcome you to the 2022 Imagine Cup World Championship. I am Tiernan Madorno, Joy Officer here at Microsoft.
And I'm Donovan Brown, Partner Program Manager at Microsoft. We are joining you from Seattle, Washington, but our stage is filled with talented student developers from all over the world.
That's right, Donovan. Imagine Cup is a worldwide competition for student developers who are using their imagination and ingenuity to build life-changing solutions with technology.
No matter how daunting their obstacles, these teams remind us nothing is impossible if you dare to try. And this year, we've been following another set of remarkable students as we celebrate an exciting Imagine Cup milestone. This is our 20th anniversary.
Oh, that's right! Over the past 20 years, more than 2 million student developers have participated in the Imagine Cup to build and learn together, make a difference in their communities, and innovate for impact. We have seen some amazing work from students across the globe, and this year is no different. We started Imagine Cup this year with tens of thousands of students from over 160 countries. A panel of expert judges had the unenviable task of determining one winning team within each region, the Americas, Asia, as well as the Europe, Middle East, and Africa region. They all have some incredible work to show, but only our champion will win the grand prize of $100,000 and a mentorship session with Microsoft Chairman and CEO Satya Nadella.
Each team will have a chance to deliver their final pitch before the judges cast their votes to choose the 2022 Imagine Cup World Champion.
Let's learn a little more about our amazing finalists. From Sri Lanka, Nana Shilpa developed an application that screens and provides guidance for addressing reading, writing, and math learning disabilities in young children.
So Nanashilpa, as we called as Wisdom to Kids, is the mobile application-based solution to screening and intervention for dysgraphia and dyscalculia learning disabilities in primary school students.
The basic idea of this project is simply, first we identify whether a student has the risk of
the learning disability, and then we provide for the refinement activities for that.
Since this is an application used by children, we have considered about how to develop the application more interactive and more colorful to the children.
We need to give them hope to their lives and when go through their lives in the future.
Through this project, we can, change millions of children's lives all around the world.
From Saudi Arabia, V-Bionic designed a device for people with hand paralysis that combines robotics and neuroscience to provide recovery methods that are more accessible and 30% faster.
I got into developing robotic prosthetic devices back in 2014, and this was primarily because of my experiences in India. Paralyzed patients face a lot of struggles in their day-to-day lives. These current technologies that we possess, not a lot of people can afford that. With ExoHeal, we combine robotics and neuroscience to provide affordable, 30% faster and accessible rehabilitation to paralyzed patients. I realized that I needed to involve more people in, that I needed to develop a team.
Me and Zen were schoolmates, so I suggested him with the idea that through my expertise in fashion design and STEM, I was able to transform the exoskeleton's design and make it feel like a second skin.
My job is to make sure that the robotic device is connected well through the mobile app. Paralysis is a problem that over 130 million people face. Being able to use my skill sets to impact them and change their lives, that's what I appreciate about ExoHeal.
Imagine Cup, it can make our idea a reality.
And from the United States, Melodic created an integrated system that helps children with hearing impairments access professional speech therapy at an affordable price.
Hi, I'm Jing Yao.
Hi, I'm Xiaoyang.
Hi, I'm Shuoxuan.
We are Team Melodic.
We want to provide a low-cost solution for children with hearing impairment and help them get the access of speech therapy.
My aunt actually have the hearing impairment. She have the opportunity to receive speech therapy when she was still young. A lot of people doesn't have that opportunity, so that's why we came up with this project.
The Melody box is really attractive to those children.
Have the children really use our box and see their smile face. It's kind of like achievement being made.
What I'm feeling is very grateful that I make meaningful solution for them.
That's my dream, trying to make some influence to the world using technology.
We're excited and really grateful for this opportunity. Okay, guys, let's do this.
Whew, judging these projects will not be an easy task.
I could not agree more. Let's meet our panel of judges who are up for the challenge. Please welcome Linda Lian, co-founder and CEO of Common Room, a rapidly growing startup that offers an intelligent community growth platform. Previously, Linda led product marketing and for serverless computing at AWS and worked as an associate for Madrona Ventures Group.
And Kat Norton, known as Miss Excel, a talented entrepreneur and Microsoft Most Valuable Professional who has catapulted from viral TikToker to CEO and founder of a highly successful online education business.
And finally, CEO of Microsoft Gaming and head of Xbox, Phil Spencer, a Microsoft vet of over 30 years whose team is behind some of the largest games in the world like Forza, Halo, Age of Empires, and Minecraft. Good luck, judges.
Thank you. All right, teams, it's time for your final pitches. Nana Shilpa, we will start with you.
Do you know that 240 million children around the world go through learning disabilities? Out of those kids, 47% drop out of schools. 42% will continue to have writing and numerical skill gaps. We live in a world where technology can address various problems, and that's what we are here to do today. Let me introduce Nanashilpa, an accessible solution which helps to eliminate the delay in learning disability discovery using localized languages. Here's our app Nanashilpa. It captures input from mobile device and processes them using advanced machine learning and computer vision algorithms. If the kid diagnosed positive for the disability, through the app, we provide specially designed activities to mitigate the condition. The screening AI models are trained using thousands of data collected from the kids. The professional screening process to identify learning disabilities can cost around $400 to $2,000. Through Nanoshilpa, its exclusive features allows you to have an early diagnosis at your home just for $60. We are on a mission to help every kid in the world to read and write. Thank you.
Great work, team. Next up, vBionic.
On one family vacation, I met my uncle for the very first time. I saw him struggle to perform simple tasks like brushing his teeth and buttoning his shirt. That was my first experience with a hand-paralyzed patient. Primarily caused by stroke and spinal cord injury due to car accidents, hand paralysis is a problem faced by over 61 million people globally. To tackle this, we created ExoHeal, a robotic device connected to a user-friendly app to make rehabilitation affordable, faster, and accessible. When a movement is performed by the patient's good hand, a patent-pending robotic device assists the paralyzed hand to mirror the same motion. After each exercise, a report is then sent to the doctor. This enables the doctor to remotely monitor and guide multiple patients throughout their recovery. Patients can then undergo rehabilitation at the comfort of their homes. Utilizing Azure, not only do we provide remote therapy, but for the very first time are introducing AI-driven rehabilitation. This enables patients to put in the right amount of effort and recover faster. We are targeting India as an initial market. However, hospitals across the country only possess around 200 rehabilitation devices for 1.2 million patients. We aim to bridge this gap with our portable and AI-driven recovery model. Moreover, we bring the price down from $15,000 to $1,000. After working with 7 doctors, 50 plus patients, and over 4,500 hours of user testing, results showed that patients recovered 30% faster using ExoHeal. Let's help paralyzed patients heal with ExoHeal. Thank you.
Holy wow. Awesome job, vBionic. Now, Melodic, you're up.
Every day, nearly 2,000 babies are born with hearing loss in the world. And research suggests that 80% of this group can improve significantly after speech therapy. Melodic provides effective speech therapy by leveraging Azure services. We provide support for children's speech therapy using interactive activities along with the portable device. Mouth shape training uses a camera to capture users' mouth shape. Breath training activity uses flex sensor to monitor users' breathing patterns. And sound training activity generates vibration patterns through the right side of the box. Progress can be easily viewed by parents, and pathologists are given access to data-rich dashboards and get key insights. Edge devices collect data during training activities that are sent to Azure. Data will be further processed and analyzed via Azure Machine Learning. Training activity results and statistics are presented through Power BI and app service for parents as well as pathologists. A combination of big data analysis and physical interaction is a unique feature of Melodic, improving the quality of therapy care, and we can keep a low cost compared to existing products. With the collaboration of UW Medicine, our next step is FDA and HIPAA registration, and we will reach out to more therapy clinics and get their partnership. We are Melodic, building a voice for the ones you love. Thank you for listening.
Great work, teams. Judges, what were your overall impressions? Linda, let's start with you.
What you guys have done to combine, hardware, some of the most innovative solutions in software like machine learning and IoT, maybe a little bit of hard work to build something that is novel, that, increases accessibility and really does save lives. That's a true inspiration to me and to the rest of the world.
I'm just so incredibly proud of all of you and what you're doing and just bringing your gifts to the world and creating things. And I just find you all to be so inspirational, and I'm rooting for every single one of you.
At their age, I was not doing this cool stuff. Phil, what are your thoughts?
Neither was I, my friend. Neither was I. To see teams putting human needs first, seeing how technology can make the lives of so many people better. And it's great to see the next generation coming with that same focus. So really inspiring.
Judges, you have a tough decision to make. It is time to choose this year's champion. So go and cast your votes.
Nana Shilpa, V-Bionic, Melodic, all I can say is wow, amazing job. It has been an honor to follow your journeys this year. To all of our judges, thank you so much. To all the finalists, to all the student developers who competed this year, thank you as well. You've absolutely blown us away.
Without a doubt, Tiernan, the pitches we saw today have inspired us so much that before we get to the results, I have an exciting announcement. In honor of the 20th anniversary of Imagine Cup, I cry every year, Microsoft is going to add $20,000 for the 2 runner-ups. So no matter who leaves today, you're going to have funding to take your ideas to the next level.
Amazing. Congratulations, everybody. Congrats.
All right. Now what we've all been waiting for. It is time to crown our champion. Will it be Nana Shilpa? With their system for screening and addressing learning disabilities in young children? Or will it be V-Bionic with their accelerated accessible recovery for people with hand paralysis? Or will it be Team Melodic with their integrated low-cost speech therapy solution?
All right, it all comes down to this moment, and I think I've got a magical little so-and-so in here. All right, y'all. And the winner of the 2022 Imagine Cup World Championship is V-Bionic from Saudi Arabia! Congratulations! Well done!
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All the team, congratulations for your hard work. May you all prosper in what all we are doing.
Well done again. Congrats to all the teams. Really incredible work. To all the student developers out there, keep on building. Our world is better because you are daring to try.
Take one.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Microsoft Build. I'm Kathleen Mitford, and I lead the Azure marketing team. And I'm so excited to have Donovan Brown, Partner Program Manager, here with me today for a discussion on the developer experience. Hey, Donovan, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today. Since the days of MS-DOS Basic to the creation of Visual Studio Code and the acquisition of GitHub, Microsoft has been a platform company. We were built by developers for developers. And the work that you do inspires us every day. And when you're ready to take your next idea from code to cloud, we want you to start with us. So Donovan, can you tell me what you're excited about for Build this year?
As a developer, Build is a very special opportunity for us to share the wonderful things that we're doing here at Microsoft to make a developer's life easier. One of the things I'm most excited about is our focus on security and how we're allowing teams to start secure and stay secure. As the world's reliance on technology continues to grow, so does the importance of security. We must equip developers with the tools to shift security left so that problems can be identified and fixed before they cause a security breach.
Donovan, I completely agree. Security is everyone's responsibility, and devs play such a critical role. I've seen up close the work you all do. It's at the heart of innovation for companies. Donovan, what is the developer experience really like right now? What do you need as a developer to innovate and to create?
What we need is the ability to continue to stay agile as we transition to this more hybrid work environment. Regardless of where the team member is located, they must be able to collaborate and stay secure from anywhere, even if we're working in a hostile environment or different networks. We also need to increase the speed of onboarding. that process used to have a really heavy tax that we'd have to pay as we pair someone to onboard a new developer. But with things like code spaces, we can onboard someone in seconds.
Well, Donovan, all of that, it represents a huge responsibility and naturally new challenges. But I also view it as a major opportunity for developers and creators. You are creating the future. So tell me more, as we embrace hybrid work, what does that look like for development teams? How has that experience been for you? I know that you work remotely.
I do. The experience has actually been great because of the technologies that we have here at Microsoft. Things like LiveShare that allow me to pair program with people who could be thousands of miles away from me. The ability for us to onboard people, as I mentioned a moment ago, with things like code spaces and have a perfect built environment. Even the context switches have become easier because we're working in the environments that we're working today.
I hear ya. It's so important to ensure productivity and security throughout the entire collaboration process. And the great thing about Visual Studio, about GitHub and Azure, is you can really code, collaborate, and ship from anywhere. And the rest of this session will focus on Microsoft's end-to-end developer experience and how it helps you create reliable, global, secure apps and do it faster. Donovan, do you have any closing thoughts?
Yeah, I'm really excited about the demos we have later in this session and the deep technical content we have over the next couple of days.
Well, Donovan, thank you again for joining me today.
My pleasure.
Now let's take a look at some of the amazing things you're creating on Azure.
It's really neat to have women reaching out to me and tell me that they are now full-time coders.
Pandas is something I work on just because I want to work on it.
One of the things that had always driven me is this dream of I can build something myself.
Knowing that my project is out there and it's being used by people day to day, honestly, it's the best feeling in the world.
Being a developer is a really neat superpower.
It's just never been this easy and this quick to create applications.
Azure is a super useful platform. Being able to build the code, have it deployed within about 15 to 20 minutes has been an absolutely indispensable capability.
My Aunt Jill, she was diagnosed with motor neuron disease, and that's really what motivated me in the beginning. OptiKey allows people to fully control their computer using eye movement. The first time I got a sentence out, hello, my name is Julius, it was incredible.
すごい最初はですね、大企業の方々が使うものだというイメージは持っていたんですけども、AI の力を使ってお店に来る方々が最も求めている商品を
Developers, probably as children, pulled their toys apart to see how they worked.
Hello, I'm Amanda Silver. Since I started at Microsoft 20 years ago, I've been working on behalf of developers. I see unleashing their creativity as my personal career mission. I'm both head of product for the developer division and the general manager for the engineering systems that our developers at Microsoft use every day. When I started my career, I was very focused on the nuts and bolts of programming languages and runtimes. Over time, I started to see how applications and broad systems are built. Donovan and Kathleen covered some of the common challenges facing developers today, collaborating across a remote workforce, the language and platform diversity, and always security. We aim to solve for these issues so that you can get into the zone and focus on the code that only you can write. We want to build a world where developers can start coding within a few seconds, see their changes reflected within minutes, deploy to their customers within hours, and scale elastically as their solution demands. Where developers who are lifelong learners and are constantly being asked to master new technologies can become familiar with a new domain as they type. Setting up your dev box, collaborating with others, ensuring that you're able to code with the confidence that it will meet the security and quality requirements for your organization, it's a lot to keep in mind. We're committed to supporting you with everything you need to streamline your workflow and maximize your impact. Microsoft's Developer Cloud has 3 core components to support you through the entire software development lifecycle. For the edit, build, test, debug cycle, the Visual Studio family empowers you to focus on the code with powerful built-in tools and the freedom to customize your workstation as you build any application. But software is a team sport. GitHub streamlines your workflow and processes through better collaboration and automation. When you're ready to deploy, Azure provides the cloud infrastructure and common building blocks to quickly build a robust, resilient application that scales and is easy to maintain and operate. Microsoft's Cloud for Developers allows the smallest of startups to scale like enterprises, and enterprises to meet the customer needs as nimbly as a startup. Now let's talk about the future of development. In June of last year, we introduced GitHub Copilot, an AI pair programmer that helps you write code faster and with less work. GitHub Copilot draws context from comments and code and suggests individual lines and whole functions instantly. Since launching the technical preview last summer, we've seen tens of thousands of developers use GitHub Copilot every day, and we're continuously inviting more developers into the preview. For some languages, we already see more than 35% of newly written code being suggested by Copilot. We think this can get past 50% in the next couple of years. Copilot allows you to stay in the zone so you don't need to go out and search on a website to figure out how to use an API. In this competitive market, where developer talent is in high demand, we all need to think about how to keep our teams happy. For developers, that means allowing them to focus on the task at hand and removing obstacles. With Copilot, developers are rediscovering their love of coding. In a survey of users, over 60% reported feeling higher satisfaction in their job because of Copilot. Now let's pivot to one of my favorite topics, moving development to the cloud. Moving dev boxes to be cloud-hosted and often containerized allows us to create consistent environments across dev teams, optimize the availability of compute for interactive use, and allow us to use the power of the cloud so that we can add intelligence and scale to improve your productivity. Last year at Build, we talked about GitHub Codespaces, a cloud developer environment integrated with GitHub repos and great for web app, cloud native, APIs, or backend development. GitHub onboarded more than 600 of its engineers to Codespaces in the span of a couple of months. The engineering investment they made returned its value many times over. GitHub was able to reduce bootstrapping time from 45 minutes to 10 seconds. Now that might not sound significant, but when you think about it, dev box setup is a really common task for a developer. They have to do it every time they start a new project, fix a bug in an older codebase, help someone on board, or attend a boot camp to learn about a new technology. For developers who require Windows-based environments or have a dependency on additional client software, or whose code is not hosted in GitHub, we're introducing Microsoft DevBox, a VDI solution with all the benefits of Windows Cloud PC, like the management services of Intune, but optimized for developer needs. It includes policies that can match their regulatory environments to secure sensitive source code and customer data, and re-imaging of their machines on a regular basis. Gaming and Windows desktop applications are two examples of app workloads, which will be better suited for Microsoft DevBox. Since Microsoft DevBox is essentially a Windows desktop in the cloud, it's an ideal choice for developers that need to use the tools built to run on Windows, whether that's SQL Management Studio, the Visual Studio 2022 IDE, or any other client-side tools or internal business apps. Codespaces and DevBoxes complement each other, so you can choose the right solution to match your development scenario. Let me show you the self-service experience for you to get DevBoxes up and running in just a few steps. Let's check it out. My onboarding buddy gave me a link to our DevBox portal, where I can create a new box from a pool. In a few minutes, a DevBox accessible from anywhere and on any device is created. I can access the DevBox from a browser or a remote desktop for more extensive work. DevBoxes are built on Windows 365 and automatically enrolled in Intune, so I know that my DevBox is always up to date and secure. I sign in with Azure Active Directory, which checks that I'm using a compliant device and other conditional access policies. A VPN connection gives me access to the organization's on-premises network for internal tools, apps, and databases behind the corporate firewall. Now let's fire up Visual Studio 2022. The source code, built binaries, and caches were also pulled down, which means that I can immediately run the app and navigate to the code. Because Visual Studio roams my settings, even my themes and tools settings are applied. The DevBox already has the code my team has been working on, which is a podcast app. It's built using the newly released .NET Multi-Platform App UI, aka .NET MAUI, which is now generally available. .NET MAUI lets me build native apps for multiple devices, iOS, macOS, Android, and Windows, with the same project and codebase. Instead of learning different stacks and languages for each device, you can use one language, one set of libraries, and one UI stack for all of them. So this dev box is already configured with all the device emulators and developer settings I need to get coding immediately. Here you can see the platform-specific folders. .NET MAUI under the hood uses technologies out there today for building native apps on Windows with WinUI, Mac Catalyst for Mac OS, and of course, iOS and Android. .NET MAUI abstracts all of those frameworks into a single framework built on .NET 6. Here are the resources like the fonts, images, and styles that are shared across devices all in one place. And I've got all the shared UI for this podcast app in a folder right here. If we look at our project file, you'll see that all the target frameworks are right up here and all the metadata of my app. Here, we also have a place to define our app icon, splash screen, images, and fonts from my resources folder. Now let's debug the Android app. Since I'm on a Windows 11 machine, I can use Windows Subsystem for Android. With .NET MAUI, I also have access to APIs directly from C# to over 60 device platform features, including things like isolated storage, sensors, geolocation, camera, and more. Now that I have my Android app up and running, let's make some UI changes. I have the live preview window right here, which lets me see the running UI right in Visual Studio. I'll bring up the new code search and look for the Discover page. Notice there's no latency here as I type. I can quickly make a change here and use Hot Reload to immediately see it on the UI. Hot Reload works on my C# code as well. I'll also mention that with the release of .NET MAUI, you can now add native capabilities to your Blazor web apps. This means you can create hybrid web apps, which combine web and native UI together in a single client application. You can also share Blazor web components in .NET MAUI apps. The podcast app uses a Blazor component for our Listen Together feature. The .NET MAUI development tools remain in preview, but will release soon. You can install the .NET MAUI workload from the Visual Studio 2022 preview channel. Our team has several dev boxes for different roles on the team, each with their own set of tools and configurations. This lets us separate work across projects safely. I'm going to spin up the data engineering box so I can do some work on the backend database. Now I can use my favorite database tools to perform some work on the podcast Azure SQL database. This dev box is purely for database development and tuning, and it doesn't need to have any of the other tools installed that my other dev box did. This keeps my environments clean. I'm just going to run a couple of queries on our podcast database to inspect some of the data we have here and take a look at our query execution plan. Since we're expecting to run this query pretty often, I'll add a covering index to the published field. Microsoft dev boxes deliver ready-to-code, secure developer workstations for teams of any size working on any app from anywhere. Now that we're done with our development, I'm going to have Donovan show you how to get this securely deployed to the cloud.
Thanks, Amanda. As we move our code to the cloud, we must make sure it's secure. Keeping our application secure is everyone's responsibility. GitHub Advanced Security can shift left and integrate security earlier in the development process and detect vulnerabilities before the code even gets pushed to our repo. This enables us to start secure and stay secure. Let's look at how we can combine the power of GitHub and Microsoft Azure to deliver a secure and frictionless pipeline from code to cloud. Security issues can pop up everywhere. There could be problems in the code we write ourselves or in the code that we depend on. Finding and reviewing all this information can be a challenge. Using the GitHub Security tab, we can manage this in a centralized view with all the alerts in one place. We've all done it. We've placed a password or connection string in our code for testing and accidentally checked in that code. Secret scanning is a feature which will scan our entire Git repo for secrets. For example, secret scanning has generated an alert highlighting a connection string which is exposed in our docker compose.yaml file. Leaking passwords by accidentally committing them to a repository can put your company at risk, and cleaning up the history of your repo can be difficult. Imagine if there was a way to prevent the secrets from getting in the repo in the first place. GitHub Push Protection scans code for secrets before a Git push is accepted. We can now be proactive instead of reactive when it comes to security. Let's see this in action. I've updated a README file with a sample password. I'm going to push the code to our repo. When I try and push, we see a warning of potential secrets in our code. Using the link provided, developers can review and remove the secrets from their code, identify it as a false positive, or indicate we will address later before pushing again. Secrets being pushed to the repo is just one of the things that we need to be on the lookout for when it comes to being secure. We also need to scan our code for other vulnerabilities and keep our dependencies patched. Using third-party packages can really speed us up, but keeping all the dependencies up to date can be difficult, but it's critically important. Dependabot identifies outdated and insecure dependencies and will recommend a fix for any non-critical updates by submitting an automatic pull request. On the pull request tab, we can see that Dependabot has submitted a few PRs. We can also see all the necessary checks have succeeded, identifying this as a safe change which we can approve and merge. Security does not stop in the repository. As our code moves through our pipelines, we can run additional checks for security vulnerabilities, bugs, and other errors. CodeQL is a static analysis engine which treats code as data which we can query. CodeQL is that second set of eyes, reviewing your code to make sure you haven't missed anything. When CodeQL finds something, it generates an alert that provides information on what the issue is, which file it's in, and some recommendations on how to address it. Now that we know that our code is secure, let's see if it scales. Not many things disappoint customers like a slow website. Developers need a way to determine if the code will scale to the expected load. You can now automate performance testing in the deployment pipeline by using Azure Load Testing. Azure Load Testing is a new service that is designed to help teams gain confidence in that their application's performance and the ability to meet demand. We have a new podcast going out, and we want to make sure that our customers can reliably view the podcast and our site can handle the traffic. To test this, we use GitHub Actions to trigger the load testing each time a merge is performed. The whole process is completely codified using YAML and JMeter scripts in our repo, so there is no manual configuration in the Azure portal. You can verify that the workflow is running by going to the Actions tab. Switching to the portal, we can see the test in real time and can view both the client and server-side metrics. In our load test, we can see the number of errors climbing for a specific page. To understand why we see this error, we can actually check the server-side metrics to identify the bottleneck. We can see the percent CPU on SQL's database is climbing significantly higher and a high number of 500 errors on the web app, which suggests the number of web app instances need to be increased. With Azure Load Testing, you can generate high-scale load with ease, simplifying load tests and unlocking the full potential of Apache JMeter. Optimize performance at scale with custom analytics and a comprehensive view of client and server metrics. And just like you saw in the demo, build load testing directly into your DevOps workflow. GitHub Advanced Security is a powerful suite of tools and features that give you the ability to identify security vulnerabilities everywhere. These features enable you to secure your code at every stage of the software development lifecycle, from local development to production. You stay ahead of the security threats and breaches, leverage the expertise of the security community, and continue to use open source software securely. A great customer story to outline some of the scenarios for GitHub Advanced Security is Postmates. Postmates delivers for more than 600,000 merchants from over 4,200 US cities. With that many variables and an increasingly complex security landscape, the company is more focused than ever on keeping all their users safe. For Postmates' security team, the benefit of CodeQL includes customization and automation, which saves them significant time reviewing code for errors. Postmates engineers have also found Dependabot and secret scanning helpful in finding crucial issues. Using GitHub Actions, the team can ensure that whenever someone checks in code, it gets scanned, in addition to having it scanned once a week regardless. Through policy, automation, and technology, Postmates is helping customers, merchants, and the carriers that connect them stay secure in person and in-app. Today, we're announcing Openid Connect integration between Azure Active Directory and GitHub Actions. OIDC helps protect against hackers targeting development environments, credentials for source control tampering, and an injection of malicious code. OIDC eliminates the need for developers to manage long-lived cloud credentials in the GitHub Secret Store. It also has the added benefit of minimizing the chances of service downtime due to expired credentials. What we've shown you today will help your teams onboard quicker, shift security left, and ensure your applications deliver the performance your customers expect.
So our last 20 minutes have been all about a seamless and secure developer experience. Now we'll discuss the application itself and how you can build, deploy, and run your apps in Azure with the latest cloud technology. Here to lead the next session and share more about what Microsoft is doing to make this easier for you is Scott Guthrie, EVP of our Cloud and AI group.
Thanks, Kathleen. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Microsoft Build 2022. Developers are essential to the world we live in today, and the work you do is critical to powering organizations in every industry. And with the Microsoft Cloud, you have a trusted and comprehensive platform that enables you to build great apps and solutions. The core of the Microsoft Cloud is Azure, our cloud computing platform and the underlying infrastructure and platform that enables you to run code. We also provide advanced SaaS-based solutions that provide productivity services, business applications, low-code tooling, and advanced security and identity management capabilities that you can leverage as well. And with Visual Studio, .NET, and GitHub, we provide the world's best and most popular development tools. And we're going to talk more in this session about how you can use the Microsoft Cloud and all of these capabilities to build great cloud-native apps. As you build new apps, you're going to want them to be cloud-native. Cloud-native apps are capable of delivering new levels of scale and performance and can provide even greater reliability for you and your customers. Using cloud-native design patterns helps achieve the agility, efficiency, and the speed of innovation that you need to deliver for your businesses. Tens of thousands of customers are already building cloud-native apps on Azure today. This includes organizations like Walmart, Starbucks, ASOS, and the National Health Service in the UK. Using cloud-native design patterns and Azure has helped each of these organizations achieve the agility, reliability, scalability, and security demanded by their businesses and end users. Now, the experience bar is going up in terms of what end users expect from apps. And you never know when tens of millions of customers might show up suddenly. Things like product launches, peak shopping seasons, and sporting events are just a few examples of the types of highly dynamic usage demands that modern apps must address. And one of the great things about cloud-native apps is the ability to quickly scale up to meet this demand and handle huge amounts of load everywhere around the world. Cloud-native applications take advantage of containers, serverless technology, microservice-based architectures, and API-based solutions to enable you to build and iterate solutions faster. Cloud-native apps are delivered using a highly automated DevOps-based approach, enabling you to continually deploy new updates and capabilities to your customers. And with Azure, GitHub, and the Microsoft Cloud, we're working to enable you to easily leverage all of these capabilities and approaches. We know that many of you are in various stages of your cloud-native journey. You often have existing investments, whether those are in the existing tools you use, the code you've already written, or even across other clouds that you take advantage of. And with the Microsoft Cloud and Azure, we meet you where you are and make it easy for you to start your cloud-native journey from anywhere. Let's look at one customer that's been through this journey of adopting cloud-native. Now, H&M is a global retailer that had over 750 applications to modernize, many of which were built as web apps connecting directly to databases. H&M looked to Azure to build and deploy their cloud-native solutions and to start containerizing their applications. They then focused on designing and building an event-driven application model and exposing APIs using a microservice-based architecture. And this ultimately gave H&M a more flexible and scalable order fulfillment solution that better met demands of inventory, sourcing, and order management. And it's enabling them to bring new capabilities to market much faster than ever before. Now, as you go down your own cloud-native journey, you can start to modernize your code using Azure Container Apps. Azure Container Apps is a serverless, container-based hosting service that allows you to stay focused on your apps instead of having to worry about managing the underlying cloud infrastructure. It supports event-driven scale. In fact, you can even scale down to 0 instances. So if you're not using it, you're not paying anything for your apps running on it. And if you then suddenly get a lot of incoming requests, you can quickly and dynamically scale up to many thousands of instances to handle that load. It encapsulates microservices best practices, such as secure service-to-service communication and reliable messaging through PubSub. And to show why companies like H&M are choosing Azure Container Apps to accelerate their cloud-native strategy, I'd like to show you a demo. So in this demo, we use a company called Contoso Air, who is modernizing one of their workloads that manages customer bookings. And they're enhancing it with cloud-native benefits around scale, reliability, security, and agility through microservices. So let's start with the basics. I've got a terminal here connected to an empty Azure subscription. You can see right now I don't have any containers or anything running. I'm literally starting from scratch in Azure. Now what I want to do is get this code, which is currently checked into a repository on GitHub, running in the cloud. This is a JavaScript-based server application. And what I want to do is to get it up and running as a microservice in Azure. And to get this deployed and running at cloud scale, I just need to type a single command, az container app up. With this command, I'm going to point it to the GitHub-based repository and give it a name, and that's it. Now I'm securely connecting my Azure account to my GitHub repository. Azure is now my serverless container environment that's going to run the app. And this command is creating for me an Azure container registry to securely manage my container images. And it's automatically creating and configuring a GitHub CI/CD action that will build my code, run my tests, and then deploy the built app into Azure Container Apps to run. And it set all of this up with a CI/CD DevOps workflow, which means that at any time I want to make a change or improvement, I can simply open a pull request or commit the code into the branch, and GitHub will automatically build, test, and push the updated app to Azure. There you go. The GitHub Actions completed its build, test, and deployment, and now I have that code running as a serverless container in Azure. One command and my repo is now running as a cloud-native app. Let me show you a little of what I now get from Azure Container Apps from a runtime and management perspective. Now I can continue to manage and configure these apps directly from the command line, but let's jump over to the Azure Management Portal and instead manage it that way. Now, one thing I want to highlight is the serverless scale you get with container apps. You can see here I can configure my container to scale all the way down to 0 instances when there's no traffic or events. What's great about this is when my container scales to 0, so does my bill. I'm not paying for anything when it's at 0. I can also configure real-time scale though based on rules, including incoming HTTP requests, as well as have my containers scale in response to things like queue messages, event streams, or even database events. And I've now got everything I need to manage and monitor my apps. I can configure custom domains, certificates, and secrets. And you can see I can even configure and manage that secure connection between my GitHub Actions and this app right from within the Azure Management Portal or command line interface. And I can now repeat this process with more of my code bases, deploy multiple containers to the serverless environment to create my modern and cloud-native solution. And behind the scenes, this is all powered by our Azure Kubernetes service and open source technology like Dapper, Kata, and Envoy, which gives me confidence that if I ever need more control or flexibility, I can move this solution to our full Azure Kubernetes service for the full power of Kubernetes. With Azure Container Apps, we've made cloud-native and microservices-based development streamlined and productive for any developer with any experience or skill set. We've seen great success with our public preview, and today I'm excited to announce Azure Container Apps is now generally available and ready for everyone to use. We're really looking forward to seeing the great apps that you build with it. Now, our Azure Kubernetes service enables you to take full advantage of the Kubernetes ecosystem and scale your cloud-native development even further. A great example of a customer taking advantage of this today is Adobe. The Adobe Document Cloud includes Adobe Acrobat, document APIs, and Acrobat Sign, a leading cloud-based e-signature service used across regulated businesses, governments, and institutions around the world. Adobe evolved to cloud-native practices a few years ago and adopted a microservices architecture that utilizes Azure Cosmos DB, Azure Cache for Redis, and Azure Kubernetes Service. Adobe chose Azure Kubernetes Service because of its scalable, flexible, and multi-cloud capabilities. This enabled Adobe to speed up development from onboarding to production, all while providing automated guardrails with DevSecOps practices. Azure Kubernetes Service delivers elastic provisioning of capacity without the need to manage the underlying compute infrastructure. And it's the fastest way to spin up, manage Kubernetes clusters, and configure a seamless DevSecOps workflow with CI/CD integration. And we have several great updates that we're making to AKS this week at Build. To help developers be even more productive with Kubernetes, we've integrated the open source Draft project to streamline getting started building apps that run on Kubernetes. This Draft integration allows you to take a non-containerized application and generate the Docker files, Kubernetes manifests, Helm charts, customized configuration, and other artifacts associated with a containerized solution. We're launching the draft extension in CLI that makes it super simple to use and leverage the full Microsoft ecosystem, from Visual Studio Code to GitHub to Azure. Now, several other AKS capabilities are also now in public preview. We're announcing a new integrated AKS web application routing add-on that enables quick, secure access that sets up an ingress controller, configures DNS, as well as SSL TLS authentication. Kata is a popular open source project that handles auto-scaling. With the Kata AKS extension enabled, AKS clusters can now be scaled down to 0 pods, decreasing consumption when not needed. And then when new requests arrive, Kata activates the deployment to answer the incoming traffic. Also now in public preview today is our new Azure Managed Grafana service. We know observability is critical, and this preview allows you to deploy familiar Grafana dashboards, complete with built-in high availability and security right from within Azure. And I'm excited to bring Brendan Burns into the discussion to go into a demo of AKS and some of our announcements.
Thanks, Scott. I'm going to start with the Contoso Air demo that's up there on GitHub. Now, the first thing is to set up a code space. Code Spaces on GitHub is a really fantastic cloud-based development environment that's entirely in your browser. I'm here in a familiar environment, basically VS Code, but everything that I need is up in the cloud and running inside my browser. Now I'm going to run AKS draft to create my configuration. You can see here it's taking care of everything for me, even installing binaries that I might need, detecting the language that I'm programming in, and asking me in some instances for information like the port that I want to run on. I'm going to choose Helm as my deployment type. And again, I'm going to expose the application on port 8080. I'll give it the name Contoso Air. And now I'm ready to go. Everything I need to containerize this application into AKS has been generated for me. Now I'm going to choose a GitHub action-based workflow to deploy that application out to my AKS cluster. Again, it's going to prompt me for some information that it needs. I'll enter all of that in, including the AKS cluster that I want to deploy my application into. And once I have that information into draft and the workflow, you can see that it's generated a GitHub-based workflow that's going to do the deployment. Now let's see that workflow in action. We're going back over to Code Spaces, and I'm going to commit all of that code that's been generated for me. You can see there's a bunch of busy work that's been taken care of for me, and it'll follow Azure's best practices for application deployment also. I'm going to commit all these changes and push them out to my GitHub repo. When you look at GitHub, you can see that the commit is there, but more importantly, what you're going to see here is that there's an action that's been started. All that code that was generated for you by the draft tool is actually busily taking care of deploying this application. If you look at my cluster in the Azure portal, you'll see that there's already Kubernetes resources created by this release, including the external address of my Contoso Air application. From code to Kubernetes in just a few commands. Now that I'm on Contoso Air, I'm going to buy a ticket to Hawaii. It's been a little chilly here in the Seattle area. Obviously, deploying an application is great, but for real-world applications, it's critically important that you monitor that application. That's why I'm so excited about the new Managed Grafana service that we have available for you within Azure. You can see that all it takes to install the Grafana service into the same resource group as AKS is just a few commands and a few seconds, and you'll have that cluster available to you to monitor your application. If I go back over to the Azure portal and I go into the resource group that my AKS cluster is located in, and now there's a managed Grafana instance also. And if I go into that Grafana instance, I can see all the metrics and data provided by Container Insights, but this time visualized in the fantastic and familiar interface of Grafana. You can see information like requests per second, the resources that you're using for your pods, and all of the different things you need to run your application successfully. And since Grafana is an open source product, it's available to you in Azure or wherever you want to run it. It's exciting to see how easy Azure can make running an application on top of industry standard open source software, but it's doing it in a managed way so that you can focus your energy on the applications that run on top of that software. Back to you, Scott.
Thanks, Brendan. With the Microsoft Cloud and Azure, you can build upon and leverage a complete cloud-native platform, from containers to serverless to cloud-native databases and AI capabilities. Azure Cosmos DB is the only petabyte-scale database service in the world that offers SLAs for single-digit millisecond latency and 5 nines availability with turnkey geo-replication capabilities. This enables you to build incredibly large and sophisticated cloud-native solutions. We're improving our Cosmos DB serverless capabilities and now enable you to dynamically scale up and down your database scale while only being charged for the storage and throughput that you use. This serverless, consumption-based database operations mode makes it much more cost-effective to run both dev test workloads and new production applications, and is a great way to get started using Azure Cosmos DB. With Azure, we provide a rich set of fully managed cloud services that you can use. These fully managed cloud services provide capabilities like high availability, automatic patching, backups, security management, and more. And with Azure Arc, we now make it possible for you to use these managed cloud services literally anywhere, whether it's in Azure, multi-cloud, or hybrid environments, and at the edge. And this now allows you to modernize even existing on-premises applications to be cloud-native solutions using familiar tools and Azure services. I'm excited to announce that our business-critical tier of our Azure Arc-enabled SQL managed instance is now generally available as of this week. This enables you to meet the most demanding business continuity requirements and gives organizations access to top-rated security and automated update capabilities. Azure Arc-enabled app services are also now in preview. These enable developers to take advantage of more of our cloud-native application development capabilities everywhere, including in hybrid and multi-cloud environments. You can now run our Azure App Service, Functions, Logic Apps, API Management, and Event Grid services on any Azure Arc-enabled Kubernetes cluster. Again, the Kubernetes cluster can be on-premises or hosted even in a third-party cloud. Now, we've covered a lot of territory so far, watched some amazing demos, and announced some new services. Developing with a Microsoft Cloud puts the latest cloud technologies in your hands and empowers you with both control and productivity. In the next section, you'll hear from Julia Louison and Ryan Morgan from VMware about modernizing enterprise Java applications. As always, I can't wait to see the amazing solutions you build. Over to you, Julia.
Thanks, Scott. I'm delighted to be joined by Ryan Morgan from VMware to talk about how we're helping Java developers run their Spring applications in the cloud. Ryan, can you talk about how we started working together?
Thanks, Julia. Microsoft and Pivotal, now VMware, have been partnering for a long time on Spring. In 2019, we announced Azure Spring Cloud, a fully managed service for Spring Boot applications that solves the challenges of running Spring at scale. Since then, we've expanded the capabilities of the service, including the enterprise tier that we announced in preview at Spring 1, 2021. Azure Spring Cloud is a fully featured platform for all types of Spring applications. And to better reflect this, we are now calling the service Azure Spring Apps.
A great example of how a customer is using Azure Spring Apps to run their Java apps at massive scale is FedEx. They're leveraging the Microsoft and VMware collaboration on Azure Spring Apps to deliver an impactful solution for their end customers. FedEx Global Delivery Prediction Platform, or GDPP, is a Java-based solution running on Azure that helps predict estimated delivery time for millions of packages. GDPP dynamically predicts estimated time of arrival for shipments, which has great benefit for customers with time-sensitive deliveries in industries like manufacturing, healthcare, and construction. I'm really proud of what we have built with Azure Spring Apps and the ability to support customers like FedEx in driving business outcomes. To continue to support our customers running mission-critical Spring Apps in the cloud, today, we're announcing the Azure Spring Apps Enterprise will be generally available in early June. This tier builds on the value of basic and standard tiers and adds fully managed VMware Tanzu components running on Azure and advanced VMware Spring runtime support. Ryan, what are some of the really cool things developer can do with Enterprise?
One of the key goals with Enterprise was to make it easier for developers to focus on their apps instead of dealing with operational complexity. With Enterprise, they can select and configure VMware Tanzu components of their choice at instance creation. Tanzu Build Service and Tanzu Build Packs automate source-to-container workflows across all your development frameworks. This includes the ability to deploy polyglot apps alongside your Spring apps. Here you can see Build Packs being applied through GitHub Actions. Next, API Portal for VMware Tanzu, along with Spring Cloud Gateway for VMware Tanzu, enables you to publish, discover, and route application traffic. Any APIs in Spring Cloud Gateway are automatically surfaced in API Portal for easy discovery and testing. Additionally, Enterprise tier includes VMware Spring Runtime support, which gives you access to Spring experts and a minimum of 12 months support after OSS end of life.
Thanks, Ryan. It's really exciting to see all of this, and we'll continue to partner to make Azure Spring Apps even better. Back to you, Kathleen.
A big thank you to all of our speakers across the last two sessions, and thanks to everyone watching today. This event and everything we announced is all for you because we're dedicated to helping you build productively and collaborate securely. We want you to have the confidence you can work and build anywhere, in the cloud and even at the edge with 5G. So when you're ready to take your next idea to the cloud, start with us. Thanks for watching today and enjoy the rest of Build.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jessica Hawk, and I run product marketing for Microsoft's data, AI, and mixed reality business. I'm so excited to be here today. Build is always a really important time of year for us as we try to talk about what's new with our offerings, with our customers. But it's a kind of a personally exciting moment for me because until recently, I was running a software consulting company. And frankly, I was often in the position of having to broker the arguments over who was going to get to go and who had to stay back. And I always understood the tension there because while there's no question that we're going to do our best to make sure that we share all of what we're about to talk about for the next couple of days in other media and other formats afterwards, there's something particularly exciting about being in the conversation as it's happening. And so we're just so grateful that you chose to take this time with us. And I'm going to be joined by Rohan Kumar, who runs our Azure data team. And we are going to walk you through everything that we're doing in Microsoft's data and AI business. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Rohan.
We believe we are moving to a world where every application is expected to be intelligent and adaptive to real-time learning. E-commerce and mobile applications, as an example, critically need this to build an amazing user experience. Developers struggle with this given the huge silos that exist between databases and analytic products. Analytics is not just a back-end process for reporting anymore. It's a critical part of the product experience. Businesses expect the ability of building end-to-end data pipelines to make decisions at the speed of thought. Data engineers, data scientists, and business analysts struggle with this given the complexity of making data integration, data warehousing, big data, MLOps, and business intelligence to work together. Meeting data privacy regulations is a critical need for every enterprise. Data and privacy officers struggle with this given governance is not deeply integrated where data lives, making it impossible to meet the regulatory bar. It's clear the fragmentation that exists today between databases, analytics, and governance products must be addressed. The good news is that it's happening now. To serve our developer, data engineer, data scientist, business analyst, data officer communities, we are laser focused on providing a unified platform, deeply and securely integrating our best-in-class databases, analytics, and governance products. The Microsoft Intelligent Data Platform, which Satya announced earlier, is how we are addressing these challenges head-on and truly enabling enterprise agility. We're also integrating the Intelligent Data Platform with the rest of the Microsoft Cloud for enabling richer data experiences for business users of Microsoft 365 and Dynamics 365, citizen developers using the Power Platform, and the GitHub developer community. Let's now look at some of the new innovations that help bring the Intelligent Data Platform to life. I'm really excited to announce that Azure Synapse Link for SQL is now in public preview. With Azure Synapse Link, you can simply pull your operational data into Synapse quickly to run scalable analytics in the cloud and visualize insights with Power BI in near real time, all without impacting the performance and scale of your operational databases. Over 10 million Azure SQL databases globally can now leverage this amazing capability. And that's how we'll continue to support and grow our 500,000 monthly active developers across Synapse, Azure Data Factory, and Data Explorer, and over 20 exabytes of data managed for analytics. We're building a single-click experience to enable you to say goodbye to building and managing complex and expensive ETL pipelines. This is in addition to the Azure Synapse Link for Cosmos DB and Synapse Link for Dataverse capabilities already in the market. Cosmos DB has become the go-to database for modern application development for companies big and small. In fact, Walmart.com's massive e-commerce platform runs on Cosmos DB using multi-region writes for extremely high availability and sub-10 millisecond latency. Speaking of analytics, we're very excited about the integration of Power BI with the Intelligent Data Platform and what it offers our 4 million developers innovating on Power BI and the almost 12 million Power BI users who are ingesting 148 petabytes of data per month. Data developers can build visualizations that connect multiple data sources in Power BI for application developers to seamlessly embed into portal applications. This saves time and eliminates the complexity required to build custom visuals. Power BI Premium Data Marts is now in public preview. Business users can create their own data marts on IT-certified datasets, freeing everyone to do the high-value work that matters the most. SQL Server 2022 is a big part of the Intelligent Data Platform. It will be generally available later this year. There's been tons of excitement and interest around the most cloud-connected version of SQL Server yet. 3 critical integrations supported with SQL Server 2022 are near real-time analytics with Synapse via Azure Synapse Link, managed disaster recovery with Azure SQL Managed Instance, and central governance with Microsoft Purview. This brings me to another challenge the Intelligent Data Platform addresses. Governance systems need to be connected across the entire data estate. The growth of data estates is simply too high to do this after the fact or to rely on manual processes. Microsoft Purview, our always-on governance and compliance platform, is utilized by organizations across every industry. It brings together all of our data governance and compliance capabilities under one umbrella. Capabilities to automatically map and classify data at scale with over 92 billion assets brought under governance this past quarter. A data catalog with over 17.8 thousand monthly active users that empowers all data consumers to easily find trusted, high-quality data. The ability to visualize and govern your full data estate in our cloud and on any cloud. And the Microsoft Purview Data Estate Insights capability will be made generally available soon to give data officers visibility and insights into their data assets across their hybrid data estate. As I mentioned earlier, the Intelligent Data Platform is fully integrated with the Microsoft Cloud. Here's why that's incredible. Imagine merging customer data in Dynamics 365 Customer Insights with the data in Synapse to gain further insights. Powerful capabilities like Microsoft 365 Data Connector to Synapse can enable live collaboration on data projects, including Microsoft 365 and Teams. You'll get immediate access to your data to allow you to train and retrain your machine learning models quickly, giving you the ability to turn data into predictive insights. Citizen developers can use the Power Platform to build customized applications on data stored in Azure SQL and Cosmos DB. We enable sharing data within Synapse with Microsoft 365 users via Power BI. And they can leverage Microsoft information protection and data classification investments made in Microsoft 365 across the entire data estate with Microsoft Purview. And it gets better. All the data and insights generated from these top layers give feedback to the Microsoft Cloud, creating a virtuous cycle. So now the question is, how does the Intelligent Data Platform help you accelerate innovation and achieve agility? Jessica and a great supporting cast have the answer.
Let's start with how it accelerates innovation by helping you focus on what matters most. You can build cloud-native applications, gain insights, and govern all of your data using the tools that you love to create business value and reduce risk, while adding new capabilities as you go. The Intelligent Data Platform frees you from the need to learn multiple ways of doing similar things so that you can focus on developing. And with the Intelligent Data Platform, you can easily integrate the streaming IoT data and billions of messages into, say, an application that uses AI and ML to provide up-to-the-minute logistics insights. To really get a sense for how Microsoft is doing this, I'd like to invite Rohan to join me for this next bit, along with Rafiq Jalal, Tax and Cloud and Data Leader at Kpmg Tax Ignition. Welcome, Rafiq.
Thank you, Jessica and Rohan, for having me here today. It's great to be here with everyone at Build. Just as you said, I lead the cloud and data platforms for Kpmg Tax globally.
Rohan, you've been partnering with Rafiq and the Kpmg team for some time now. Can you tell us a little bit more about the work that we're doing together?
Absolutely, Jessica. Our product and engineering teams have worked closely with Rafiq and his entire team at Kpmg to build out their next generation data pipeline, standing up a global Azure deployment to solve complex data and analytic challenges with data governance in mind. In fact, their latest solution is powered by the Microsoft's Intelligent Data Platform. They've been great partners with us.
It sounds like it. And Rafiq, if I'm not mistaken, at Kpmg, you recently launched a new data management services platform. Can you tell us a little bit about the solution?
Sure, Jessica. So Kpmg is a global business providing tax, audit, and advisory services. Kpmg Digital Gateway is our flagship tech platform for legal and tax services and offers consistent experiences for our clients across the world. Now, it's built on the Microsoft Cloud, just as Rohan said, and it's been in the market for a couple of years now. What we're announcing now is Digital Gateway's Data Factory, which adds global scale data management and analytics capabilities to that platform. So we're making huge investments in this space, and I've worked closely with your product and engineering teams, and I've seen tremendous success in our ability to execute at scale. And handle some of the most complex data and analytics challenges. All of this while keeping our clients' data secure on the Microsoft Cloud. Now, as you know, we operate in a very highly regulated space, and being a collection of distinct Kpmg member firms operating together makes the tech landscape very challenging. It's funny that just a couple of years back, we were having challenging discussions with our clients about why cloud. Now, more recently, the discussions are why not cloud, or how do we get there quickly, making all of these things a lot more easier for us. So thank you, Microsoft, for helping the industry at large get to this point.
Well, it's been a great partnership. So can you talk a little bit more about how the solution works?
Sure. So Digital Gateway at its core is a collection of microservices, things like task automation, workflow tracking, document collaboration, data collection, analytics, and visualization, and a whole suite of data products. All of these are put together and made accessible through a Kpmg user experience layer. Now, these microservices are built by teams, managed by different teams across different parts of the world, and are deployed into multiple cloud regions using an automated pipeline release process. Kpmg Tax as a business supports numerous services, and each of these domains have unique data needs. We have so many different operational systems that we've built over the years. And from an analytics standpoint, we are considering a data mesh approach with secure and integrated platforms that support a repeatable pattern across these different decentralized domains. Now, all of these are built using the modern data warehouse architecture. Now, this is not easy for us. We have a multi-member firm, multi-tenant environment, and inherently that adds a ton of complexity. All of this because our clients and users are logging in using Azure AD B2B. But we work closely with your product teams, your Excel Online team, Power BI, Synapse, Azure machine learning product teams over the years to help improve our ability to operate in a highly regulated environment and with such a complex Azure AD tenant structure. So just as a couple of recent examples, your Synapse team worked with us, and we are now able to have our data ops professional build pipelines and check in code into an Azure DevOps Git repo in a different tenant. That, along with the ability to integrate the Synapse user interface into Kpmg's user experience, has tremendously improved the productivity of our analysts and our data ops professionals as well.
And what has the impact been like for this so far?
Huge. So just to give you some context, many of our clients have historically had huge data challenges. They've had to work with multiple ERP systems. They have so many reporting obligations across the world. They have to deal with different languages, different reporting formats, and face an ever-changing regulatory environment. They also have to deal with multiple copies of data on their desktop using tools like Excel and Power BI. But with Digital Gateway, we've integrated Excel online, embedded Power BI and Synapse into our user interface, and this allows all of our analysts and users to have a one-stop shop experience and have a common and easy-to-use interface. So now clients provide data just once, and it's leveraged across all of the applications that we have at global scale. So that's for the end users and analysts. On the other hand, we have our developers and data teams who too have a unified experience using Synapse. And they are now able to operate on data and build data products and operational systems across these various different domains. I can say that looking back after all of these years, we made such a great decision to choose this tech stack, and I've really benefited from all the innovation that's happening at Microsoft. Our customers really trust Azure with their data, and with capabilities that are rolling out, things like VNet integration and private link support for all of your database products, Synapse, machine learning, Power BI, all the way to the accuracy that we get just out of the box with cognitive services, things like Forms Recognizer as an example. And now more recently with the breadth of governance that you have with Purview, gives us all the confidence in the world to maintain the trust of our clients. Powered by the Microsoft Cloud as its core underpinning, we see that Kpmg Digital Gateway as a platform is helping drive the growth of our tax and legal businesses, and it's going to continue to do that for the months and years to come as well.
Wow, it's impressive to see how KPMG's Digital Gateway, in partnership with Microsoft's Intelligent Data Platform, has made it easier for KPMG teams to serve customers in a seamless and secure way. Thank you, Rohan, and a special thanks to you, Rafiq, for joining us today.
Thank you.
I love hearing from organizations using the tech we're talking about. Let's talk about another reason we think you'll be as excited about the Intelligent Data Platform as we are. It enables you to be more agile, and we've all learned how quickly the world can change around us. So having agility and being able to pivot quickly is more important than ever before. You need to be able to build and develop how you want, deploy where you want, and get insights quickly in hybrid and multi-cloud environments. That's why companies like HSBC, Unilever, and others are developing apps with Microsoft's Intelligent Data Platform. Access to real-time information and analytics means HSBC's frontline staff can have more meaningful connections with customers, and Unilever can make faster, data-driven decisions as they develop new products. Let me give you one other example, BP. BP has ambitious sustainability goals, and they know data is key to meeting them. So with Microsoft's Intelligent Data Platform, they created a hub to bring together data from cloud and on-prem sources. They're also using Azure Digital Twins and Synapse to create advanced AI and ML models. As a result, they're better able to track, manage, and optimize carbon emissions in production sites, ultimately reducing their carbon footprint. These companies, like so many others around the world, partner with Microsoft because we are a partner they can trust from the very foundation. Now let me hand it back to Rohan to talk a little bit more about how the Intelligent Data Platform is built with security, governance, and trust at the core.
Thanks, Jessica. Absolutely. The products and services within the Intelligent Data Platform share a common frame around security and governance. It properly protects data in the same way across all services and without developers needing to create one-offs or bridge apps to label and protect your data. Microsoft Purview integrates all your data asset metadata into a holistic data map that auto-scales. And because it's automatic, with just a few clicks, you can discover and classify your data assets in a matter of minutes. Another big part of data governance is responsible AI. As part of the Intelligent Data Platform, the interactive Responsible AI dashboard and the scoreboard on Azure Machine Learning helps you understand model performance and mitigate unintentional biases. And we're delivering the GA of the Azure SQL Database Ledger, which tracks changes with the power of blockchain to attest your data hasn't been tampered with. With AI, models, and data you can trust, you can develop data-powered experiences with confidence. Here's a real-world example. As part of a company-wide data migration effort, a global insurer consolidated its data silos. And it moved its models to Azure, creating a single source of high-quality data in Azure SQL database. To govern its data, the insurer's analytic teams deployed Microsoft Purview to overlay its technical and business data. Speaking of trust, let's talk about AT&T. More than 400 million customers depend on AT&T to connect to points all over the globe to talk, text, and exchange data over AT&T networks. The iconic company is undergoing a very large data center migration to move their on-premises estate to Azure. Using Private Link to connect its Azure Platform as a Service and Azure Infrastructure as a Service resources, AT&T has created a single version of truth, centralizing tools and data in Azure Data Lake storage. This solution provides secure and easy access to business insights through Power BI. Now that you've seen how integral data governance is to the Intelligent Data Platform, let's spotlight a few more ways you can use what you've already invested in. To ensure the continuity of your new tech, Azure Arc-enabled SQL Managed Instance, Business Critical, is now generally available. The Intelligent Data Platform also includes Azure Machine Learning endpoints, which is now generally available, providing a unified interface. On a final note, Azure Cosmos DB has new enhanced elasticity capabilities to improve performance, scalability, and cost effectiveness. To get the details on these new features, integrations, and more, be sure to check out breakout sessions throughout Build.
Thanks, Rohan. What a great way to spend my first Build. Thank you, everyone, for joining us to hear about the Microsoft Intelligent Data Platform. As you can tell, we're really excited about this. Enjoy the rest of Build, and let's keep the conversation going.
Okay, we're at Build. I'm pumped. I can't tell you how pumped I am to be here with all of you, with the team, just talking about Windows. And Windows has always been a place to create, to learn, and connect. And one of the most humbling things on Windows for me is how you, our developer community, continues to engage with the platform and bringing value to over 1.4 billion of our shared customers. Windows is the platform for the world's innovation, and you are the group that continues to unlock that. It's incredible. Thank you for all you do, but that's also why it's so critical for us to innovate and share with you the tools to dream big and turn your ideas into reality. Today, Satya had a chance to share with you the direction the Windows platform is going. And right now, we're creating a world where we can better blend the client to the cloud, enabling hybrid compute and incredible AI. We're building on the GPU, the CPU, the MPU, and in essence, we're introducing a fourth processor to Windows with Azure Compute. Using Azure, one of the world's most powerful computers, to enable rich, local experiences on Windows. We talk about this quite often as bringing Azure computing to the Windows client. In the future, moving between client and cloud compute, this is going to be as easy or as seamless as moving between Wi-Fi and cellular on your phone today. You won't even know it's happening. It's just going to be amazing what you can bring to it. Bringing Azure and Windows closer together is going to enable you to bring new classes of applications for your commercial and consumer customers. Starting with Windows 365 and AVD, we will continue to bridge towards that model today. Utilizing our open platform, open store, and open hardware ecosystem, empowering you to bring your skills, talent, and passion continuously forward. Today, we're going to share new updates to Windows 11 for developers specifically, including new app building tools to enable you to take your existing code and make it incredibly compelling on Windows, new ways to reach and engage customers through the Microsoft Store. We're going to introduce a new development kit, I'm pumped about it, with AI capabilities called Project Volterra. And we're going to introduce a comprehensive ARM native developer toolchain, all building towards our vision for hybrid compute and AI models, including MPU-enabled devices for developers as we look to the future together. I hope you see both what you can do today as well as where we are going tomorrow. Now, please welcome Shilpa to share more about our open platform and open store.
Thank you, Panos. I'm excited to be here representing Windows and sharing what's new for developers in Windows 11. Now, we know that many of our Windows customers come because of the innovation, insight, skill, and passion you have built into your applications and have made accessible through the Windows experience. Our belief is that by investing in Windows as an open platform, we can enable you to bring your existing code to over 1 billion customers, and with very little effort, increase your app's appeal, usability, and engagement. The Windows App SDK 1.1 is in preview, and it will be available soon. As an open platform, you can pick whichever technology you prefer to bring your apps to life. If you prefer to code in JavaScript, you can use React Native for Windows. And for those of you that want to target mobile and desktop, we just released .NET MAUI 1.0. And these are all built on top of WinUI when running on Windows. And in addition to all of this, Windows also gives you the ability to build experiences that leverage touch, haptic pen, voice, and AI to create features that truly differentiate your apps. Now, let me show you an example of how we're using these capabilities to enable you to capture better notes through a major update for OneNote. OneNote is also being updated with the same beautiful Windows 11 look and feel. And when you undock your pen, the app transitions into an expanded pen-focused view. We leverage voice and AI, and OneNote allows you to record and transcribe while simultaneously annotating. The new inking experience is natural, with tactile signals mimicking the feel of pen on paper, thanks to the small vibrations in the Surface Slim Pen 2. Inside OneNote, I can now see what was said alongside every stroke. I can see my annotations get replayed while still being able to listen to or read the entire transcript. And now you too can leverage the same multimodal input and Azure speech capabilities. We will continue to invest in Windows as the most open platform, allowing you to bring your existing apps and easily take advantage of platform-specific capabilities on Windows. We know building a great app isn't enough to lead to your success if customers cannot easily find your innovation. And we want to help, which is why one of the biggest investments we've made is the brand new Microsoft Store for Windows. We know that job number one is to bring more customers to the store and improve app discovery for those customers. We also know that many of you are seeking innovations in bringing Win32 applications more easily to the store, ways to improve engagement, and all of you are looking to better understand your customers through analytics. The new Microsoft Store was built to meet those needs. And the momentum in the Microsoft Store has been incredible. We saw a 50% increase in new apps and games in the first quarter of 2022, compared to the same period in 2021 before we launched the new store. The Microsoft Store gives you the freedom to easily bring any app that runs on Windows. The Amazon App Store is a great example. As part of the preview, Amazon has brought thousands of apps to Windows 11 and will continue to grow the catalog monthly. But that's not all. I'm thrilled to share that the App Store is expanding to 5 new countries by the end of this year. When we introduced the new store on Windows 11, we saw 3 times the number of visits over the previous store. From the very beginning, the Microsoft Store was designed to help you run your business. With our open policies, you have the choice to use the commerce engine that we provide with industry-leading revenue share, or you can use your own commerce engine in your app. And if you do, you get to keep 100% of your revenue. Let's take a moment to hear from developers about what they love about our store and how it's helping their business.
Last year, we launched TikTok PWA to the Windows Store and have seen positive performance in return.
Windows creators are actually some of our most powerful users, and they're creating more podcasts, videos, and social media content than ever before.
Microsoft Store being tightly integrated into Windows is a great natural fit for launching and distributing our application.
The ability to manage that listing and all of those customers through the store has enabled us to go to market in more languages than we had initially expected.
The Win32 unmodified apps allows WinZip to build a direct relationship with our customers while leveraging the reach of Microsoft.
More than everything else, it excites us to go on this journey with Microsoft Store team because they're really flexible and we see how the store is being developed.
What excites us most about the Microsoft Store is Microsoft's commitment to work with app developers to create a healthy app marketplace.
The Microsoft Store has helped us grow our business tremendously since we launched the PWA. It's a new point of discovery, just given the types of devices that Microsoft has for its users.
The Microsoft Store is a great place to showcase your applications. It has helped Canva grow by providing another platform for our users to access Canva. It's an amazing partnership.
With an easy submission process and additional traffic we're bringing to our apps, we believe the ROI speaks for itself. We're independent and entirely member funded. And so being able to keep any amount of extra money that we can and extra revenue to reinvest in the community is huge, huge win for us.
Now let's switch gears to talk about the investments we're making around app discovery. As a developer, whether you're trying to tap into your existing market or a new one, finding new customers is hard. That's why I'm excited to announce that we will soon start testing a new product called Microsoft Store Ads. Microsoft Store Ads will help you get your apps or games in front of the right customer at the right time. Using the Microsoft Advertising Portal, you'll be able to create, run, and view ad campaigns in the store, improving discoverability and conversion for your app. Microsoft Store ads will feature on one of the most important experiences of the store, the search results page. And when customers search, we show them the most relevant search results along with the new relevant content suggestions. We're really excited for you to try this out. So sign up on our waitlist by visiting the link on the screen. Now, speaking of waitlists, let's move on to one final topic. What are we doing for Win32 developers? Well, last year, we announced our waitlist for the Win32 apps. The response has been amazing, and we've been working with some of you to begin onboarding your Win32 apps to our store. And of course, we've brought our own Win32 apps to the store too, like Microsoft Edge, Microsoft Teams, and Visual Studio. Today, the wait is over. If you are a developer on any of these platforms, frameworks targeting Windows, we want to welcome you to our store. We've also heard your feedback and have created a new store submission REST API to help you get your code seamlessly into the Microsoft Store. We've created an action that directly integrates into your CI/CD pipeline. And finally, the store is empowering Win32 developers with actionable insights through analytics, giving you the information you need around install, help, and usage to help you make informed decisions, without high costs or need for any complex infrastructure. Windows and the new Microsoft Store are built to improve your ability to reach and delight our shared customers. And while I'm incredibly proud of what we've done, I know we are not finished. We are committed to continuing to invest in Windows as an open platform and an open store based upon your feedback. Because at Windows, we know that our success is predicated on yours. Thank you. Please welcome Kevin.
Thanks, Shilpa. Windows believes at its very core in an open hardware ecosystem, giving us more flexibility and more options, as well as the ability to support a wide range of scenarios. We also believe in having a diverse set of vendors who each offer incredible differentiated capabilities, from high-end gaming rigs to portable devices, from enterprise desktops to affordable PCs for education. But we're always looking for how to support more innovation. Today, there's perhaps no better example of silicon innovation than the emergence of NPUs, or neural processing units, chunks of silicon built specifically to accelerate AI inferencing while consuming much less power than if the CPU does the work itself. So I'm excited to announce we're working on Project Volterra. You'll be able to explore many AI scenarios using Project Volterra's amazing NPU via the new Snappy for Windows toolkit. And because we will see NPUs being built into most, if not all, future computing devices, we're going to make it easy for developers to leverage these new capabilities by baking support for NPUs into the end-to-end Windows platform. Our chief scientist, Stevie, will have more on this in just a minute. Next up, let's talk about ARM. We enabled Windows to run x86 and x64 Windows apps directly on ARM devices. But while existing apps run well under emulation, users want native apps. Native apps deliver the fastest, most responsive, liquid-smooth UX, consume less memory, storage, and I/O, and deliver great battery life. Which is why we are super excited to announce a comprehensive end-to-end ARM native toolchain, including full Visual Studio 2022 and VS Code, Visual C++, modern .NET 6 and Java, classic .NET Framework, Windows Terminal, and WSL and WSA for running Linux and Android apps. We're working towards full GA by the end of calendar year 2022, and you'll see the first preview of many of these tools in the next few weeks, including Visual Studio 2022. We're also hard at work helping many open source projects natively target ARM, including Python, Node, Git, LLVM, and more. We also know that devices and tools are really not enough. Developers today also rely on services for things like CI/CD and containers. Azure recently announced a public preview of their ARM VMs and are working on ARM Kubernetes container support as well. We'll soon be porting our CI/CD runners and agents, which you can use in your own build labs or with the new ARM Azure VMs. And we're working on adding CI/CD to Azure and GitHub's cloud-hosted services. So let's take a look at the new Visual Studio 2022 running on a Project Volterra device. Let's start by opening the new ARM native Visual Studio. When I take a look at the process and task manager, I see Visual Studio is running as a native ARM64 process. I've already cloned the .NET WPF samples repo in GitHub, so I can show you this app. When I open an existing project in Visual Studio, I might need to make a few changes. For example, I might need to update any NuGet package references to a version that supports ARM. Let's build the app and run it. And because Visual Studio and the compiler and the tools are all ARM native, it builds quickly. This sample is a photo viewer app. Here we see some photos from a trip last month. If I take a quick look at Task Manager again, I see the app I just built is also running as a native ARM64 process. Oh, it seems to be opening the wrong image. Looks like we have a bug. Let's take a look. Looks like I left some test code in. I'm going to set a breakpoint here, so it'll break into the debugger. I'm going to open the image again, and now I can make a quick change to my app to remove the test code, and use hot reload to execute my changes while I'm debugging it without having to restart the app. And it opens the correct photo now. As you saw, using the new ARM native Visual Studio and .NET toolchain, I was able to build, debug, and update my app on the fly with the same productive developer workflow I have on x64, all running on an ARM-powered Project Volterra developer device. We'll announce more details about Project Volterra later this year. Now, to inspire you with an example of an amazing experience you can build when you bring together the power of the local device, the NPU, and the power of Azure ML, please welcome Stevie.
Thanks, Kevin. We're at the dawn of a new computing era. It'll be dominated by massive compute needs, where bigger is better. When AI models with billions of parameters is the norm, magic happens. But the compute needs of this era will not be solved by the edge nor the cloud alone. As Satya mentioned, Microsoft has a vision to design the world's computer, one that composes cloud and edge together as one entity, one computing fabric. To support this computing fabric, the neural processor will become an integral part of Windows PCs. Just like how GPUs and graphics technologies ignited computer-aided design in the 90s, NPUs and AI are driving the age of computer-aided reasoning today. In the near future, the speed of your computer will be measured by the power of its neural processor. Kevin just talked about Project Volterra. Its neural processor has the best-in-class AI computing capacity with mind-blowing efficiency. Let me give you a sneak peek at some of the AI experiences running on Project Volterra. Here you see our state-of-the-art face tracker. This is a complex and dense AI model, but it only consumes 145 milliwatts on the NPU. If we ran that same model on a high-end CPU, it would consume more than 20 watts while maxing out that CPU. In comparison, this NPU is 100 times more efficient. Another example is Microsoft's speech-to-text transformer model that usually runs in the cloud, but now it's running locally on this NPU. At only 137 milliwatts, the efficiency is mind-blowing with no loss of accuracy. But here's the real kicker. Take that high-density face tracker that could barely run on the best CPUs, add the cloud-level speech-to-text AI model, and throw in a few other experiences like background segmentation, a powerful AI denoiser, and even super resolution. Get this, they can all run continuously and concurrently on this NPU, leaving your CPU and your GPU free to sing on your other application tasks. These highly efficient and powerful neural processors will become ubiquitous across the Windows ecosystem. These examples are just the tip of the iceberg. AI is evolving fast. New math coupled with new silicon innovations are changing the rules of Moore's Law. But to make your AI run efficiently hasn't been easy. At Microsoft, we're solving this problem for you. We're developing technologies that will help you compile, deploy, and run your AI across multiple operating systems and processors. All this without compromising performance. And through this process, we're making it easier to load shift between Azure and the edge. Now, this unlocks a powerful programming pattern we call the hybrid loop. This hybrid loop blurs the line between where Azure ends and where your device begins, bringing more computing power to your application. Take a look at this demo. Here you see our prototype AI toolchain in Azure ML. Starting from an open source super resolution model, we're going to compile and run it across multiple processors. The output of this step are silicon-specific optimized AI binaries that I'll include in my application. To show the cross-platform nature of these technologies, here's that same application running natively on Windows, as a web app with a native AI stack, and an Android app on Surface Duo. Under the hood is the same engine, Onyx Runtime, our cross-platform, cross-silicon, and even cross-cloud and edge API. It's so cool that we can go across cloud and edge and make that seamless for you. Watch as I click on the toggles, I'm asking Onyx Runtime to execute the corresponding AI model across the CPU, the GPU, the NPU, and Azure. I am thrilled to announce that we're working on a new and exciting Azure execution provider for Onyx Runtime. Not only can Onyx Runtime invoke the local processors, but it's also capable of using Azure Compute to run your AI workloads, especially the largest models. All this under a unified API across platforms and across cloud and edge. The new Azure execution provider, Onyx Runtime, and its toolchain are seminal technologies to power the hybrid loop. Here at Microsoft, we're using the power of software to solve the hardware and ecosystem complexities inherent in this new and exciting space of AI. Silicon and platform innovations are going to change the type of applications you write. They will foundationally be based on AI. They will intuit the tasks of the customer. They will help people solve problems that were never before imagined. But they will demand compute, and they will drive how devices will operate and be designed. Microsoft will be here to help you scale your experiences with new tools, new technologies, and greater compute. Use them and build magical applications. This is the call to action. There's a whole blue ocean out there. Go for it. Be creative. Be audacious. Be bold.
Hello, I'm Jeff Teeper, Corporate Vice President of Microsoft 365 collaboration with Microsoft Teams, SharePoint, and OneDrive. And I'm excited to be here with you for Microsoft Build 2022. We're going to share with you how developers around the world can enable new forms of work and learning using the latest tools from Microsoft. To start things off, I'll hand it over to Charles to talk about why new app patterns are changing the way organizations digitally transform.
Thanks, Jeff. Hi, everyone. I'm Charles Lamanna, Corporate Vice President of Business Apps and Platform at Microsoft. We are so excited to be here with you at Microsoft Build. We are going to talk about two important new patterns for developers. The first is a new application type. It's called collaborative apps, which are interwoven into collaborative surfaces like chats and meetings to surface relevant data and processes right where people are working. It is the first new app type since mobile apps changed the world over a decade ago. The second is a new way to build applications. It's called low-code, which integrates seamlessly with pro-code development tools. Low-code makes it easy to build web, mobile, and collaborative apps faster than ever before. Over the next 5 years, we expect 500 million new applications to be created. Developers will need to use low-code to keep up and build many of these apps, and they will also need to infuse collaboration into these apps. Together, Microsoft 365 and the Power Platform are delivering experiences and tools designed for developers to embrace these two new patterns and accelerate development. With over 270 million monthly active users, Microsoft Teams has become the platform for hybrid work. And the use of third-party and custom apps in Teams has grown 10 times over the last 2 years. These are all collaborative apps. At the same time, over 7 million developers are now using the Power Platform to build solutions that are in use in organizations around the world. These are all now low-code developers. Today, we are excited to share news about these products, including welcoming a fifth member to the Power Platform family. But before we jump in, let's take a look at a customer story. Our customers are showing us the many ways teams in the Power Platform can enable their developers. Lumen Technologies was an early adopter of Teams in the Power Platform, and Lumen is a perfect example of how bringing apps and workflows into Teams drives real business outcomes and improved user experiences. Before I hand it back to Jeff, let's hear a bit more about the awesome work they're doing.
At Lumen, we're all about the next-gen technology and connecting the consumer with what we're doing and with the business.
We have smart people at Lumen. They come up with ideas, and if you don't provide them a platform, they figure out a way to do it themselves. And Teams is a great gateway for that. Teams is a fantastic platform for collaboration. But beyond collaboration, you can surface different Power Apps into your Teams solution.
For our more experienced developers, the Power Platform removes a lot of the work that you have to do up front. There's also the ability to just quickly create your canvas and then move your code in behind it. I can just drag and drop. I have the ability now to actually go in and look at my Power Effects, and I can see how all this actually flows. Another area is the API access to Dataverse. And we have the pro developer who's seeing what's happening there, and that's happening with our citizen developer and our maker, and now they're coming together. We've created 3,800 Power Apps and close to 8,500 flows with our makers at Lumen. The thing that I'm most proud of is this community that has just organically grown. It's this ability to support each other. It's the best thing I've ever done in my career.
Let's dive into collaborative apps. Building collaborative apps with Microsoft Stack means developers can take advantage of market-leading collaborative experiences, gain critical compliance and security safeguards, and leverage the data and AI capabilities built into our products. There are two complementary ways in which developers can connect with Teams and its collaborative fabric. First, you can bring your app into Teams leveraging its many extensibility points. You can use standard web technologies and tools like JavaScript and Visual Studio Code, or use low-code Power Platform tools. These apps can be accessed anywhere users can access Teams across Windows, Mac, iOS, Android devices, and more. Second, you can bring the collaborative capabilities of Teams into your existing app using Graph APIs, Azure Communication Services, or Power Platform. With these two patterns, apps in Teams or Teams in your apps, you can also leverage the power of the Microsoft Graph to build smarter experiences. With Graph, your apps can unlock insights from communications and collaboration patterns, enhance context and relevance of the application experience. With over 270 million users of Microsoft Teams and growing, Teams is the biggest economic opportunity for developers to enable hybrid work and learning. It's called Build for a reason. So let's show you how you can start creating new or extend existing apps for Teams. We'll start with a developer preview of the Teams.js 2.0 SDK, which provides features that will soon let developers bring their apps to other Microsoft 365 surfaces, including Outlook and Office.com. Just one example. Developers can build rich, adaptive cards that unfurl from message extensions in Teams and soon Outlook, which our partners like Zoho are using to create more engagement with their applications. The Teams Toolkit for Visual Studio Code, which I'm excited to announce, is now generally available. Also, the Teams Toolkit for Visual Studio 2022 is available today in preview. And so I'd like to invite my colleague Sukhmani to show you more.
Thanks, Jeff. The Teams Toolkit for Visual Studio Code is the best way to get started building apps for Teams. The toolkit allows you, as a developer, to create, build, debug, and publish apps for Teams across web and mobile devices in minutes. Teams Toolkit in Visual Studio Code saves you time by automating configuration across portals, iterating faster with a rapid inner development loop, and deliver confidence using CI/CD deployment workflows. The first step in Teams Toolkit is to select Create a new Teams app. I want my app to notify me with stale GitHub issues as a reminder each day. So I'm selecting the notification bot option with a timer trigger. Once the project is created, I can run and debug right away. The toolkit helps with all the configuration needs to set up a new Teams app. Here's my new app running in Teams, and I already have a message with my notification. I want to customize this, so I'm going to change a few project files. First, I'll change the adaptive card. This is the UI for my message. I'll select the Preview and Debug adaptive cards hint to preview my edits directly inside VS Code. This gives me a side-by-side visual that updates as I change my adaptive card. And finally, I'm pasting in some code to get my stale GitHub issue using this GraphQL query and updating the function to use that data. Let's run the app again to see our new notification message in action. I'm going to add an SSO-enabled tab to my app. This gives me a way to display web content from my app, and the toolkit includes some sample components that use Fluent UI React to make it easier to look and feel like Teams. And now, the toolkit can also run and debug your apps in Teams, Outlook, and Office. Back to you, Jeff.
Thanks, Sukhmani. With the shift to hybrid, intuitive collaboration on apps and content inside meetings will become more important than ever. Last fall, we announced the ability for apps to launch onto the meeting stage. Several partners like Miro, Envision, and Mural took advantage of this to enable better meeting collaboration. Today, we are excited to announce Live Share, a first-of-its-kind interactive experience for scenarios like co-editing and co-watching in the center stage of a Teams meeting powered by Fluid technology. With our Teams Client SDK extensions in preview, you can enable live share experiences for your apps in the center stage of a meeting, transforming app sharing from a one-directional experience to a truly collaborative co-engagement experience. Let's show you how easy it is to add this to your app. I have a Teams app with a few capabilities, including a bot and link unfurling that lets me share a video to the meeting stage. When I press play, it only plays for me. That's not very collaborative, so let's fix that. First, I'm going to define the object schema. I'm going to sync using the new ephemeral media session shared object for that. Then I initialize the Teams Fluid client and then call the join container method to create the Fluid container. I can set the synchronizer by passing my HTML5 player to that media session. And next, I call the start method, passing in the roles that I can control for playback. And then set the event handlers to manage the play, pause, and seek commands. Now, I've spent a bit more time on this app before, so let me join my team meeting with Ashley, who is one of the developers who helped us create Live Share, and we'll show you how this works. Hi, Ashley. Hey, everyone.
Hi, Jeff. I've installed the final app. Click it and you can see the videos. I'll pick one to start.
This looks great. The playback works and the video remains in sync.
It's easy to sync video using LiveShare's ephemeral media objects. And it's not just video. Because LiveShare is backed by Fluid, your app can share and sync any state across all the clients in the meeting. Why don't you add another video to the queue?
Okay. Done. Let's watch it together. This is great, Ashley. Thanks for all the work that you and your colleagues did to make Live Share.
You're welcome, Jeff. It was a great team effort.
This use case of co-watching just scratches the surface. This next capability is coming soon in the summer. You'll be able to display adaptive cards as live, actionable loop components with minimal code, as our partner Zoho has done. Your users can make decisions and take actions, like updating the status of a ticket, right in the flow of work using a loop component. And updates are always live, like this one across Outlook, Teams, and Zoho. One partner who's building a Teams app to better serve their customers is Figma. We use Figma as our primary design tool for Teams and many Microsoft products, so I'm particularly excited about our work together. The Figma app for Teams, which is coming soon, will leverage the new adaptive card functionality. When a link to a Figma file is shared, the card unfurls so I can preview the file, start a meeting from that window, and even respond to comments in Figma without ever leaving Teams. The app also makes it possible to subscribe to Figma notifications inside Teams so that you never miss a beat. In addition to moving this design forward asynchronously, the new app also lets me access Figma and FigJam in a meeting. What that means is I can easily share a Figma design file in a meeting in the center stage, and everyone can review it directly as we discuss it. And finally, we are deepening Teams integration with Power Platform's low-code tools. Coming soon, Collaboration Controls lets Powerapps developers embed Microsoft 365 collaboration features like Teams chats and task components and more right inside your Powerapps. And speaking of Power Platform, Charles teased a big announcement earlier that I imagine folks are eager to hear about.
Thanks, Jeff. It is awesome to see the way Teams and these new collaborative experiences are helping companies adapt to hybrid work. The way people work and communicate has changed. To adapt and stay relevant, companies need to create new applications and create quickly. As developers, we will need to build these new collaborative applications. In addition to creating new types of apps, we also need to adopt new tooling and new ways of developing apps. Whether you are building web, mobile, or collaborative applications, we need to find ways to go faster. And with the Power Platform, you can do just that. The Power Platform enables developers and IT professionals to create secure and modern solutions at speed. You can build custom solutions using the Power Platform's low-code and visual authoring tools, or you can use standard web dev tools and Visual Studio Code. Or you can do both, mixing and matching code and low code. The Power Platform enables developers to rapidly build apps and to easily surface business data to the right people in the right context and at the right time. And the Power Platform family is getting bigger. I am incredibly excited to welcome Microsoft Power Pages, the newest member of the Power Platform family. As a new standalone product, Power Pages is a low-code way to create data-powered, modern, and secure websites. You can start from scratch or leverage fully featured, customizable templates to suit your unique business needs. Or you can use Visual Studio Code for advanced capabilities like JavaScript, liquid templates, code components, and web APIs. Both low-code and pro-code are supported. And with its origins in Powerapps portals, Power Pages is a scalable platform already supporting tens of millions of users across all types of industries. I'd like to invite Sanya Singh, VP of Power Pages, to show us a quick demo.
Thank you, Charles. We just saw earlier how Lumen is using a combination of Microsoft Teams and Power Platform to drive innovation and engagement with their organization. Now let's take a look at how Lumen can use Power Pages to build and launch a secure website for their customers to better connect with their internal support teams. When I navigate to Power Pages for the first time, I'm guided through this quick, immersive onboarding experience. It gauges my website skill abilities, guides me through creating my first website. When I land on the home page, I can see all my sites that I've created nicely organized with these rich site cards with actions to open them in the Design Studio. I also have access to all of these several out-of-the-box templates in Templates Hub to start my site creation journey. The Learn Hub is my go-to place to access how-to videos, articles that will guide me through different stages of designing, building, configuring, and launching my site. Now let's open the site that I'm creating for Lumen customers in the Design Studio. The Design Studio is made up of 4 workspaces. You can see on the left rail that there are 4 workspaces: Pages, Styling, Data, and Setup. This first workspace that you're seeing is where I add my pages to the site. I can build professional-looking web pages by adding sections and several standard components like text, images, videos, and make inline changes to get to the look and content I want. The next web page uses more advanced component like this business data list I created in Data Workspace. It displays all the service tickets created by my customers. While I can start building my web page visually, access to the code is never far away. With this inline code editor, I can make pixel-perfect HTML edits to the web page. Let's navigate to the next workspace called the Styling Workspace. Here is where I apply site-wide color and font styling. The third workspace is the Data Workspace. Here is where I model, design, visualize business data, list and forms like the service tickets that I want to share and collect from my site visitors. And finally, to the setup workspace. I can configure advanced site-wide settings like how my customers will securely sign in. Now, as a developer, I'd like to work in the tools that are familiar to me. In this case, Visual Studio Code. With Visual Studio Code extensions and command line interface, I can quickly pull the site content locally to my machine. The website content is downloaded and structured in YAML and HTML, making site customization very intuitive to me. On the left side, you can see that all the site assets have been downloaded, including content snippets, list, form, tables, and web pages. Now, one of the benefits of working with Visual Studio Code is that I can add more complex controls that I've created to my site. Now here, I've created a custom form called the Ticket Details form. The site users will use this to create new service ticket. I can now add that to the form called Open Ticket form. I have built-in support for Liquid, which is an open source markup language to embed dynamic content to my site. Now that I'm done with the site customization, let me use the command line interface to upload all my changes to the integrated development environment. I can finish this whole round trip from Visual Studio Code to the Design Studio with the changes that I've made to see them in action. Now let me go ahead and sync my changes here. After all the changes have been synced, I can navigate to the web page, Open New Ticket web page in the Pages workspace, and see my new custom form that I added from Visual Studio Code. Now, the last step is to preview my site and make sure it's working as expected. By scanning this QR code, I can see the site rendered directly here on my phone. And the great thing about Power Pages, because it is Bootstrap UX framework based, it takes care of rendering a fully responsive mobile experience without you writing a single line of code. Now, that was just a quick tour of Power Pages. Now, with that, I will hand it over to you, Charles.
Thank you, Sanya. I am so excited for all developers, whether low code or code first, start using Power Pages today to build modern, professional websites. Powerapps has always enabled low-code developers to quickly build web and mobile applications with drag and drop simplicity. And today, we are making UI design even more seamless. We are thrilled to announce that Express Design is now in public preview for Powerapps. By leveraging advanced AI models, you can upload a Figma, a PDF, a paper form, a screenshot of a legacy UI, or even a picture of your hand-drawn app, and Powerapps will convert it into a working app. The app includes a completed UI design built from your input and a back end already wired up. You just need to double-check our AI, wire up any additional data from our over 650 data connectors or your Azure services, and deploy. That's all it takes to get started. Since Power Automate launched Robotic Process Automation, or RPA, in 2019, we have continued to make automation easy to include in every solution. Today, we are taking the next step in our journey with the preview of hosted RPA bots in Power Automate. Now it is easier than ever to deploy and manage unintended RPA bots across your solutions. We used to take days for IT to set up, now only takes minutes. Just set up basic parameters and the required bots will be added or removed automatically when your bots run, leveraging hosted virtual machines in Azure, just like Windows 365. And we are also taking conversational experiences to the next level with the evolution of Power Virtual Agents. Incorporating the Azure Bot Framework natively in Power Virtual Agents for the first time, developers can easily create inside an integrated chatbot building studio. Create topics graphically or with code, and with Power Effects, manipulate data to build more sophisticated logic. You can easily add images, videos, or adaptive cards within the canvas for rich responses by your chatbot. And with Azure Communication Services, you can interact over the phone, providing intelligent and conversational interactive voice responses. This is the biggest build ever for the Power Platform, and I have just whizzed through a bunch of new announcements, but there are dozens of other big releases today that ensure Power Platform is a great tool for developers. From introducing commenting across our Maker platform for easier collaboration, enabling version control via GitHub, to Powerapps Wrap for packaging and distributing Powerapps as native mobile apps on iOS and Android. And with our new pay-as-you-go model, you can get started with low code by connecting the Power Platform to your Azure subscription. You can get started with minimal friction and scale applications inside of Azure. In closing, we would encourage you to check out these breakouts and Into Focus sessions. They have deeper dives, great demos, and more news on collaborative app patterns and low code. Thank you so much for joining us. We hope you have an awesome Build 2022. Back to you, Jeff.
Thanks, Charles. We are so excited to see what all of you build next with Microsoft Teams, the Power Platform, and the rest of the Microsoft Cloud to transform how organizations work with faster, composable, collaborative apps. Thank you again for joining us.
Welcome back to the Microsoft Build Studio. We've had a packed morning, and here to break it all down are two industry experts you're sure to recognize. You'll know her from her coverage of Microsoft for ZDNet, and him from the industry staple, Thurrott.com. They're also the dynamic duo of the Windows Weekly podcast. Welcome to Microsoft Build, Mary Jo Foley and Paul Thurrott.
Hello.
Yay!
Thank you, Sonia. That's as effusive as Paul gets. That's kind of where you're at.
I know, jam-packed morning, I know.
A lot. I was trying not to.
I love it, I love it. Okay, so as I mentioned, there's a metric ton of news to get through. So why don't we start with the man who started it all, Satya Nadella. You know, he kicked off the keynote. Mary Jo, would love to hear what the headlines were for you.
I loved this Build keynote, maybe more than many of the past keynotes, because it was a keynote for developers by developers. All the announcements were very developer focused. There was much less kind of high level talk. And I love that he also gave us a very interesting glimpse into the future of what development's going to look like as the cloud and local compute power are merged together. I thought that was really interesting and very thought-provoking.
I love it, yeah. Paul?
I agree. I mean, Build is my favorite conference. I've probably said this before. I have a developer background. I'm far removed from it by now, but I'm always fascinated by what Microsoft comes up with every year. This is kind of a strange thing to say, but I felt like this was the most developer-focused developer conference that Microsoft has had in a long time, kind of echoing what Mary Jo said. And from the client to the cloud, I just thought, and the whole notion of citizen developer and this no-code, low-code transition that we're making right now, I think is fascinating. It was energizing almost. It was really, really nice.
Awesome. So Paul, talk to me about this theme that we're seeing across the keynote, AI and automation assisting developers. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, so actually, I think the single best thing that Satya said during his keynote was this notion of Copilot for everything. It was it was almost a throwaway term, but I thought it kind of encapsulated the entire theme of what we're seeing with AI and automation across the stack, right? So last year, I think it was, Microsoft came out with this notion of GitHub Copilot, which was a way to use VS Code, AI, and finish writing code for developers. You know, you've got some body of code, it would finish it off for you. And there were statistics about that. I think, 30% of developers had used it to finish some body of code. But now we're seeing that applied elsewhere across the stack, right? So they talked about the Express Design tool for Powerapps, right? Where you can convert something that you might have on hand, a PDF, a PowerPoint slide, a paper form, I think he said a screenshot of an app UI, and have it convert that into UI that you could use as the start of an application. I thought that was just incredible. I think this is maybe not the final frontier of low-code, no-code, but the next major step forward for this push, because a little bit of a PR problem in some ways. People may not believe they have the ability to do this, and I think this is the type of thing that will get them over the hump.
I love it. Yeah, the ability to take the photo, the RSVP, kind of build.
It really just get you started in ways that just were not. I think people stare at a screen for a long time and don't know how to get going.
Yeah.
And I think this really gets them over that hump.
I love it. So, Mary Jo, what do you think the developer community should be the most excited about from Satya's keynote? We can start with you, and then Paul will
Okay.
your top takeaways.
I'm going to go back to this idea of the power of hybrid compute. It's very interesting. During the last earnings call, Satya said something about this idea of hybrid compute, and I remember kind of mentally check noting it, thinking, I don't know exactly what he means there, but I want to look more into that. And today, I feel like he really explained that whole concept. The idea of blurring the lines between where the cloud begins and the local compute ends, and vice versa. And I don't think it's just a Project Volterra ARM dev kit thing. I think it applies across the entire dev stack that Microsoft has. So there are implications for Teams, Power Platform, for even for data. You know what Microsoft's doing with the whole data estate and the new intelligent platform that they announced today. I think this is a change in the paradigm of development computing. It's really big, and I think he did it in the Satya way, very subtly, not a big shouty kind of thing, right? But I think it has a lot of implications. I expected him to read a poem at the end about it, but he didn't. So that
would have been something. But yeah, a little bit more subtle. That's definitely Satya's way.
That's funny.
Paul, would love to hear your thoughts.
Whew, how much time do we have?
I know. Go for it.
Well, because it depends on who you are as a developer and where you are in life. Just generally speaking, I came up in a world where the resources you had were on the device and that was it. And so you had some set of capabilities or APIs, frameworks or whatever, and it was all on the machine. And over time, it kind of evolves, obviously, to client server. You have data centers, we have virtual machines, we have containers, we have the cloud, we have Azure and all the incredible resources that your footprint is so much bigger than it was when I was actively developing. But looking at some of the specific announcements, again, it's kind of a long list. It really depends on where you're at. There was news for Windows developers. There was news for cross-platform developers who want to create client solutions like .NET MAUI, where you can create apps that run across Windows and the Mac and Android and iOS. There was, Mary Jo mentioned, the native ARM versions of Visual Studio, .NET, C++, and the .NET framework. Very exciting. The dev box, we talked about it briefly. This notion of adaptive cards coming to Microsoft Loop. I was hoping for a little more Loop news, but this was actually really interesting because adaptive cards will also be the technology that developers can use to create widgets for Windows 11 in the near future. And some synthesis or some overlap there, which I think is really interesting. Teams as Microsoft's biggest new platform, new developer advances there, the ability to have collaborative apps where people are working inside of a third-party app, inside of Teams in real time is amazing. Teams toolkit for VS Code. I'm not even sure that was in the in the keynote, but it was in the notes we got. I thought it is amazing. There's a whole range of Power Platform stuff that we need to get to. Power Pages has been kind of taken out of Power Automate, is now its own offering. This way to build no-code, low-code websites, I think is amazing. It's Power Virtual Agents advances. Power Automation is getting better as well. It's just it's just so much. It's like this fire hose of developer goodness. I don't know what else to call it.
I love it. The fire hose.
It's probably more.
Goodness.
This is just what I can I can think of at the time.
Yeah, I think we saw a tweet earlier where it was like 50 announcements made in the first 2 hours of build,
yeah.
Which is exciting. So I know you had mentioned it briefly, 3 keywords, Microsoft DevBox. Mary Jo, would love to hear your thoughts. I think we heard the words game changer earlier. Would love to, hear your analysis on it.
Yeah. Of all the things I tweeted during the keynote, this got the most excitement.
Wow.
So the idea is you take Azure Virtual Desktop and you customize it for developers so that developers, instead of having to sit there and spin up their dev workstation, get everything aligned perfectly in order to start coding, it's all pre-configured for you in the cloud in a VM, and you can just start automatically working. I think that is a very interesting first vertical case study for Azure Virtual Desktop. I wonder if there will be more like this aimed at specific vertical markets. Like, why not a journalist dev box, right? Or a healthcare worker dev box? We could all use this. as long as the price is right, I will say. We don't know the price
Have a
yet.
like the Mary Jo box that's just
You
notepad in the cloud.
That would be awesome. I would use that in a heartbeat.
Oh, I love it. All right, so I know Scott Guthrie, he also had a keynote. He talked about how cloud-native apps are delivering new levels of scale and performance with even greater reliability. Paul, a centerpiece here is, of course, the general availability of Azure Container Apps. Your thoughts?
Right. Yeah, so this was in preview last year. I don't know if it was November, earlier than November, but I thought this is, again, Satya Nadella, I think, did a nice job here, again, of kind of positioning these containers as an industry standard of sort for creating and hosting microservices, right? This is in the cloud, I should say, and with all of the advantages of what cloud computing is, right? This ability to scale, as he said, I think from 0 to infinity, which is another great term. A lot of good quotes, actually, in this keynote. And just kind of bring that cloud capability to the serverless, cloud-hosted thing that makes cloud computing so great, right? That you don't have to manage a server. You don't have to manage anything. What you're managing, essentially, is your app. And so this is all about scalability, obviously. It's about what I think of as like modularized code execution. And then it's the any runtime, any programming model that makes Azure great. You can put whatever you want in the cloud and just work with it as that one thing. You're not bringing up a VM. You're not configuring it or installing updates. You're not, keeping the app platform up to date and all that stuff. It's just this one kind of modularized thing. And it's just such a natural and excellent extension of everything that makes the cloud great, but just applied to developers in this case.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, Scott's keynote, I thought it was great. Like we said, a lot of news that came out. So moving along, Mary Jo, we also heard about the launch of Microsoft's intelligent data platform. Rowan and Jessica talked about this new integrated platform that unifies databases, analytics, and governance. Mary Jo?
Right. When I'll admit, when I first saw this, when we get a preview of the news for Build, I was like, oh no, not another platform. Here we go again, right? But this is actually interesting because Microsoft for a while has been talking about and working to integrate its database products, whether on-prem or in the cloud, with analytics through Azure Synapse Analytics and the Azure Synapse Analytics Link products. Now they've added a third element. So instead of just having database plus analytics, you also add in the governance piece. And this is very interesting because I feel like people who are chief data officers, people who worry about, is my data safe? Is my data where I want it to be? Is it adhering to my sovereignty principles that I have as a company? Now they have this concept where all of these three things will be integrated so that you don't have to, run analytics on something and wait a day or longer to get a report. It'll be instantaneous. It'll be built into your apps as you build them. And Satya said data, Satya loves to talk about data every chance he gets. He said today, data is your most important app consideration. And analytics are going to become a critical part of your app experience. So this is what this new platform, the Microsoft Intelligent Data Platform, is all about.
Yeah, Paul, would love to hear your thoughts about intelligence.
Yeah, I think there are two things here. One is that sort of natural extension to the Microsoft Graph, right, which is a way to take data that was siloed in the past, bring it together in ways that make sense for whatever it is you're working on and make sense of that and do that very quickly. And then I think what Mary Jo was just talking about, this expansion of Microsoft Purview capabilities where organizations can be sure they're in compliance with whatever the local regulations or requirements are, GDPR being a famous example. So it's a lot like what I said earlier in many ways, because it's just that, taking the power of the cloud and applying it to this new thing. When cloud computing started, we thought of it as, well, there's a retail store and they only need a lot of computing power during the holidays. And that was like this easy, simple, to understand example. And that's how we thought of it. But it's fascinating with Azure in particular to see how this can be applied across almost any field here. And I think with data in particular, and data inside of corporations with all of the regulatory requirements, it's just an incredible capability.
Love it. Make sure everyone's kind of following along and not missing any of it.
Make it automatic, basically.
Awesome. Okay, so next topic is definitely top of mind for so many as we look to the future of app development. Paul, we'll start with you. We heard the word open a lot. Open platform, open store, open hardware ecosystem. So let's talk about the opportunities devs have now for developing on Windows.
Oh boy. I mean, Mary Jo and I have been covering Microsoft for a long time. So it wasn't that long ago that open was a dirty word in some ways. And it's fascinating to me how that has changed. And open as a term, open as a way of doing things, I think is core to everything that Microsoft does these days, right? From .NET to everything in Azure to Windows is an open platform. You look just the sheer number of choices that you have as a Windows app developer to create solutions that can run on this and other platforms is astonishing. There's the Windows subsystem for Linux, the Windows subsystem for Android that's coming, the widgets powered by adaptive cards, which I mentioned earlier, runs on JSON, open standard. Mary Jo, I believe, mentioned hybrid loop. Mary Jo's turning into a developer. I love that. So I knew we'd get her eventually. But basically, these are AI experiences that kind of span from the cloud to the edge, like she said. And then a bunch of little things that we didn't really talk about too much, OpenJDK and Python and Node and Git. And these are open source projects, and they're coming to ARM64, which is awesome. And so, Microsoft, I think one of the great things they've always done in the developer space is they meet developers where they are. And as that space has expanded, and it has dramatically, so too has Microsoft's offerings. So this show is rather incredible from that perspective.
Oh, that's great to hear. Mary Jo, any thoughts there?
I'd like to talk a little bit about the store, because I think they have started talking about the store as the open store. And I think this is something many devs have been waiting for quite a while, at least since Windows 8, for Microsoft to open up the store, not just to UWP apps, but also to PWAs, to Win32 apps, to make it easier for any kind of developer to get their app in the store and to monetize their app through this new Microsoft advertising platform that they talked about today. I feel like the Microsoft Store has been a little bit of a rocky road up to this point, and I think they know where their points of weakness are, and they're trying to address them with some of these big changes that they're making through the store.
Also, doing that great job with open payment systems, right? You can use Microsoft's payment system if you want, but in sharp contrast to what we see from the other big platform makers, you can bring your own as well, and Microsoft doesn't take a cut of that. And so open in this case, it means open a little more broadly, right? It's in many ways the most open, if you will, of those app stores.
Yeah. Some definitely big pushes from across the team to enable this. All right, so we briefly touched upon this a little bit before, but would love to talk about collaborative apps and low code. So we saw news from Power Platform, including Power Pages and Express Design and Powerapps. We also saw the new live share experience for apps in Microsoft Teams. Mary Jo, it seems like both professional and citizen developers have a lot of ways to make their lives easier and build new interactions into their apps. I'd love to hear your thoughts first.
Yeah. Definitely. I really liked the idea that Microsoft brought up last year during a couple of the conferences about loop components. And today we heard a little bit more about how that vision is going to be enabled through adaptive cards, which was very interesting. I knew they were building loop components for their own applications. I knew there was going to be a push to get third-party developers to develop loop components, but I didn't really know how that was going to come together. So today we saw a little bit of that in the keynote about how people can use adaptive cards to start building their own loop components that'll be integrated into Teams, into Outlook, and even Outlook.com at some point as well. So that's pretty interesting where they're going with that. And then the live share capability, I feel like I'm at a point where can Teams get any more collaborative? I guess it can, right? It's like, okay, everything about Teams is collaborative, but here's another way to make it even more collaborative, right? And this idea of live share in Teams is you're not just passively screen sharing. People who are in a Teams meeting will actually be able to watch together, to annotate things together, and build things together inside of a Teams meeting using this capability. So if you already thought Teams was collaborative, just wait. It's going to get even more collaborative.
Yeah, I was definitely super impressed with that. Paul, would love to hear your thoughts about it.
Yeah, no, I was blown away by that part of it as well. I keep, of course, in the back of my mind, I keep thinking, can't we just meet in person again? But it is,
One day.
But we also have to acknowledge that the future is going to be this hybrid world, and some people will be in a place together and some people won't, and making that experience more natural is something, it's not just live share or some of the experiences you see in Teams. It's, some of the mesh stuff and so forth as well. But yeah, I always, I think of this, to me, the big thing here is this low code stuff. I've watched over the years, you think back to something like Windows PowerShell, which obviously still exists and is big, but you're asking IT administrators to take on a semi-developer role to automate processes and so forth. And there are some who I think will head right to that and some who won't. But I think the power, which is kind of a good word here, of some of these tools you see in the Power Platform, especially around low code and no code, is this ability to bring in what we call the citizen developer, as we mentioned, and people who didn't think that they would be able to do this work and maybe found this a little daunting, and making that easier, I think, is very powerful. Sorry, I keep saying
I know, it's all back to the power.
Powerful. No, but but it is, and I. This is when you first hear the notion of no code, especially, you think, well, we'll see how that works out. But I do think low code and no code have what it takes to go the distance. And again, I'm really looking forward to spending more time with some of the things that are happening around Power Pages, especially, which I think is incredible, and that Express Designer and Powerapps too. I just think these things are. I think these might be bigger than we appreciate, than many might appreciate at the moment.
Yeah. I think we said power probably like 25 times in the last. I love it. I love it.
Is there another word for power? That means power.
It's accurate. I like it. So another thing we saw trending on Twitter a lot was around Project Volterra. We'd love to get your thoughts on that. Mary Jo, why don't you start first?
I feel like we're talking around Project Volterra. I'm like, let's talk about Project Volterra.
Let's talk Volterra.
Yeah. So Project Volterra is a dev kit, although that's kind of a weird name for what this thing is. When you saw images of it from Panos and in the keynote, it's like a little mini PC, right? And it's stackable. It even has the Microsoft logo on the top, like a Surface device does, which is interesting. It is meant for people to use as a developer platform for ARM. Which, there've been ARM dev kits in the past, and it's been, they're okay, but it didn't really excite people. But I feel like now that this is coming from Microsoft in conjunction with Qualcomm, and it's a general purpose dev kit, but it also has a little AI twist because it has a neural processing unit built in. And Microsoft said recently they think every PC going forward is going to have an NPU in addition to a CPU and a GPU. So a lot of people are like, yeah, but none of them have that right now, or almost none of them have that. And here you go. Here's a platform that has it. Now you can see what the potential is to develop for an AI app where the compute power can be partitioned between the local device and the cloud. And this is, the hybrid loop idea that Microsoft's pushing at the show. And until you have something you can build a hybrid loop app on, it's kind of just a concept. But the idea is you could take this dev kit and build something like they showed today. I mean, maybe not, with all the bells and whistles, but get started in that space today using this dev kit when it comes out later this year.
Yeah. Paul?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you follow hardware advances, you know that, we used to do everything off the GPU, and that's really inefficient. And we started pushing tasks off the GPU. We found that certain tasks run wonderfully off the GPU and save power and battery life and so forth if it's a portable computer. Now we have these hybrid architectures, even on the Intel side, where you see performance cores and efficient cores, and now this notion of a neural processing unit as well. And it's yet another processor type, for lack of a better term, where you can off-put some of the computing and do so much more efficiently. They showed the example with the kind of facial recognition going and how efficient that is. That was a Stevie Batish segment, if I'm not mistaken. I thought it was pretty great. Where in a machine that does have an NPU, like this dev box, the Volterra box, that occurs without basically incurring an appreciable, not performance, but I should say power savings or CPU hit. It's amazing. It's just, and I think, a lot of what's happening on the client side from a processor perspective is being influenced heavily by the ARM chipset. So you're starting to see the x86 chipset makers start to incorporate this sort of thing. Obviously, this is happening first on ARM. That makes some sense. But I bet we see this kind of capability available more broadly in the future as well.
Yeah. I really like the demo that they showed where it had the facial recognition. Yep. She even put on the mask, like Sheila's demoing it. I love it. And yeah, I think that they were showing coupled with noise reduction, like all the different features and what the workload would actually...
Well, he spoke to kind of I don't remember the exact number, but I want to say it was like whether it was a 20 or a 50 watt hit to the CPU, if it was the CPU, that would max out the CPU, right? Yeah. On almost any PC that anyone would buy today. But on the NPU, it was a low single digit percentage, nothing, and that's a huge advance. That's just a huge advance.
No, it's awesome. So I know we're just getting started in Build. We're only a couple hours into day one.
Oh, is there more?
Is there more? What are you excited to see? I know we have Kevin Scott's keynote tomorrow, our CTO. Any exciting news you're looking forward to or want to hear?
I felt like today was one of the first times, at least from my standpoint as a non-developer, that it felt possible as a developer to build something with AI. I feel like up till this point, there have been a lot of advances at Microsoft around AI, the partnership with OpenAI, the different cognitive services that Microsoft has. But until today, I kind of felt like, that's for a group of people that they have a lot of resources. They're at huge companies. It's for a very special class of people. And I feel like today, I hate using this term because it's overused, democratization of AI was kind of a big theme. And so I feel like maybe Kevin Scott's talk is going to touch on this too. Instead of just like, here's the giant training models that you as a developer, maybe one day you'll get to use, maybe never. Now, here are things that you actually can use as a developer, even at a smaller organization. And I think if that comes through as a theme, that would be really interesting and kind of put AI more as a centerpiece instead of just kind of a, oh, that's cool someday thing. Now it's cool today thing.
Yeah. Paul?
Yeah. I love that. I think Microsoft's biggest strength as a company is the democratization of whatever technology, and extending that to AI, like you said, is fantastic. I've been trying to get Mary Jo on the Xbox as a gamer, but I think we're going to get her to be an AI developer first. It's possible. I'm waiting for the day we're going to wake up one day and she's going to say, I made something with Express Designer and Powerapps.
One day, I'm excited for it.
Yeah, I've kind of highlighted the things that I'm super interested in this show. That's absolutely one of them, and I'm looking forward to learning more about that kind of stuff. But I'm really interested in the Volterra stuff, the ARM stuff, the hybrid loop stuff, the adaptive cards. I mean, this is so much. In many ways, this has made me want to learn more, which is ultimately what I'm looking for from a show like this. I mean, like I said, I think I said this earlier, I actually came away from the keynote somewhat energized, which, if anyone knows me, is a big deal. So
that's very surprising right there. Yeah, that's your biggest surprise.
I'm excited to learn more.
That's always a good takeaway.
We didn't mention metaverse once yet, which is kind of interesting because that was such a big theme last year at Build. But there is going to be a session, I know, on Microsoft's view of the metaverse where people are going to talk about not just Teams for Mesh, but also a lot of the work that's happening on the industrial side, like with robotics, like was shown in the keynote this morning, digital twins, a lot of the themes that are very pertinent to businesses that I think not the general public may not see that as metaverse, but that's actually where the money is in the metaverse. And it's much more tangible and near term. And I know it's an enterprise thing, but it's kind of the applied side of the metaverse. And I think that's going to be very interesting this week at Build as well.
Yeah. Paul, any thoughts on metaverse?
Yeah, I mean, actually, it came up briefly in the keynote, but only briefly. I look at this as an extension of the work that Microsoft is doing in Teams to make these collaborative meetings more collaborative. I think I think in the business space, short term, the big impact is going to be in that sort of thing. Anything we can do to make virtual or hybrid get-togethers or meetings or whatever more natural, I think is important. So we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, as you said, the future is hybrid, so I think we're definitely exploring that. So it's great.
Sure.
Awesome. So I think we're almost at the end of our time together. A huge thank you to Mary Jo Foley and Paul Thurrott for joining us today. Really sincerely appreciate your time and analyzing the keynote with me. Paul, let's start with you. Where can people find you and your work?
Yes, my unfortunately named, my name, Thurrott.com. THURROTT.com. And also, if you want to reach out to me on Twitter, it's, of course, at Thurrott as well. Sorry. I wish I had a simpler name.
Mary Jo?
Yes, I have a much easier to spell and understand site and Twitter handle, I believe. My site is allaboutmicrosoft.com. My Twitter handle is at Mary Jo Foley.
Awesome. And both of you, of course, thank you so much. Really appreciate you joining. And everyone also, of course, you can find both Mary Jo and Paul on the Windows Weekly podcast as well. You can see they're outfitted with their mics. They're prepped. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's fun.
Good seeing you again.
If this lively discussion has you excited to rewatch all of these sessions, you're in luck. They'll be available on demand after the event wraps, so be sure to add them to your backpack for an easy reference later. And now, from me to Leslie. That rhymed.
Thanks, Miss Dr. Seuss. So it's always great to hear from Mary Jo and Paul, especially when there's so many exciting announcements involved. And it has been a busy day. We're only a couple hours in and we're just getting started. So coming up later, we've got our first Microsoft build into focus. And y'all, this one is a biggie. Our team of experts will break down the metaverse, what it is, what you can do with it, and what it means for the future of work. So you're not going to want to miss that. Speaking of things not to be missed, in just a few minutes, we're welcoming our own Scott Hanselman to the Microsoft Build Studio. He'll be here to talk about this morning's announcements and to tell us a little bit more about his new show, After Hours. And that's where Scott and friends are going to get together to talk about the latest from the event while also enjoying some pretty fun-looking activities. I'll leave it at that. So make sure to stick around for him to join me in the studio.
I love it when the dev community comes together, and that's a great segue to talk about the Connection Zone, a place designed to connect you with experts, community members, and fellow attendees. The Connection Zone has sessions like Ask the Experts, a place to get guidance on your projects or interests from Microsoft experts, and from partners like NVIDIA and Confluent. There's Table Topics, a community-led chat to get you inspired by experts and learn things like best practices, as well as discover new and interesting things from other attendees. And of course, we've got Local Connections, where you can learn more about what's new in your region, all in your local language. But wait, that's not all. Did I mention you can schedule a 45-minute free one-to-one consultation? Get your specific questions answered and key guidance by a Microsoft expert. And finally, let your voice be heard with product roundtables. Do you have feedback on a Microsoft product you use? We want to hear it, so please check out those product roundtables and let your voice be heard. You can find everything the Connection Zone has to offer at the top of the Microsoft Build homepage.
Here at Best for You Organics, we ensure that all our suppliers meet the same exacting standards of the original Jackson family farm, where Abigail and I grew up, because caring is in our DNA.
Today, Best for You Organics is an ever-expanding retailer controlling every single step of the supply chain. And that's why we need team members like you on board. Ready to get your hands dirty? Then welcome to our team, Best for You Organics.
Hey, did you hear? We just got hacked. What does that mean?
This could destroy our company. So none of us are going anywhere.
Can you spot the hacker? Because it's time for Who Hacked? A Microsoft Learn cloud game.
So we've been checking in with Twitter all day, and we've gotten some great reactions so far from all of you. Let's check some out.
Yay.
Awesome. All right, so it looks like we have a shout out to Mary Jo Foley, who I just got off the conversation with, and with Paul. They really loved the keynote this year because it's really developer focused. It was a developer focused developer conference. How great is that?
Yeah. And you know, speaking of developers being together at Build, we've got a snapshot from Andreas over here, a fishbowl discussion happening in Berlin, Germany. If that initial shout out at the beginning of this stream was any indication, it looks like it's a party in Germany right now. So that's exciting to see.
And then over here we have some behind the scenes from our Imagine Cup today. So these were our judges. This is my friend Linda, who went to college with me, which is great, but Carolina has messaged about this. She's one of our analysts. Really awesome job to all the Imagine Cup participants this year.
Yeah, and you also talked about Mary Jo and Paul Thurrott. We've got another shout out from Jenny up here talking about how Mary Jo also adds that idea of hybrid compute, and it should really excite developers across the entire stack. Paul says what's the most exciting announcement depends on what kind of developer you are. And yeah, there's really something for everybody. Satya talked on like 10 different topics, whether it was low code or the metaverse or developer collaboration within teams.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then here's a shout out to one of the earlier sessions with Shilpa. Just talked about how the visual updates and Windows capabilities like pen, voice, and AI are being used in OneNote to help you capture better notes. I love that. I really do think that they're bringing the hardware and software together in the capabilities and showing what AI can really bring to life there. It's incredible. I love that keynote.
And we can't go without talking about the pets who are also watching the stream. If we go over to where Sonia's at, sorry, I can't.
Look at how cute this dog is.
Even the dog is enjoying all the different breakout sessions, so that's really exciting to see.
Definitely love. Bring all the pet photos, please, of course. And then, you know, I do like that we're getting a couple of shout outs to the MS Dev community. There's a couple of sessions that people are helping plug as well. So remember that digital backpack. You can add all of those sessions to follow later.
Yeah. So keep those tweets coming. Let us know how you are watching the event and what you're learning. So remember to use the hashtag MSBuild so we can see what you have got to say.
There are so many things to experience here at Microsoft Build. Not sure where to start? The team has you covered with a quick overview of what you can do in the connection zone and the learning zone.
Hi everyone, Davinci here, and I'm excited to share a few ways to get the most out of your time here at Microsoft Build. The connection zone is the place to be when you're not attending keynotes and breakouts, where you can connect with experts to get specific questions answered live and so much more. And with over 50 hours of content, there's a lot to choose from. Let's give you a quick rundown. You're familiar with breakouts. The next step is Ask the Experts. Alex is here to tell us more.
With so much great content on offer, we know offering Q&A and breakouts would likely go on forever. So that's why we've planned live companion sessions called Ask the Experts. It's your opportunity to share what's on your mind and get specific guidance in real time from the folks developing the content. Choose Ask the Experts from the connection zone above and bring your toughest topics. And fear not, all Ask the Experts sessions are available on demand after the show.
It's not just about our experts. We have experts within our community. Now, let's learn more about table topics from Christian.
Join us to dive deeper into the content that you're learning at Build by participating in interactive conversations with community leaders from around the world. These 15 table topic sessions are led by Microsoft's most valuable professionals. MVPs are community experts who have been recognized by Microsoft for their technical expertise and community contributions. Topic for these informal, interactive, two-way conversations were proposed and selected by the community for the community.
Table topic sessions, like Ask the Experts, are all live. Don't miss out. Add them to your schedule now. Next up, your chance to share directly with our product engineers. Here's Malgosia.
Product Roundtables offer you an amazing opportunity to talk directly with Microsoft product teams and discuss the solution you care about the most. These hour-long, small group and highly interactive discussions are designed for you to engage with Microsoft engineers and your industry peers. You can help influence the future of Microsoft product roadmaps, share your experience, and hear from others. The best news, with over 90 roundtables to choose from, you can select from topics that you are most passionate about, and there is something for everyone.
Sharing in a small group is one thing, but you may need a one-to-one consultation. To tell us more about these, here's Sonal.
One-to-one consultations are an opportunity for our attendees to receive individualized support from our experts. We have over 200 engineers available across the globe to answer your questions on over 50 different services. So whether you're just getting started or have advanced technical questions, there are experts that are ready to connect with you for this one-of-a-kind experience.
200 engineers around the world, over 50 services. How awesome is that? But space is limited, so schedule your one-to-one now. Next up, it's not always about the tech. It's also about inspiring stories beyond the tech. That's the focus of our Humans of IT series.
Take a break from the technical content and join our Humans of IT series to connect and engage with community. Our sessions will inspire and empower you through human stories, experiences, and superpowers. Whether you want to build your technical and professional skills, engage more with the developer community, or leverage technology to affect positive social change, or all of the above, we have a session for you. Just go to Connection Zone, then Humans of IT, and add one or more of our 6 sessions to your schedule or backpack. Hope to see you there.
While the Connection Zone is all about people, networking, and community, we also have the Learning Zone, our place for training and development, anchored by Microsoft Learn. Let's start with the learning experiences built for everyone. Here's Jasmine.
Are you ready to take your skills to the next level? Then join us at Intro to Tech Skills. Learn from industry experts on a wide range of topics, from programming languages to how to be successful in a technical interview. But enough about us. Let's talk about you. We've set aside time in each session for you to get your questions answered live. Plus, there's activities for you to put what you're learning into practice. No matter where you are in your learning journey, you're not alone. So let's learn together at Intro to Tech Skills. See you there.
Students, learners of all ages, basically anyone that wants to skill up. Intro to Tech Skills has something for you. Now, let's roll up our sleeves with Learn Live. Here's Suzanne to tell us about it.
If you prefer deeper technical content, check out Learn Live sessions. Our subject matters experts step you through training modules live before doing it yourself on Microsoft Learn. So we have 10 unique sessions discoverable in the Schedule Builder or right on Learning Zone page. And while you're there, why not try the Cloud Skills Challenge? So earn a free Microsoft certification exam and enjoy a fun gamified learning experience through any one of our different challenges available. So no matter your skill level, these are exclusive opportunities to level up. So check out Learn Live and our Cloud Skills Challenge today.
Free certification exam. Why wouldn't you do that? Actually, all of this is free. Here's how you can start taking advantage. Navigate to the tabs up top and find both the Connection Zone and Learning Zone. Browse around, check out what's interesting, or search by keyword, and add them to your backpack. What are you waiting for?
All right, it is now my pleasure to introduce Scott Hanselman. He shows up on pretty much every developer-related video and blog that you will ever see regarding Microsoft. So welcome, Scott Hanselman. How's it going?
It's very good. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, nice to be here. I'm loving your Clippy shirt, first and foremost.
Iconic brand. We appreciate Clippy.
I was more partial to the wizard.
Oh, the little Microsoft agent wizard person?
The little blue hat. So
Microsoft
cute.
Bob.
Absolutely. So Build is crazy. There's a lot going on, but unfortunately production tells us we only have like 5 minutes. So let's do the Spark Notes version. Let's start with Satya's keynote. What'd you think? A lot of updates.
So I was actually sitting with some of the early in career folks that we have. We have this ERG, this internal group of early in career folks. So we were all sitting watching the keynote, and we felt like we needed to pause and like look for Easter eggs and stuff. So not only some of the great things that he was talking about in his slides, but we noticed that there was an Altair computer on his back.
I did.
Did you see that?
I did catch that, and I think people in chat caught that as well. Yep.
Yeah, that was really cool. But one of the things that I thought was particularly interesting from a historical context that I thought that we should maybe talk about was he shows this one slide where he goes CPU, GPU, NPU, and then Azure. Like, do you remember when you got your first GPU and how your computer changed, right?
Right.
Right. So you've got your CPU, which is your central processing unit that's really generalized, but then that graphics processing unit is a dedicated kind of a computer within a computer, right, for just graphics. Now we're seeing things like Project Volterra that has that NPU, that neural processing unit, that's going to do AI. But then the idea of Azure as a co-processor is really, really interesting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seeing that evolution especially must be really fun. Like, I don't know, when was your first build? Like, do you remember what your first build was like and the announcements?
I think it was called PDC. It was called the Professional Developers Conference at that time. And I want to say it was somewhere like 1993 or 1994. And even before that, there were times where we had PCs and we would add a co-processor so we could do math. We would add a GPU so that we could do graphics. The idea of Azure as the kind of the world's AI supercomputer that could go and make things faster, I think is really, really powerful. What that means then, if I'm connected, things are just going to get better. If there's some AI workload or some model, I could have a local version of that model, and then I could have the Azure computer as a co-processor. And we see things like that with like xCloud, where Azure is, in this case, the GPU for your phone, as you can play, Xbox games.
Yeah, that is pretty sweet. I mean, my first build was like 5 years ago, and even then, just seeing that short evolution of where we've come is really exciting. Like for me, like seeing GitHub Copilot was really cool. Not having to worry about all the nitty-gritties of how to implement a particular function and focusing on the bigger picture and whatever it is I'm trying to accomplish with the project.
That's a really great point that you make, that idea of focusing on the bigger picture. We're trying to make it fun, let the computer do the boring stuff, right? Yeah, you and I have talked about this because you work on Visual Studio, that if there's something that the computer can do that you don't like doing, that's repetitive, let the machine do it, right?
Right.
So with something like Copilot, it's like, I want an optimized way to traverse this tree or to loop through this dictionary. I know that there's a best case scenario to do it. I could look it up in a book. I could pull it out of my memory banks. Or I could go to Stack Overflow, or I could go to someone's blog. But Copilot then becomes this co-processor for the human.
Yeah.
That could then help us create models, AI models, ML models, that could then potentially be run by another co-processor, which is Azure itself, which is super powerful.
Awesome. I absolutely agree with you. And because 5 minutes is not enough time, do you want to plug your after hours show, which honestly just sounds like a nightclub in like film noir? Honestly, what is this?
So, when you have a whole day full of all these great pre-records and all these great keynotes, a lot of stuff, it's an overwhelming amount of content. And honestly, towards the end of the day, I think people get tired. They need a little burst of energy. Now, one of the things that I've tried to do over my time at Microsoft is go anywhere that my badge will allow me to let people see how the stuff gets made, right? So they let us wander around with cameras, and we got to meet different execs, we got to meet early in career folks, we got to meet the actual PMs and devs that are working on the features that you get to see, and we talked to them, and we took them into new and interesting places. We went axe throwing, we had ninja stars, we went to a tiny house, we went to a 3D printing workshop, we did a ton of stuff, and we're gonna see that at Build After Hours, and I think it starts around 2:30-ish Pacific.
Awesome. I am so excited to see this because I have no idea what axe throwing or tiny houses or ninja stars have to do with developing
We're going to tie it together.
That is great stuff. I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Felicia Shaw. She's great as well, and I'm excited to check it out.
Yeah, we had a great time.
Yeah. So, Scott, thank you so much for being here. And I can't wait to see After Hours. And you can catch up with all of Scott's After Hours shenanigans later today. So now over to someone who will also be making an appearance during the new After Hours show and throughout the event. It's Kayla Cinnamon. She's a program manager on the Windows Terminal team. She specializes in the Windows developer experience, and today she is actually building us a Windows PC from scratch. Plus, she is joined by my co-host Sonia. So let's check it out.
Awesome. Hey, Kayla.
Hey, Sonia. How's it going?
Good. I am so excited to be here with you today.
Yeah, I'm excited to welcome you into my lair. We're
Yeah.
going to do a bit of fun stuff today.
I know. Okay, let's start though with what you do at Microsoft, by day.
So I am the program manager for Windows Terminal, and I'm also working on the Windows developer experience. So I work to make sure that Windows is a great place for developers.
Awesome. Probably something our attendees really appreciate. Just some important stuff. I love it. All right. So do you build PCs from scratch often?
No.
Oh, just like full stop. No.
Yeah, like I
great.
just don't.
Okay, what could go wrong? So educate me a little bit here. What does it cost to start to build a Windows PC from scratch?
So it could cost anywhere from $300 to maybe over $4,000. It just depends on what you want to do with the machine and what kinds of things you want to run. So gaming machines might be a little more on the higher end, but if you're just checking your email and doing regular daily activities, it might be a little bit more on the lower end.
Okay, and so what are we looking around for this price?
So this build is about $1,300 to $1,400.
Okay.
So a little lower.
All right, a little lower, but you got some good parts.
Yeah.
Does one have to be an expert to build a PC?
I would say no, especially because I'm not an expert at all. I'm very new to this, but with all the manuals that all the parts come with, and there's YouTube videos and articles and a bunch of things you can look up, it is a little more attainable to do, and I think just about anybody could build a PC.
I love it, and you're going to build one in the next day and a half, essentially through the 2 days of build, which is exciting. I think it'll be a Guinness Book of World Records probably, so it'll be great.
I'm not so sure.
I love it. So let's start. Any pro tips you would have for our audience?
So before this segment, I actually opened the case up and I had a bunch of screws that came out of the case. So I took some cups from the Microsoft kitchen. You can also take cups from your regular kitchen at home, but we're here on studio. So I grabbed some cups and I grabbed some sticky notes from the office supply closet, and I just labeled the cups with the screws that I have already unscrewed. So that way I know what the parts are for when I need to reinstall those pieces later. I'll know exactly what screws are for what, and they won't be like rolling around on the table or something.
Probably smart to be organized, yes. Okay, awesome. So they don't have to be branded Microsoft cups. Got it.
No, I don't think so. I think we can get away with just regular cups.
I love that. Okay, and then what else are we looking at parts-wise here?
So I started with the Fractal design case, and I took out 2 fans actually, because I want to install RGB fans, which are these set of fans here, and I'll do this a little bit later today. But these have the white fans that allow the lights to pop through onto the fans themselves.
Ah, cool.
And then I also have the Asus motherboard over here, and this has an integrated graphics card. Okay. So rather than having a dedicated GPU, we have integrated graphics instead to save a little bit of money on the build. And here are the Corsair 32 gigs of RAM sticks that we'll be installing into the motherboard right after this.
Nice.
Along with the Samsung 1TB SSD card for storage.
Got it. Okay, and what about over here?
And then way over here, we have the Arctic Liquid CPU cooler. So this is a bit of an upgrade. So rather than just a fan and the heatsink, it has some liquid cooling as well.
Nice.
This is the Intel i7 core processor. It's the CPU unit. It's very small. And lastly, we have the Corsair power supply to give the whole machine power.
Probably important, yeah.
I think if you want to turn it on, you probably need one of those, I would say.
Pretty critical. I love this. Can you talk to me a little bit more, though, about this? It looks like something out of Fashion Week or something, this lovely piece of jewelry you have here. This seems...
I just got it. It's a designer.
Bespoke?
Yes, I can probably
get Dior had it in their last show. Yeah,
so
what is this?
This is an anti-static bracelet, and you're trying to stay away from static when it comes to interacting with the motherboard.
Okay.
So the motherboard did come with an anti-static bag, and then I'm wearing this as well, and I just take the clip from the bracelet itself and attach it to ground, which would be just the metal of the case. And I did shock myself leaving the green room, so I am really just extra cautious with this today. I want to make sure I don't zap anything.
There's a lot of carpet in the studio, so I think there's a lot of shuffling for sure, so I'll make sure I don't touch anything since I'm not grounded yet. Awesome. So if our audience has any questions for you, how should they reach out?
So you can post your questions to me in chat or use the hashtag MSBuild. My next live segment is at 1:45 PST, so you can see us here, and we'll be installing the CPU then as well, so you can check that out. And you can also watch me build this all day on my live Twitter feed at cinnamon_MSFT.
Yeah, so send Kayla your questions, and we'll be back here to check on you in a little bit, Kayla.
Sounds good.
Good luck. Awesome.
Thanks.
Back to you, Leslie.
Thanks, Kayla and Sonia. I am really excited to see the final product. So throughout the show, we'll also be finding out a little bit more about you with some good old polls. So now we want to know, what are you most excited for at Microsoft Build this year? Is it A, mingling with colleagues, B, learning a new skill, C, building a tool that you're proud of, or D, educating yourself on new things? Personally, I'm a fan of D. I'm already learning a lot as is, so I can't wait to dive deeper when I'm not hosting. And we've also got the live poll results, and it looks like D is the majority rules for most people, so that's really exciting, and there's a lot of cool ways to learn about something new. Also, shout out to learning a new skill. I think that's something that you can pick up. We've also got the Cloud Skills Challenge, which can help you do that, complete with free certifications. So many options. And speaking of learning, if you are interested in learning more about release management tools like feature flags for Visual Studio, search our catalog for Launch Darkly. I love that title, by the way. We have experts from Launch Darkly co-presenting in a few sessions. And we also have an exclusive interview with Michael Gillett, who's a Microsoft MVP who literally wrote the book on feature management with Launch Darkly. He's also head of development at Win Technologies, a proud member of the Betway Group. So join our conversation to learn Michael's top use cases for Launch Darkly tools in Azure DevOps environments live right here on day 2 between keynotes. We now turn over to F5, who recently unveiled a joint SaaS solution with Microsoft called NGINX for Azure, built to solve the challenges that arise when deploying and operating apps in the cloud, migrating from on-prem, and so much more. Here to tell us about NGINX for Azure is F5 Vice President of Product Management and Commercial Strategy, Eric Braun. Hi, Eric.
Hey, Leslie, how are you?
I'm doing great. I hope you're doing awesome as well. So
I am. Great to see you.
Great. So just right off the bat, what is SaaS? Why is it useful? And what is NGINX? And what are some of the challenges that developers can face when working with that led to your team creating NGINX for Azure?
Yeah, sure. So, SaaS, as I think we all know, is software as a service and it's just software that's accessed online via subscription versus software that you would buy and install on an individual computer or server. The general value of SaaS is around, there's zero installation, so it means a much faster time to the benefit. There's no operational overhead associated with lifecycle management, so doing things like patches and updates, that all goes away. And then the pay-as-you-go or consumption model, so you only pay for what you use, is often appealing. As far as NGINX is the wildly popular is at its core, it's the wildly popular open source software that powers hundreds of millions of web applications. You can configure NGINX to do many different things. So it could be a web server, a reverse proxy, a load balancer, an API gateway, and more. For this particular, for the first version of NGINX for Azure, we've really focused on the layer 7 load balancing use case. But we're working hard to expand that to many of the other use cases as well. As far as developer challenges in general, there's a steep learning curve that comes along with standing up and operating applications, and not being able to always leverage the software that you've grown to really deeply understand and love can cause some challenges, and those are primarily around just consistency and ease of use. So if you've ever sat with a group of cloud architects that are mapping out an architecture or mapping out services, trying to match up SLA and performance and matching visibility and operational components, that can be really challenging. And that can be disappointing for developers, particularly in a time when everyone talks about shifting left, so trying to empower developers to take on more of an operational role. That can be sort of deflating. So those are a lot of the challenges that we're looking to address.
Awesome. And I love hearing about how you can get closer to being more productive with things just as like having no install require, as you mentioned earlier too. So ultimately, why should people use NGINX on Azure versus other platforms?
Well, so we do, NGINX is in all the major marketplaces, but this NGINX for Azure is very unique. It is the only cloud where you can get this native experience. So there are lots of benefits that come with that, but to name a few, you can literally add Nginx to your subscription and have it installed in just a few clicks, and then you're just straight into the configuration. A big benefit is what we call BYOC, or bring your own configuration. Companies and development teams literally they invest a lot of time and resources in coming up with their very specific configurations of Nginx. This allows them to literally bring those to Nginx for Azure and just drop them into the configuration and just get going. Another big benefit is a native integration with a lot of the core Azure services. So Azure Key Vault, so you have that sort of centralized place for all your SSL TLS automation and security keys and passwords. The Active Directory, so all the critical information about your environment. You have Azure DevOps, which does a lot of things from version controls to automated builds. You have GitHub Actions, so you can integrate this into your CI/CD automation and all of those workflows. And then Azure Monitor is also a big one for operations. We also offer some advanced security and traffic management features. And then I think the last one is you can buy Nginx for Azure via the marketplace and buy down your Mac commitment, your Microsoft Azure consumption commitment with that as well.
Awesome. And I have one more question for you. I hear you've already got some customer success stories, so can you quickly share a little about that?
Yeah, very quickly. So yeah, we're really excited. We've had one of our customers, Causeway Capital Management, has been with us throughout the private preview. They've been around for a couple decades. They manage $44 billion in assets worldwide. Pete Peterson, their CTO, CISO, has been working closely with us. All the benefits that I just went over in terms of reusing configurations, consistency and security and performance, and that complete end-to-end visibility are benefits that they're getting out of this service.
That is exciting. And I can't wait to hear more. So where can people quickly go to learn more about what's going on with Nginx?
Yeah, so if they just visit the Azure Marketplace at aka.ms/F5 Nginx, they can just add it to their subscription and jump in.
Alrighty. Well, thank you so much for sharing with us, Eric.
Yeah, thank you, Leslie. I appreciate the time.
Yeah, so you can join the live breakout on day 2 discussing Nginx for Azure to learn more. So visit F5 and the featured partner showcase for details. And honestly, it's interviews like that are one of the many incredible things that we've got here at Microsoft Build. So, another great resource at this event, one-to-one consultations. How sweet is that? So let's check this out.
Hey everyone, Davinci here to help you navigate through more than 50 hours of content that await you in the Connection Zone. These are interactive sessions where you can connect directly with experts to get your specific questions answered, check out new product demos, and get real-time individualized support for your current projects, big or small. Perhaps your best opportunity to get dedicated expert attention is in our one-to-one consultations. Let's talk to someone who's been involved with this from the start. Matteo! Hello, and thank you for joining us.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Hey, so can you explain why these are so awesome and how they came to be?
Yeah, absolutely. My team is called UpConsult, and we were driving this kind of initiatives when the conferences were happening on site. So we were supporting this kind of one-on-one conversation with customers at Build or Ignite. There were a lot of value in these conversations, and when the pandemic hit, we wanted to keep this opportunity, even in this new world made of digital events. So we came up with this idea of moving the consultation in a digital format, so a virtual meeting with Microsoft experts delivered through Microsoft Teams, The plus side is that we broke all the barriers with the physical limitations of on-site conferences. It was great, of course, to meet people on face-to-face during these conferences, but now we are able to meet people all around the world, to meet people that couldn't afford to pay the ticket, pay the flight, pay the travel to come on site, or people that, due to accessibility needs, they aren't able to travel physically to a place in the US.
That's an amazing story, really. Thanks, Matteo, I appreciate it. What an interesting context of the evolution of one-to-one consultations. Now what I'd like to do is welcome Priyanka. Hi, Priyanka, great to see you.
Hi, Navin, nice to see you as well.
Can you tell us about what it's like to be in a one-to-one consultation?
Yeah, for sure. Basically, to schedule a one-to-one consultation, all you need to do is be registered for Build. It's open to everyone, and you just need to have Teams to connect with the engineer. There are 52 different services and 7 different technologies that one can choose from. So whether you're building your first app on Azure or you're working on advanced production workloads, those 45 minutes are personalized to you. So, I look forward to seeing everyone at a one-on-one consultation.
What a great opportunity, and I love how open it is to anyone. Thanks, Priyanka. Book your one-to-one consultation now, before they fill up. Get individualized support and much more in the Connection Zone.
Microsoft Build is an event for developers, but earlier this year, Microsoft actually showed up to the Game Developers Conference in a big, all-digital way.
Welcome to Game Development at Microsoft. If you're interested in making games but not sure where to start here with the latest content released at the Game Developers Conference. Begin by learning about our self-publishing platform, ID at Xbox.
Today, ID at Xbox is over 2,600 games in active development. We have 4,600 studios registered with us across 94 countries.
Wherever you are, we'll help you develop in the cloud.
A new program called ID at Azure.
Access to all of Azure services, credits, learning, and expertise.
To take full advantage of cloud gaming services.
The last 2 years has taught us a ton.
Remote, moving to hybrid work is really here to stay, which is why we actually created the Game Development VM. We're so committed and focused on how do we make game development easier? How do we break down those barriers so that everyone can focus on the game itself? Our shared goal is to really make it possible for anyone to be able to tell their story.
You should check out the Visual Studio Toolbox Show, the show where we talk about all the cool new and existing features that are available in the Visual Studio family.
Our goal in this show is to provide you with a place where you can learn more about your developer tools. So come join us, whether it's one of our shorter pre-recorded episodes or our hour-long deep dives.
Available on YouTube, Twitch, and Learn TV. Happy coding, y'all.
Microsoft Build is a great place to connect with fellow developers, Microsoft experts, and with key partners like Deutsche Telekom and Qualcomm. It's also a great place to skill up, and the best place to jump into that is, of course, the Learning Zone. Whether you're a student or recent grad or looking to get started with sessions like Intro to Technical Skills, it's perfect for you. Maybe you like to get hands-on guidance with your learning? Join a Learn Live session. That's where Microsoft experts walk you through the Microsoft Learn content in real time. Plus, if you're looking for a challenge, consider taking on the Microsoft Build Cloud Skills Challenge. Learn something new and earn a free Microsoft certification exam. It's that easy. For everything the Learning Zone has to offer, check out the Learning Zone tab at the bottom of the Microsoft Build homepage. And remember, keep the learning going all year long with Microsoft Learn. Before we move on, we'd like to invite you to my upcoming interview on day 2, highlighting an inspiring story from NVIDIA. The Archer Daniels Midland Company, or ADM, is a leading nutrition company powering many of the world's top food, beverage, health, and wellness brands. ADM has partnered with manufacturing data platform SiteMachine on a new AI tool that uses NVIDIA GPU technology, hosted on Microsoft Azure, to accelerate AI transformation on ADM's factory floors. Join my conversation with ADM Principal Analytics Engineer Isaac Kumunga live right here on day 2 after the AI Innovation Keynote. Now, let's find out what Adobe is excited to share this year at Microsoft Build. Our cloud advocate, Homo Mohapi, spoke with Adobe Principal Platform Evangelist Ben Vanderberg about new low-code Adobe tools for Microsoft Powerapps and more. Here's their conversation.
So Ben, what is one of the main challenges that Adobe has identified with businesses moving to hybrid work?
Sure. So one of the things I think we can all appreciate is the way that we work and collaborate has changed over the last few years. And in particular, the tools that we need to be able to operate in a hybrid workplace has changed in the last few years as well. Having manual processes with paperwork doesn't work in a modern office, especially when you have people at home and in the office. So transitioning to digital document workflows is crucial there. The other thing that we've also seen is how people's relationship with their governments have also been changing as well. So we've seen organizations like the City of Seattle change from processes that were paper-based and long lines to online services that allows them to be able to provide better services to their citizens and quicker services as well.
Can you also speak about some of the tools that they're using to combat these various challenges?
So one of the first tools that I think has really been changing the game has been low-code tools like Microsoft Power Automate, because it empowers those organizations to be able to control and create their own digital workflows. And along with that, leveraging things like our Adobe PDF services, our Acrobat sign tools help them be able to create digital document workflows seamlessly, from creating documents, capturing electronic signatures, to even parsing information out of PDFs using AI. Part of the challenges that we've seen with PDF documents is that much of that content is unstructured. So our services can help create structure to those that content so that you can then reuse that in a variety of different ways.
Now, how can the Microsoft Build audience take advantage of these unique features within the Power Platform itself?
Sure. So we have connectors for Power Automate for Adobe PDF services, Acrobat Sign, and Creative Cloud. There's a number of different templates for each one of those, so you can use those to get your head around some of those different actions. And along with that, there's also a free trial available so that everybody can get started in using that themselves.
That's awesome to hear. Thank you, Ben, for your time, and hope to chat again soon.
Thank you. Happy to be here at Microsoft Build.
For more Adobe, visit them in the Featured Partner Showcase. Now, I'd like to welcome Microsoft Power BI Technical Fellow, Amir Netz. Amir, thank you so much for being here. I hear you're going to talk us through a new way to create data marts in Power BI.
Yes, thank you so much, Sonia. I'm really happy to be here. So yes, Power BI is introducing an amazing new capability this build, which is data marts. Data marts, that's something that everybody gets, right? Data mart is where you go and build a database to collect data from all sorts of sources, all at the departmental level, done by people who are not necessarily professionals, and they can go and curate the data, enrich the data, query the data, analyze the data, all without really having major technical skills.
Great. And so what are these new capabilities that are being announced this year at Build?
So we are now allowing anybody who has a Power BI premium license to go and create new data marts directly within Power BI with no extra cost. It's a full-fledged relational database. It's a SQL Server, SQL Azure. So it has the full power of SQL. and you just get it and you load the data. It's very, very easy to connect to the data. Use it using Power Query. It's super easy to query the data. You can type SQL, or you can use the Visual Query tools with Power Query, or even connect from your code to the SQL Server using our TDS endpoints. And then you can immediately go and analyze the data using Power BI.
Awesome. So you said it was super easy. You started talking about it, but let's give a base level. What kind of dev skills do you need to build a data model or a data mart in Power BI?
Well, it really is designed for the full spectrum of developers. We're talking about people who are just basically advanced Excel users who understand the concept of tables. They can immediately start using it because you don't need to know any code, and you can just provision it immediately. You don't have to go to the Azure portal. It's just like creating a new PowerPoint presentation. You create a new data mart. And then loading the data is completely visual. Not a single line of code is necessary. And then querying the data, again, completely visual. So if you know Excel, you're already at home. But then if you are a full-fledged developer, you like to code, you want to build an application, then the APIs of the SQL Server are completely there. And you can build any piece of code you want against that relational database.
Oh, that's great. Can you educate our audience? We have some new people who are joining Build for the first time. Like you said, maybe there's some new developers in the audience. What's the main difference between Power BI Pro, Power BI Premium, and then Power BI Embedded?
The Power BI Pro is our basic entry-level offering. It's great if you want to build reports, you want to build dashboards, you want to do self-service analytics, share, build and share among your colleagues. Power BI Pro is awesome. But if you want to get the advanced features, this is where Power BI Premium is coming in. And this allows you to have Power BI paginated reports, and it allows you to do complex data flows. It allows you to do these new data marts, all part of Power BI Premium. The other part that is really awesome about Power BI Premium, with the Power BI Premium per capacity, is the ability to distribute reports freely to anybody in the organization without having to have per user licenses for every person in the organization. And then, of course, there's Power BI Embedded. Power BI Embedded is designed for those developers who want to build applications, full-fledged applications, and they want to have analytics embedded into their applications. So it has all the right APIs to do custom authentication, to have events that are flowing from Power BI into your own hosting application. All of that is just ideal for the developers of you.
I love it. Any of Satya's announcements today that really spoke to you that you wanted to make sure our developer audience was even more aware of and that you wanted to plug?
The intelligent platform that Satya announced, where we bring all the data assets from analytics, from the operational database, for governance, all coming together under one roof, I think is going to be transformational. The announcement today is just the beginning of a journey. What we have in stock in the coming year is going to be amazing.
I love it. I like how you're like, I want to tease a little bit more, but we got to keep everyone. We got some more announcements in store. I love it. And I know like the metaverse and a couple of these other, huge topics, AI, that we're able to talk about. I'm excited to hear what you'll have to say about this in the next build for sure. Thank you so much for your time, Amir, and for, coming and talking to us about data marts and about Power BI. So for those of you in the audience, make sure you tune in and watch the demo at the URL below to try out data marts for yourself. Thank you again, Amir, for joining us today.
It was a pleasure.
Awesome. Okay, now I'm going to pass it over to Leslie, who has another question for our audience. Leslie?
Thank you, Sonia. Sure do. It is now time for another poll at Microsoft Build. So, question number 2. How many times have you participated in the Microsoft Build Cloud Skills Challenge? Is it A, this is your first Microsoft Build CSC, B, a couple years running now, C, I've done every single one along the way, or D, you haven't signed up yet, but you're going to. So head on over to the chat and let us know. And hey, if you answered D, no worries. I am also answering D, confession time. So consider checking out the Learning Zone tab at the top of your screen to learn more about the Microsoft Build Cloud Skills Challenge. You could win a free, emphasis on free, Microsoft certification exam. So come learn new things and get a free certification exam out of it. It's a win-win. What's not to love? And looking at the live poll results, it looks like A is a lot of choices for a lot of people. That is really exciting. So the first time, I think, can always be one of the best times. And also a lot of B as an answered choice, so a couple years running. So it's nice to see that people are wanting to build on what they learned in the first or second or however many times you've done the Cloud Skills Challenge. And a lot of D, but so exciting. Don't forget to sign up. I know I'm certainly going to be doing that after day one wraps. And not a lot of C. I've done every single one. To the 4% who have, kudos. That is really impressive. I want to see like a giant wall of all of your certifications that you have gotten from doing the Cloud Skills Challenge. So that is a lot of great stuff. Sonia, what about you? Are you doing the Cloud Skills Challenge?
I don't know. I feel like, some of my time has been spent in studio. Maybe we'll have a chance to participate next build, when we have a bit more free time.
In between the hosting gig.
Yeah.
Yep.
I love it. Okay, so it's almost time for our first Microsoft Build Into Focus show. And this time the team is taking on a topic on the minds of so many people right now, the metaverse.
Wow. The metaverse, it's such a huge thing. I mean, it's seemingly everywhere these days. No pun intended. And, as Satya's keynote was any indication, the future is bright for this emerging tech. So coming up next, the team is diving in deep to help us all learn a little bit more about it.
Yep, that's right. They're bringing a group of Microsoft experts together to define what the metaverse is. And they'll even take us inside an immersive space.
Yeah, cool. I'm so hyped. It makes me want to fire up my own avatar.
No, we need to design our own after this.
Seeing mesh and teams and stuff, that is super impressive, and particularly how it can help hopefully improve the hybrid working space in the more immediate future.
Very important.
Yeah, because as somebody who goes into the office on the reg, it's always a challenge to try to interact with both remote and folks who are in the office at the same time and feel like we're all on an equal playing field sometimes. So any way to help make that experience easier, I'm looking forward to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so your metaverse journey begins with Microsoft Build Into Focus in just a few minutes. So I don't know about y'all, but for me, my digital backpack is full of breakout sessions to check out. But in case your backpack isn't full yet, here are just a few more for your consideration.
Join us for a session on building hybrid and multi-cloud data-driven applications with Azure Arc. We have new product announcements, lots of technical demos, and a deep dive on product architecture.
Hi, I'm Mandy Whaley. Join me to hear about some of the new GitHub and Azure features that help you build applications in the cloud quickly and securely.
Be sure to check out our session on collaborative apps titled Building Collaborative Apps with Microsoft Teams, where we'll share how you can build collaborative apps and you can count how many times we say collaborative. Can't wait to see you there. Happy collaborative coding.
We're backstage right now.
Yeah, we're backstage here.
I have no idea what's in store.
Yes.
Embrace that it's coming.
The developer can basically take advantage of all of them.
What is happening? It's a tiny house, Amanda. Here in Alexander Story's hardware,
We are really early in our neurodiverse explorations.
You'll be a talking head. Yeah.
There's a playground.
We really have stood out. We want to make developers happy. We can be true to our mission.
I can take that creativity and build on top of it.
With the technology merging creativity and visuals, it's beautiful. And it's the future. It's real life, and it's soundtracking what you're seeing, so it's amazing. I'm Sean Miyashiro. I'm the CEO and founder of 88 Rising. We set out to kind of create a platform that celebrates Asian creatives around the world and across all mediums.
I'm Amy Sarakis. I am a director of strategic partnerships here at Microsoft. With this project, with 88 Rising, we were able to take Microsoft's AI services and use it to interpret the San Gabriel Valley. The cameras were looking at the skyline, and the events that happen change what's happening with the music.
I'm Jacob Ray. I made the song with Warren. I just sent him the beat, and then I told him kind of what I heard over it, and then same day he sent something back.
It was a very interesting beat. It had a unique drum pattern, and I knew it was going to be something important. This is going to be basically my first debut project with 88 Rising, so it's sort of important to me. I have a different story to tell, especially also as an Asian artist.
In terms of the Asian American experience, there's a lot of different communities across the United States that really have like a pulse. San Gabriel Valley, you go there and you almost feel like, you might be in Asia. It just has everything in one area, and from noodles to the bakeries. My favorite banh mi restaurant is there. The Chinese food is insane. I just feel a sense of comfort. I love it.
The AI is building on the music and learning as it's going. So over time, the music kind of changes based on what the AI is seeing and learning.
I ended up making all of the individual tracks that they're going to be using for the AI event. I guess I just kind of imagined like what it was like if I was actually sitting outside in the morning and like what I would want to hear, peaceful, like nice ambient sounds, maybe like a little rhythm. I created my own like patch on the Prophet that kind of like imitates what a digital bird would sound like. And then I made like 5 or 6 options that they can go between. Every time a bird flies by, it'll bring a different sound.
The AI did something crazy. Like it just sort of changed the whole structure of the song, and that's like really cool to me. It's a different perspective on the way we look at music now.
The innovation across the board that Microsoft has is just a staple of technology that we've all used. It's been a thread throughout our whole lives. In terms of what Microsoft has created too, it's like the spirit of dreaming and innovating, so the possibilities are endless.
Wow, there are a lot of sessions to choose from, as you can see. And remember, when the session is over, click the session survey button and let us know how we did, because we're always looking for feedback to make your Microsoft Build experience great, and the speakers are also looking to make their talks even better. So make sure to fill out those surveys.
Yep, it's super important that we hear from you. Speaking of hearing from you, let's head to Twitter and find out what you've been talking about. All right, let's get started. We got some good stuff.
First off, I want to give a shout out to Scott for coming on the show. We had a great little chat, and Clippy and his shirt have broken the chat from what I can tell. Oh, absolutely. Everybody wants the shirt. That's usually how it works when Scott comes on with a quirky shirt.
Absolutely. All right, looks like over here, this is, if you remember, we have our local executions happening right now. So Buenos Aires had their shout out this morning. I know that we had a couple of folks come in also from France and Germany, Japan. So it's awesome to see that they had a hybrid event where they had some folks in person and also digitally. It's great.
This tweet down here with Jonah Hill making the meme face, like, that's the face that I've been making for half of these announcements, particularly seeing the stuff that the developer division, which is the division I'm a part of, working on finally announcing features we've been working on for months.
Yeah.
This is me making that face the whole time.
And then over here we have obviously the shout outs to Project Volterra, which got a lot of love today. I know I got to talk about it with Mary Jo Foley and Paul Thurrott. The ARM and the MPU functionality that'll have to help with some of those AI workloads is super exciting. So more to come on that, I know, in the next couple of months, but it's good to see that the excitement's already building.
Totally. Also, MS Build, shout out from Morteza, says that this year could not be more different from other years. Even Scott Guthrie is not wearing his famous red t-shirt. I thought something was off about his t-shirt earlier. I thought it was like a slightly different shade of red than he usually has. So I was like, oh my gosh, it's so different.
Yeah, it's a slightly burnt orange red this year. He's changing it up.
The apocalypse is nigh. He's changed his classic red
I love
polo.
it.
Goodness. So,
yeah, I really do like this one tweet. It looks like it's by someone who also works at Microsoft with us. MS Build really makes me appreciate how lucky I am to work for such an amazing company. The tech, the people, and the culture are just incredible. I like the little pat on the back, which, a lot of people work on this conference, and from the developers and everyone building these, amazing capabilities for developers. It's really awesome to be part of this. So I really appreciate that tweet coming in from Liam.
And for the folks who work here and have been working on some of these features for months and couldn't say anything about it, for example, Project Volterra, shout out to Jerry here, talking about a Windows dev kit with an ARM CPU and NPU, which includes native ARM64, including an ARM64 version of Visual Studio. That is really exciting stuff. I've been keeping my mouth shut about that one in particular for a couple months now. So remember, if you had a great takeaway, you saw something cool, or you just want to show your cat watching the show along with you, then we want to know about it. So please use the hashtag MSBuild. Who knows, you might even show up on this very live stream.
Yep, and we'll continue to check in with you on Twitter later in the show. But first, a quick reminder to save those sessions to your digital backpack. I think I'm going to say digital backpack at least like 40 times today, so get ready.
It also reminds me of, like, you know, the carpet bag from Mary Poppins where she's just pulling out plants and stuff.
Yeah.
It's just like this black hole of just items that you can stick in, and it's never going to get.
Hello, welcome, and we're so excited you could join us today. We're part of the Microsoft Power Platform organization. I'm Sangya Singh, and I lead the Power Pages product team.
And I'm Ryan Cunningham. I lead the Powerapps product team here at Microsoft. We've got some huge announcements for the low-code platform to share with you at this whole event at Build. Number one, the announcement of Power Pages as a standalone product, very exciting, and the ability to auto-generate low-code applications straight from design files and images. We've got some great demos in depth on each of those things, but for a minute, let's actually step back and look at what's happening in the low-code market and why are we really focusing on it as developers. Well, it turns out that this entire space is on the cusp of a lot of change. Gartner says that 70% of new applications developed inside the enterprise will be built on low-code or no-code platforms by 2025. That is a massive amount of change that's about to happen in this business over the next few years, and we've got to be ready for it.
We are already seeing a ton of momentum. The pace at which customers are rolling out low-code solutions, including external-facing portals on Power Platform, is skyrocketing exponentially into millions. This is something Satya shared earlier this year. Powerapps has emerged as the clear leader in low-code, no-code tools. And that growth isn't just being driven by novices and citizen developers. Increasingly, we are seeing mission-critical solutions being built by people with expertise in their business and professional developers coming together, innovating together, and adopting the same platform to innovate much faster.
Let's talk about Hearing Australia as just one example of an organization that's getting a lot of value from low-code. Now, this organization is the largest provider of audiology services that are funded by the government in the entire continent of Australia. And that means that their frontline workers need a lot of help and they need good tools. In fact, Hearing Australia, using Power Platform, has been able to build purpose-built, professional-looking mobile apps for those frontline audiologists that save them really valuable time in the field and build their situational awareness. So they know what they need to be aware of as they go into each of these communities, saves them hours of prep and pre-work, and means they can spend a lot more time with patients. But that's not all. Those mobile apps are built on top of a powerful data platform and integrated with back office tools and applications that have also been developed in the organization, which means that every employee can stay up to date on exactly what they need to know across locations, across devices, across patients, and really replacing a lot of the processes that used to be incredibly manual, stuck in spreadsheets, email chains, manual meetings, and more, all of it getting automated in software now because of low code, but not just because of the technology of low code, but the interaction and relationships that it makes possible. Particularly the partnership between software developers and people who have expertise in what it means to be an audiologist. In fact, in this case, the story starts with Jackie Peck, who herself spent years as a frontline audiologist and hearing expert, knows better than anyone what it means to make the life of that type of worker more productive and efficient. And Jackie was able to find Power Platform, become proficient in it, build the first iteration of many of these solutions on her own. But that's not where the story ends. Hearing Australia has a development team in IT, and developers like Dennis Liang, senior dev in that group, able to figure out what Jackie is doing and come help. Come figure out how to take that back-end data logic to the next level, figure out how to optimize performance of particular applications, and together, Jackie and Dennis were able to really start transforming the entire way this organization operates. And that's been really impactful for Hearing Australia. It's got visibility even of their top leadership. The CIO said, this is an exciting new way to work. It's making a big difference in how an organization like this innovates.
What Jackie, Dennis, and Mike are doing at Hearing Australia is something that's happening across countless organizations globally. Team members with different technical fluency, from business users to pro developers, are embracing low-code as an essential toolkit and a new way of working. A way of working that really shortens the loop between developers and business people, where everyone can work in the same tools together. As in Hearing Australia, people who understand what it means to better serve a hearing patient, they have a seat at the table with the developers co-creating the solution. And developers no longer have to build everything from ground up. They can use a mature planet-scale platform to go a lot faster. Write the code where it's most needed. That means more progress faster with more consistent outcomes across the board.
And the Microsoft stack is built for this level of collaboration. This isn't just about the low-code tools on the top. It actually starts at a powerful data layer. All of the productivity data in Microsoft Graph, all of the structured business data in Dataverse, which itself is a managed abstraction of many low-level Azure services, Azure Synapse for best-in-class analytics, all of that wrapped together and integrated with great cloud services in the PaaS layer. Azure API management, Azure Functions for serverless code, all of that coming together and integrated as well with world-class developer tools. Let me manage my source control in GitHub. Let me write my code in Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code. All of that integrated with Power Platform as that next layer of abstraction on top. So a citizen developer, somebody with a background like Jackie's, can be productive in the same set of tools that a professional developer, somebody like Dennis, can use at any layer of the stack. And that is how these things really come together and start to drive velocity. Now, if we zoom into the Power Platform layer specifically, this is not just about one tool for mobile apps or one tool for websites. It's really a holistic low-code solution that brings a lot of this high velocity, high abstraction to every part of app development. It's one thing to make the frontline worker's job easier by replacing paper with a mobile app. But that also starts to feed data into a structured backend of Microsoft Dataverse, which itself is integrated with great business intelligence tools like Power BI. So now I can start to ask and answer much more interesting questions about how the business is operating. That leads to opportunities for automation. How can I make that human more productive with an automation in Power Automate or a virtual agent developed in Power Virtual Agents? And so this whole system working together is what really starts to drive velocity. And now this set of capabilities is getting even richer with the introduction of Power Pages.
I'm super excited to announce Power Pages, the newest member of the Microsoft Power Platform family. At the core, Power Pages is an enterprise-grade website development and hosting platform. You can leverage it today for its no-code and pro developer capabilities to design, build, and launch business data-centric websites to reach your customers, partners, and the communities you serve. Through these websites, you can securely give access to relevant business data and information they need 24/7 and streamline processes with them to gain efficiencies. And you'll have peace of mind with the most reliable, secure, battle-tested hosting platform that organizations and governments around the world are leveraging today to launch government-to-citizen services, business-to-consumer, business-to-business services at scale. Let's see a demo of Power Pages in the context of Hearing Australia. But first, let me set up the context. Hearing Australia wants to better support their frontline healthcare workers. Nurses like Marie, who you'll meet in the demo, uses specialized hearing diagnostic equipment to provide hearing checks to young children in the community. This equipment requires regular maintenance, calibration, and repair. Today, this end-to-end process involving frontline workers like Marie and several outside partners is done entirely via emails and spreadsheets. It's cumbersome, error-prone, and slows down the process of getting working equipment to communities that need it. Now, in order to solve this problem, Jackie, the business expert, and Dennis, the professional developer, want to work together and leverage Power Pages to build a secure website that Marie can access from her phone to get to the equipment details and streamline the service request process with the partners. Let's take a look at the demo. It has two parts. First up, we're going to see the website that citizen and professional developers have come together to build for nurses like Marie to use. And later, we're going to see how they built the website using Power Pages. Here you can see Marie, the nurse, access the website from her phone. During a checkup visit, Marie logs in to the website to troubleshoot an equipment that is not working. She's directed to this web page that shows a list of all the equipments she has access to, where she can scroll through the list or she can search for the device by serial number and filter the list down. She finds the equipment record she's looking for and she proceeds to view details. In this equipment details page, she sees a rich set of all the information she needs. She sees the images of the equipment, links to device manuals, and this gallery of several how-to training videos. She goes through frequently asked questions to troubleshoot. She also reviews historical maintenance done on the device. Through all of this rich data, she confirms that the device has too much distortion, so she needs to file a support request to get the device repaired. She can easily do that by starting a service request from the same page. She's presented with an easy-to-use service request form where she enters all the details that is needed to submit for repair to the technical partners. Upon submission, she gets confirmation that the technical partner will be notified on her behalf. She can now see that her request is in progress and she can log in anytime into this website to check status. Now let's just see how this business data-centric website was built using Power Pages. When you navigate to Power Pages homepage, you see all the websites that you've created or are collaborating with others. You can access the Templates Hub to browse through a rich set of out-of-the-box high-value templates like scheduling, registration, and many more to start your website making journey. Navigate to LearnHub as your go-to place to access how-to videos, articles that will guide you through different stages of design, build, configure, and launching of your website. Let's head back to Power Pages' homepage and open up the portal website in the Design Studio where the team has been collaborating. Power Pages' Design Studio has 4 workspaces: Pages, Styling, Data, and Setup. This first workspace, Pages workspace, is where you add and build web pages. On the left navigation pane, you can see all the pages that make up the site. You can build professional-looking web pages by adding several components like text, images, videos, and make inline changes to get to the look and content you want. The next web page uses more advanced component like this business data list that the dev team built in Data Workspace. This particular business data list was built on a table to display all equipment that the website users have access to. The second workspace is the styling workspace. Here, you can apply site-wide color and font styling. You can start from several themes out of the box, where teams tweak colors and fonts definition to match the organization's brand. The third workspace is the data workspace. Here's where you model business tables, data that you collect and share through the websites with your customers and partners. For example, you can see several equipment-related business tables that were modeled using this powerful no-code table designer you see on the right. Once the tables are modeled, you can design the forms and lists and views on these tables and add them to the web pages. And finally, in the Setup workspace, you can do several site configurations, including setting permissions to who has access to what business data through this table permission experience. Here you can set permissions for each business data table to allow specific user roles to have access to it on the website. Next, let's dive a little deeper into equipment's detail page that has advanced capabilities. For that, I'm going to open up Visual Studio Code. Using Visual Studio Code extensions, as a developer, I can download the entire website content. You can see site content, including forms, lists, web pages, nicely structured in YAML and HTML, making customization intuitive for me as a developer. Let's take a look at 3 advanced customizations that I've done. Here, you can see Power Pages' web APIs to dynamically query a Dataverse table to fetch equipment details based on the user-entered serial number. Then, based on that, I can display all the equipment details dynamically, like the image descriptions of the equipment on the web page. In the second customization, we're going to see how the custom gallery control that shows how-to training videos was added to the web page. This control I created in React, where you can see how the control gets added and is populated by video information that's stored in Dataverse in the equipment training table. And lastly, all the CSS styles I've captured in one custom file that allows me to link it to this web page. Let's head back to the Design Studio where I can go and sync all the changes I made in Visual Studio Code. Once everything is synced up, I can test the advanced capabilities that I built by previewing the site either in desktop or in mobile by scanning this QR code. So let's recap what we saw in the demo. There are 4 key capabilities that you can rely on with Power Pages. The first one we saw was a low-code website design studio where you can create and style your websites, but more importantly, you can model and design business data tables, forms, and lists using powerful table designers, form designers, view designers, and add them to your websites. Second, we saw best-in-class ProDev tooling that you use to extend, customize, and implement advanced web experiences and business logic. Third, a robust, scalable, enterprise-grade website hosting platform built with security and compliance. And lastly, you can extend the Power Pages business solutions to drive end-to-end innovation by leveraging all other 4 services of Power Platform. Powerapps to create internal apps based on the data that you're getting from your sites. Automate your workflows through Power Automate and robotic process automation. Build analytics using Power BI. And Power Virtual Agent for intelligent bot experiences. All built on Microsoft Dataverse, Power Platform's business data and logic service layer. We also saw in the ProDev tooling in Visual Studio Code how professional developers can build custom controls like the gallery we saw of how-to videos that was built in React and easily added to the website. Dynamically query the business data through our data layer and APIs. Style the web pages with pixel-perfect custom CSS style sheets. And we have enterprise-grade ALM for continuous integration and deployment with GitHub and Azure DevOps.
Wow, it's just amazing what's now possible with Power Pages. But let's shift gears a little bit and actually start to talk about another big announcement this week for low-code, and particularly the introduction of Express Design, the ability to auto-generate apps from design files and images. You know, a lot of the context here is that the time-consuming parts of software and the expensive parts of software aren't just about the coding. They're not just about the software. They're about all the human interactions around software. You know, a lot of projects, a lot of applications, they don't start at file new project in an IDE. They start with a problem. They start with an idea, and that evolves forward into a design. So that's why we're so excited to introduce this new concept of express design. Take any of those existing inputs, whether it's an image or a PDF or a design file, and automatically generate low-code applications in just a few clicks. And we're particularly excited about the ability to do that in the integration with Figma, where so much software today is designed and sort of born, but then often has a much harder process handing off to be replicated in code. And so to show us how that works and to get into the details of it, there's really nobody more qualified than a designer herself. And for that, we're going to go hand it to Alana Robinson, who leads product design for the Powerapps studio, and herself is an expert in tools like Figma. Alana, can you show us how all this works?
Thanks, Ryan. As you can imagine, most user-friendly solutions don't start with a development backlog. They begin with a problem statement and a design. And as a designer, I will work with the business groups to understand those users' needs and challenges and design experiences that meet those expectations. It can be challenging and time-consuming for developers to replicate the same UI from the design tool over to the app development platform. So now, with Express Design, I can create those designs using the Powerapps control kit in Figma, like I do today with my other UI libraries in Figma, and I can convert that design to a functional app in moments, which saves the development team so much time and process. For example, here I am designing the app for Hearing Australia. I've named the frames Home, Info, and Form, but now I need to go in and add a Submit button to complete this page. I can go over to the Assets pane, see all of the components, which are showing the list from the Powerapps Insert menu, grab a Powerapps button component with the exact properties of a real Powerapps button control, and I can place it here to complete the designs. Now, let's go over to Powerapps. You'll see a few new tiles on the homepage. One of them is Start from Figma, and we'll click that. We'll go ahead and name the app, plug in the Figma details, which pulls directly from that file that I was just working on, and we'll select a phone layout. In a few moments, the app is auto-generated, saving a ton of back and forth between the designer and developer. Let's make sure everything came in as expected. Yep, it is exactly as I laid it out in my Figma file, right down to the pixel. Let's go over to the page navigation, and you can see the home, info, and form pages are just like the frames I had in my file. It's amazing that as a designer, I can leverage my existing skills to accelerate that app development process. And I can save time by using the tools I already use. Plus, I have more control over that built experience, ultimately serving the needs of the end users better. Now I'll hand this over to the developer team to make sure that the data is hooked up correctly. Over to you, Ryan.
Thank you, Alana. That's just so cool how quickly we can generate an application out of a design file. But now that the application is built and set up and all the components and controls are here right in the Powerapps studio ready for us, now as a developer, there's a lot more that I can do to help bring this app all the way to life and bring code to it as well. One of the first things you'll notice if you're new to Powerapps Studio is this isn't just a visual environment. This is very connected to data. In fact, as we open up this data pane here, we see all the structured data in Microsoft Dataverse and more than 600 built-in connectors to existing business systems. Quite literally everything from Adobe to Zendesk. In fact, I can add my own data sources here as well. By registering any custom API managed anywhere with a REST endpoint on the planet, I can bring it right into Power Platform and start to use those services as well. In fact, here I've got a custom service I've registered and it's showing up. I can add to my app for address verification and bring it in just like that, start to use it in this application bound to controls and components. Speaking of controls and components, that same concept of lots of great things out of the box, but being able to bring my own, that exists at the UX layer as well. I can come right here and integrate a custom set of components, import them from a component library. Now I can build those either in code, I can write TypeScript or React components and import them, but now I can also build them in low code. In fact, Powerapps Canvas components now becoming generally available this month. I can import a component like this map control that the design calls for, that I've pre-built and preloaded with data and interaction, drop it right here onto the canvas and put it in the app and get ready to roll from that point. Now, the structured data in Powerapps is also really important to how humans interact with things like forms and grids and galleries. And I can pop over here to this next screen and start to bind a table in Dataverse to a form that's been generated out of the Express Design functionality from Figma. So this is no longer just a picture of fields and labels. It's actually now bound to that underlying table in the Dataverse database. It means that every time somebody fills out that form, that data is going to go somewhere that I can work with it later in a structured way. Now, speaking of data going places, this is also an integrated place for orchestration and automation. We mentioned before that Power Platform fully integrated set of tools. Well, I can use Power Automate right in context here as well. We've added that submit button right onto the canvas. Now I can, in a couple of clicks, pull up that full Power Automate experience. I've got all the galleries of templates. Let's say we want to send a push notification to a mobile phone whenever this form is submitted. And I can choose that template and actually start to work with it right in line in the Powerapps Studio, doing visual process automation and orchestration over that same set of more than 600 connected data sources. Just a really powerful set of capabilities all here at my fingertips, and I haven't even had to write a line of real code yet. Now, of course, we do have really powerful embedded support for logic and expressing logic in text. And we can use the language PowerFX. It's a dedicated language for low code, the first of its kind. It's completely open source as well. In this case, I'm going to go bind this button to trigger that flow when it launches using a simple expression, and I'm off to the races. I'm ready to go with this application. So let's save it and publish it and get it moving and start delivering it to users. But look, the last thing to cover here is the speed of low code and the speed of interacting with designers. It's powerful for the first time we build an app. But it's also really powerful as we continue to iterate and update and maintain that app over time. And let's say in a week or a month or a year, we decide we need to add another screen, another component to this application. This is where low code also really starts to shine. I can come back to this app, I can fire up a new screen, and using those same rich components that I've provisioned into the environment as a developer, building a new screen in this app is really just a couple of clicks. I can drop that header component in that we use in other places. I can drop in another one of those great pre-built components for an equipment list. And now I've submitted my app. It's getting updated. My users are happy, and I'm delivering value faster than ever. Now, one of the amazing things about Express Design is that it's not just Figma files. You can really generate apps from even much less structured inputs, like a static image or a PDF, and get all the same acceleration downstream that we just went through. Today, a shocking amount of business processes are still stuck on paper. They're in printed forms, they're in emailed attachments, and even more software doesn't always get the same level of professional designer attention that would work in a tool like Figma. But now I can take any of those inputs, whether that's a PDF of a legacy form or an image that I drew on a whiteboard, and bring those into Powerapps and get analyzed for the common app elements inherent in those static images and generate great applications automatically. And that's pretty cool. Behind the scenes, we're pulling this off using a lot of the amazing mature cognitive AI tech that's been really robust and maturing in Microsoft for a long time. In fact, we've trained models in Azure Cognitive Services under the hood to understand common app elements out of those visual images, understand what's a text box, what's a button, but even more importantly, how they fit together, how they group into things like a form and a table, making it really possible to take something that's truly unstructured as an image and generate a data-backed application faster than ever from an input like that. Now, Express Design and Power Pages are just a few of the latest ways that Power Platform is really accelerating the software development cycle for hundreds of thousands of organizations like here in Australia and hundreds of thousands of developers like Jackie and Dennis around the world. The stories of what people are doing as they embrace low code, make it part of their toolkit, are really powerful. They're looking at this platform as just the next layer of abstraction on top of all of the existing great development tools that we've been building for years. That next layer of abstraction that reduces repeated work, adds to the skill set of developers of all types and flavors, and lets people focus the technical energy on the problems that actually matter most and leave the rest to the platform. And the things that people are building here are really, truly impressive.
Well, we've covered a lot, and we so appreciate you staying with us all throughout the session. There are many more low-code and Power Platform keynotes, breakout sessions, and on-demands for you to watch that we can go deeper into, and how you can leverage low-code platform and tools today to have an impact and accelerate your organization's digital transformation journey.
There's definitely no shortage of content here at Build. There's a lot more announcements going on in the rest of the Power Platform as well, Power Automate, Power Virtual Agents. But if it's up to us, we definitely recommend you check out the deep dive on-demand sessions on Power Pages and Powerapps to go to even the next level of detail on the things we've covered here today. So thanks again. Have an awesome rest of the conference.
Of us are testing out avatars in Teams. What's great about an avatar is it gives me more ways to be present and engage in meetings. It gives me more flexibility for those times when I don't feel quite camera ready. Let's just say when I haven't had my morning coffee yet. As you can see, when I join a Teams meeting as an avatar, it looks like me. It's personal. And with gestures, it's expressive. You can see my live reactions. For example, I can show you that I like what you've said. Or maybe you surprise me and you can see that my mind is blown.
That's great. Is it hard to make one?
No, it's easy. Let me show you. When you create an avatar for the first time, there are so many options to choose from to help you represent your avatar as you. I can choose my shirt color, whether my hair has colorful streaks, or whether I add a hat or glasses. I can choose the attributes that let me be me. And I can present myself in different ways with multiple avatars for different meetings and situations. I can be more professional for a customer meeting or more casual for a team event. It's fun. And our early user research shows that people like using avatars. When compared with an audio-only call, people feel more engaged, present, and comfortable using an avatar.
I love that flexibility. It sounds like Mesh for Microsoft Teams is an inclusive future for meetings.
Yeah, Caruana, over the last couple of years, we've gotten used to virtual meetings. In fact, the time we spent in meetings grew over 250% during the pandemic. And we've been able to reduce meeting fatigue and make meetings more engaging with new innovations like Together Mode and Cameo. But what's exciting about Mesh for Teams is now we're taking meetings to the next level to be more inclusive and more interactive with these experiences. And with immersive meetings, you'll be able to collaborate with your colleagues using a laptop or a VR headset. It's incredibly powerful for product designers, architects, industrial engineers, enabling them to test and tweak prototypes in 3D. But these immersive meeting experiences are valuable for that average worker too. With seamless integration with Office apps, you can easily present a PowerPoint deck, brainstorm around a whiteboard, or co-author a document with your colleagues, even if you aren't in the same room.
Yeah, meetings seem like a natural fit for Mesh for Microsoft Teams. What about the other experiences you mentioned, like the immersive drop-in space? That sounds cool.
Yeah, well, it's really about relationship building at work. You know, when we all moved to working online, we kind of shifted to this more transactional interactions and then lost some of our informal chit chat that happens in hallways or when we come in and out of meetings. But these moments are so crucial for getting to know our colleagues, fostering trust, and just boosting job satisfaction. So with Mesh for Teams, there will be drop-in spaces that allow for online work interactions that are more natural and spontaneous. Just like you used to bump into someone, maybe at the coffee machine, now you can bump into someone at a drop-in space. And these serendipitous interactions may spark a new idea or help you solve a key business challenge. And there's never been a greater need for this experience. Over 40% of leaders consider relationship building to be one of the greatest challenges in hybrid and remote work.
People do. They really need that human connection, right? So, but are customers really using this? Do you have some examples you could share?
You bet. We're partnering closely with a large number of early adopter customers to uncover some useful scenarios. And when we announced Mesh for Teams, we showed how Accenture built One Accenture Park, a virtual space for onboarding new employees to help them build relationships and learn new skills. But there are so many ways we think that organizations will use this technology, from company-wide all hands to learning workshops to large-scale events.
Am I going to need special equipment though, like a headset?
No, VR headsets are optional. Organizations can use the technology they already have. So it works well with your existing laptop and mobile devices to experience 3D through 2D. But it's also ready when you add VR headsets to fully immerse yourself in a 3D space. In fact, let's have my colleague, Matt Fleckenstein, show you an immersive space so you can see for yourself.
Nicole, that is a great idea. Thank you so much for joining us. And Matt's already here with us.
Thanks, Caruana.
Matt Fleckenstein, head of product for Microsoft Mesh. Welcome to Into Focus.
Thanks, Caruana. It's great to be here.
It's wonderful to have you. So we just walked through avatar customization and heard about most immersive spaces with Nicole. But I'd love to see what that's like. But before we do, what is an immersive space?
Yeah, immersive spaces are really just 3D virtual worlds, which can be experienced, at the same time by multiple people. They can be transient in nature or persistent, as those drop-in spaces that Nicole talked about, where users, as they come into those spaces, can each have a very individualized and very strong sense of presence. In some cases, this includes continuity of data, so I have the ability to roam from space to space, and as I do so, my identity, my profile, my avatars, and maybe my entitlements like virtual goods or things I bought along the way, they all come with me, so it's a very seamless experience.
Why should this idea of an immersive world be attractive to people and organizations? Help us understand that.
Yeah, you think back to kind of what Alyssa was talking about in the convergence of this technology. It now enables us to make these digital experiences more immersive and 3D. And if you think about it, that's really how we interact with the physical world, right? We come into spaces and we interact with 3D physical objects and people who, of course, are three-dimensional. And so being immersed in these digital worlds opens up a whole new opportunity where now members from anywhere can come together into a common immersive space. You have things like complex workflows that can be done simultaneously in both the virtual world and in a real physical operation. And it brings these people together into a common space. You can have experts from all over the world quickly assemble to troubleshoot issues, to optimize critical workflows, or even make quick design decisions on certain products and directions you want to go. This shift will really open the door and empower an entire generation of creators who can contribute and play an active part and eventually monetize the types of things that they create.
I think that, you hit on something like everyone's building these immersive experiences together, right? And so what are some of the scenarios that you can create and use an immersive space for?
Yeah, so we've seen how, these immersive spaces in the world of gaming have really been wildly successful. They've driven great customer engagement and really increased fandom around certain games and titles. But it's gone beyond that. We've now played games all the time with the people across different locations. But more importantly, we're starting to really co-opt and build things together. If you look at the gaming world, it really is people in a community bonding together to create new challenges, new levels, and in some cases, entirely new games. But we also can host work meetings, and we can kind of, get together in those types of experiences. Nicole talked a lot about this, but we envision even these great consumer experiences where you go beyond that, right? Where you can now bring customers together from all over the world and have them participate in a live event, have them take place in some type of product announcement or celebration. And eventually we even see commerce being big in these immersive spaces. When we think about kind of these immersive worlds, right? It may be easier for me to show you what we're talking about, if that makes sense.
That is actually really exciting because you know that I've wanted to do this. It's a fantastic idea. And I think that this is actually the first time we're showing this off to everyone at Microsoft Build. So let's do it.
Let's check it out.
Here we are, Matt. Look, we're in the metaverse together.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting, isn't it? This is actually a space we can simply drop into. Sweet jacket, by the way.
Thank you. Virtual fashion is important. So this is kind of like a hangout space?
Yeah, that's right. Just like Nicole mentioned, we envision people gathering here for those serendipitous aha moments. To have a space to interact, come in, brainstorm, or even just catch up on what's happening in life.
That's important. There were so many times at the office where the best ideas came from those conversations in the hallway or by the water cooler.
It really is true. I also like to come here and relax sometimes. Look outside, it's so peaceful. And you know what? Just like in Teams chats, any work that we would do here can be seen by others. So if we were to come back tomorrow, the work is still here. If others jump in the room later in the day and they want to pick up where we left off, it's very easy for them to do that.
I'm really starting to see what you mean by migrating physical experiences into virtual environments.
Totally. In fact, we actually have more traditional conference rooms in here too. You want to go check one out?
Of course. This is quite the space. Is this the conference room?
Pretty cool, right?
I can feel it. It feels like I'm in a meeting, but what else happens here aside from, chit-chatting?
Well, it really all depends on your organizational needs. Up on the screen, you can see the presentation I was just sharing to a few clients. Other times, you may want a different style table that everyone can gather around. For example, to review a 3D design of the fall line of apparel, or maybe the architecture of a new building being designed. Regardless of the room configuration, the important thing is we can now bring anyone in the world together to experience a meeting in these immersive spaces while feeling like they're present together.
And with the productivity tools you're already well familiar with, right?
Absolutely right.
This is too cool. I can already envision organizations benefiting from using these spaces to bring teams and partners, clients together. So thanks for showing this to us. Should we go back now?
Now, hang on a second. I'd love to take you into one more immersive space, something that's designed more for a company connecting with your customers externally. Shall we check it out?
Yes. Matt, this is incredible. Where are we?
We're here at the World Economic Forum's Metaverse. It was created in partnership between Accenture and Microsoft. You can see the town hall over to my left, and a bit further back behind me, you can see the Trillion Trees project.
Amazing. Wait, Trillion Trees project? What's that about?
Great question. Really, beyond organizational use cases, metaverse experiences can unlock entirely new ways for companies to connect with an audience anywhere in the world. Why don't we go into the Trillion Trees portal and I'll quickly show you.
Here we are. Are we in a forest? Wait, I see a desert as well.
That's right. Trillion Trees is designed to empower users with the ability to learn about important topics, like reforestation. It's just one example, but virtual worlds like this can really inspire people to take action in the physical world through these immersive virtual ones.
I love it. The types of environments and experiences you've taken me through today are so impressive. You're blowing my mind. But we're running low on time, so let's get back to the studio.
I'm ready. Let's go do it.
That really was an incredible experience. And I honestly, seriously, I really get it now. I don't think I did before, but I do. Thank you so much for being my guide.
Yeah, for sure thing. It was my pleasure. Look, the amount of new ways to tell a story, convey a message, build a community that anyone from around the world on any device can access, it's incredibly fun and exciting. There's so many possibilities, and I'm delighted to be part of it.
I can tell. I can feel your passion for it. So let's take a question now from our MVP audience. Love this. What technologies can people familiarize themselves with to really hit the ground running? What do they need to know to create these spaces?
Yeah, the experiences we went through are just the tip of the iceberg, right? We talked about the limitless potential. We saw how organizations can use immersive spaces for collaboration, for meetings, brainstorming, and design. But there's really so many more customer-facing possibilities as well. The options are almost limitless. One common technology that I would encourage people to think about and start familiarizing themselves are the 3D design tools, things like Unity and Unreal. We plan to provide the building blocks for developers to come in and create virtually anything they want and realize that limitless potential, while at the same time, we'll offer more turnkey solutions for organizations and creators to make it easy for them to get started. We'll share more details in the coming months, but until then, I would encourage the audience to also spend some time really thinking about, if you had these tools, what type of immersive world would you want to build? And how can you apply them to really solve problems or to create unique experiences today?
Yeah, I don't think, if my own experience is any, area to judge by, I know that my inspiration has directly come from actually getting to participate in it. So I'm pretty sure that other people will think up great ideas as well.
Yeah, I'm positive that'll be the case. I think one of the great things about it coming to Teams is it'll expose a whole bunch of people to the options, and it'll really help, once you feel it and see it, as you did, to unlock and really help you understand the things that you can do with it.
And I remain really excited about the fact that this is a whole new area as a developer or business solution architect, even as a business user, that you can expand the work that you're doing, right? I mean, this is a career opportunity as much as it is a leap forward in technology.
It is. A lot of times when you have these big steps in technology, there's whole kind of opportunities that come with them, whether they're in business or in your own personal careers. And so it's certainly an exciting space. And, as we talked about, it'll be fun to see what people do with it as we move forward.
Yeah, because, this is definitely one of those areas where I think we're going to learn from our customers and, see what they do, and they'll inform us and tell us what else they need also.
Absolutely. It's impossible to imagine everything that you could do with immersive worlds.
Thank you so much for being here, Matt. I really appreciate you joining us for sure.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
What a jam-packed show. I've gained so much true, deeper insight into what the metaverse is and how this will continue to impact people, how we work, and the exciting tools available to make meaningful impacts. If you can't already tell, I'm thrilled about this and what it will mean for all of us and you out there. So to quickly recap, we've learned how the metaverse is a convergence of technologies. We got insights into industrial scenarios and even how the metaverse will shape hybrid work. Of course, we want to thank all of our deep dive demos and to our live audience of Microsoft MVPs and our wonderful guests. To start your own metaverse journey, here are a few resources to check out. You can experience mixed reality with HoloLens 2 and Dynamics 365 at AKA/MS HoloLens. Next, you can dive into how to develop with Azure Digital Twins at aka.ms Digital Twins. And to learn more about Microsoft Mesh and Mesh for Microsoft Teams, visit mesh.com. I'm Caruana Gatimu. Now let's send it back to Sonia and Leslie. That was awesome.
Welcome back. Sounds like the metaverse could be a really incredible thing for the future of hybrid work and development, so much more. Remember, you can save this and any of our other Microsoft Build into Focus shows by heading to the scheduler and clicking on Save to Backpack.
Yeah, it has been a fantastic day one of Microsoft Build. We have got the keynote, the Imagine Cup World Championship, the breakout sessions, and all of the incredible interactions that you're having in the connection zone. So we hope that you have been making the most out of every single moment.
Yep, and the best part is it's not even over yet because we have more interviews with experts and insights into the latest innovations coming your way. We also need to see how Kayla's doing on that PC.
Yeah, she's inspiring to do my own PC at some point. Gosh, I gotta get on that.
But right now, we want to hear from you. So let's check in on Twitter to see what you've all been talking about. Woo. All right. Oh, amazing. Okay, yeah, I really do love that, we've been talking about Microsoft Build kicking off today. Can't believe we're already, partly through day one. They look forward to some amazing sessions. They have 3 editors in attendance ready to publish on new and innovative topics. Got any ideas? Ooh, this is an MVP over here. So make sure you send some ideas over to them.
Yeah, awesome. And we've got yet another pet viewer. We've got, I think, a husky watching the Build conference. How
That's
exciting.
us.
I know, it's us.
They're watching us.
I hope that husky likes me because I would adopt that puppy immediately. So adorable.
I love it. So we definitely have some amazing tweets. Please keep them coming. From Amsterdam, we got so many going on. So let's keep the conversation going as the event continues. Tell us what you're liking, what you're learning, and remember to use the hashtag MSBuild.
We love hearing from you on social media. So now it's time for everyone's favorite, another poll. So with so much amazing content here at Microsoft Build, we are curious. What are your favorite kinds of sessions? A, you live for those keynotes. B, you love anything that gets you into coding. C, leadership sessions all the way. Or D, skill building sessions. Personally, I'm team A, but we want to hear from you, so let us know in the chat which sessions interest you the most. And whatever you prefer, remember that all of your sessions, no matter the category, can be saved to your digital backpack for you to reference and review later. And checking out those live poll results, they're looking pretty good, eh? Living for those keynotes.
I like the keynotes too. I totally understand. You get the big picture, you understand the big themes, but I'm liking that D, the skill building sessions are really jumping up there.
Yeah.
I like how people are picking up. So it doesn't matter if you're an expert coder or someone brand new to it. It sounds like you're getting what you need, which is great. Ooh, leadership sessions, we'll work on those. Good.
Yeah.
Awesome. So it's the first of its kind, serverless confidential computing with ACI, and it's already making waves. Seth Juarez talked with Mark Rosinovich about what makes this cloud computing solution so simple to deploy.
Welcome back. I'm Seth Juarez, and I'm privileged to be here with Mark Rosinovich, Azure CTO. How you doing, bud?
Good.
So I tried to come over the other day. No one would let me in.
They were under orders.
Speaking of confidentiality, what is your favorite announcement so far, Microsoft Build?
Confidential
containers.
That's it. Yeah,
I was trying to lead you into that one a little bit.
No, you did a good job.
So let's start first with remind us what this whole technology is.
So confidential computing is based on this concept of trusted execution environments, which are hardware that protects or creates this box called an enclave that you can put code into. It's completely isolated from the outside and protected from the outside. So, for example, the memory is encrypted. So from the outside, even if you're an admin on the box, you can't get into what's in the box. And the hardware can measure what's in the box and then produce a signed report saying, hey, this is the code that's inside this box. And then whatever's in the box can say, hey, look, this is what I am. The hardware says it is. And then from the outside, if you want to let that code decrypt data so that it can process it in a confidential way, then you give it a secret and say, here's the key to unlock this data, and then it processes it. And this is what we call protection while data is in use. So we've got protection while data is at rest with encryption at rest. We've got TLS for protecting it while it's in transit, and this is like the missing piece, is protecting it while it's in use.
So, I mean, I get that, but that's like at a machine level. You're saying this with containers, though?
Yeah, well, so that's the announcement today. So we've been driving confidential computing from bringing the first confidential hardware into the public cloud with virtual machine types that support it. Yep. We've got the ability to run pods on confidential AKS nodes with trusted execution environment. We've got confidential SQL always encrypted with SGX enclaves. We've got an attestation service that is one of these things that produces one of these reports of this is the code running in this box, trust me, that's also confidential. We've got a confidential ledger service. We've worked with NVIDIA to bring confidential GPUs out. We've worked with AMD and Intel to bring confidential hardware out. And today we're taking the next step in the evolution of the software platform for confidential computing by supporting serverless containers that are confidential.
And that's the part, like, because I remember we talked about this other stuff, but how do you actually do a confidential container that's using hardware property. How is that even done?
It's actually pretty straightforward, and we've got a little demo that I can show you of us just how easy it is to take a container and make it confidential.
All right, let's roll that. Let's show everybody what we got here. So tell us what we're looking at.
All right, so what we're looking at here is an ARM template to deploy a container on ACI, or Azure Container Instances service. And these 3 lines right there is all that it takes to declare that as a confidential container.
It's an ARM template.
It's an ARM template, right. So you can see that it's saying AMD SMP, that is the type of hardware. Now, if we go to this view of our container instances running, you can see it just looks like any other type of container instance. Now, what we've got in there is a Python app that does one thing only. When you hit the URL for that app, it produces the report from the hardware of what it is. This is what I was talking about, what it would present to somebody that it wants to get a key from to decrypt data. And you can see at the bottom there's signature, there's a measurement field. That's what the hardware is producing. It's looking at the code in there and saying, this is the measurement of everything in this box. Here's my signature to prove to you that I'm the hardware and I'm endorsing this as a true statement. And then you take that and get a key to unlock, for example, confidential data sets, encrypted data sets for health records or financial data or whatever other kind of data you want to keep secret and make available only to what's in that container.
So as I saw that, I guess what I was looking at was you built a confidential container, you deployed it, and all you did was you did a Python script that just output all the attestation.
Yeah.
Now, for me, because I'm a simpleton when it comes to these things, Mark, so if you could help educate me, maybe someone else who's like me, what does all that attestation data do or say? What's in there?
Yeah, well, like I mentioned, it is the measurement. So it's the hash. So it's a succinct representation of everything that's in there. And then the processor has a certificate that's been issued by AMD.
I see.
That you can go check and say, was this signed by a real AMD processor? And this is the hash of what's in there. So I know that the Python app has this hash, so I can look at that attestation report. Does that hash match what I think of as the Python app that I wrote? Yes, it is. It's signed by AMD processor. It's protected inside this enclave, so now I know it's authentic and I can share a secret with it.
So if heaven forbid someone were to even get the container out somehow magically, which I don't think is even possible, it would all be encrypted, no one would know anything.
That's right. The memory's encrypted, the CPU state's encrypted, the hypervisor can't see what's in there, an admin on the box can't see what's in there. Somebody breaking through the trust boundaries of Azure can't see what's in there. Even physical access, it'd be tough to get what's in there.
So literally someone there with a screwdriver into the machine would not be able to see.
That's right. You could put a sniffer on the memory bus and you wouldn't be able to see because it's all encrypted. So,
I mean, this is really cool. There's got to be some really fantastic use cases for this. Can you fill us in?
Well, I mean, the scenarios are kind of limitless. First of all, I strongly believe that confidential computing will become just a defense in depth.
Computing.
Yeah, it'll become computing. People just call it computing, and it'll be confidential. Just like we talk about TLS and encryption of stuff that's in transit. You don't send stuff over the network now unless it's encrypted.
Yeah.
And so that's just the normal way of doing things. But some of the cool scenarios that it supports that I'm excited about are multi-party computations. If you think about the case where you and I have 2 data sets, we're got concerns of the privacy of what's in that data set or IP of what's in that data set, or regulation prevents us from sharing that data set, well, we can give it to the Python app that we both trust not to leak what's there. Give both of our data sets to it. It can do a computation like an ML algorithm that does a training across both those data sets and get insights out of them that it wouldn't be able to get out of just one. So set patient record from hospital A, patient records from hospital B,
really cool.
Or chest x-rays mixed with MRI scans, or
tons of use cases.
Yeah. And
so just to finish up, where can people go to find out more? I know they want to know about this stuff.
So you can go to aka.ms/ccaci.
Okay.
So confidential container ACI.
Awesome. We'll make sure you go to that link and be sure to stick around through tomorrow and get part 2 with Mark as we talk about container apps and Dapper, just like me. Don't miss it.
I think the biomechanics technology will definitely help a lot. On court, I'm more serious and a very aggressive player. Usually the numbers don't lie. Technology gives you a good mentality. It's obviously a huge impact on how I play the game. I have a tendency sometimes on my forehand side to have different takebacks, so that will help see which one's the best for me. With the real-time data, you can definitely customize it to yourself. Let's say my explosiveness is maybe slower on the left and the right, then that technology can definitely show the difference. And I think it's pretty cool, and it definitely gives you a huge advantage, so it reveals a lot about yourself.
We're back, and now I am joined by Brendan Burns, who's the Corporate Vice President of Azure.
everyone. Welcome to the Building Collaborative Apps with Microsoft Teams session. I'm Divyanga Pillai, and I'm a product manager here at Microsoft. I am really pleased to be presenting from one of our brand new pods here at Microsoft headquarters. Thank you for joining us at Build 2022. I expect that many of you, like me, are starting to return to the office after 2 years of largely remote work. Things are definitely different. Suddenly, hybrid is not just a buzzword. It's here to stay. It's something that we are all living every time we go to work, wherever we go to work. We're making new rules, new schedules, and new spaces. We also need to make new apps that help us collaborate in the world of hybrid work. Apps that reimagine how people get things done in different places, on different devices, at different times. With so many opportunities to build new solutions or rebuild existing ones, it's a pretty amazing time to be an app developer. My colleagues and I are building a lot of cool stuff, or at least stuff we sure think is cool, to help you reimagine or maybe even reinvent collaboration in the hybrid workplace. Our session today is divided into 3 parts. First, I will be showing you some of the amazing things we are doing with Teams extensibility, so you can build ones and enable contextually appropriate scenarios. Then, my colleague Kpmg will join us remotely from Hawaii to talk about the tooling we've built to make app development easier. And finally, you definitely don't want to miss my colleague Hal, who will share some of the amazing fluid-powered experiences we are adding to the platform. Of course, everything you see in this session is either generally available or available in preview for you to explore. And for a lot of the topics, we've got additional on-demand content that you can watch on your own schedule when you're ready to take a deeper look into the things you find most interesting. The link to all of our sessions is in the chat window. Now, let's get started. At Ignite, this past fall, we announced the preview of a new Teams SDK and manifest that looked a little different than their predecessors. Why? Because you could use them to build Teams apps that could also work in Outlook and Office.com. Today, we are really excited to announce that both the SDK and manifest we shared in preview are now generally available. As a developer, what that means is that when you update your SDK reference to Teams JS v2 and your manifest to v1.13, you'll be able to extend your existing Teams apps to Outlook and Office.com on web and Windows, with mobile to follow later this calendar year. Now, your Teams apps may support a multitude of capabilities, including channel tabs, personal tabs, messaging extensions, meeting extensions, and more. As we thought about extending these capabilities, the notion of contextual relevance became top of mind for us. And you'll see it reflected across the board, including in the way we have designed and organized the APIs in this new SDK. With that guiding principle, we've chosen personal tabs and search-based message extensions as the first set of capabilities to extend beyond Teams to Outlook and Office.com. For example, you can see how one of our partners, SurveyMonkey, has used the new SDK to build an app that extends a personal tab into different contexts. Of course, Teams, the heart of workplace collaboration, but also Outlook, our essential communications app, and Office.com, where SurveyMonkey users can quickly find and create personal or shared content. Starting today, you can take advantage of the new SDK and manifest that are generally available. You have the ability to specify that you want these app capabilities to run in additional M365 host apps. You can also run full-scale pilots with preview users in Outlook and Office.com, allowing you to prepare for GA distribution later this calendar year. You'll be glad to know that we've built backwards compatibility into this evolution, promising a frictionless update. Even with these updates, all your existing in-market Teams experiences will continue to run as is in Teams with full production-level support. Your developer experience will remain unchanged, as our documentation, tooling, feedback channels, and code repository have been updated to support extended apps. From a distribution standpoint, you'll be able to distribute both single-tenant and multi-tenant apps using existing Teams experiences. All this is to say that we have been very intentional in honoring your in-market investments and minimizing change management. This is true for not only Teams apps, but also your existing add-in investments in Outlook. We will fully support add-ins for Outlook and Word, Excel, and PowerPoint in the same model with built-in backwards compatibility later this year. You can explore the new add-in manifest for Outlook in Dev Preview starting today. Last year at Build, we also announced the launch of messaging extensions in Outlook in Developer Preview. Now, we're happy to announce the public preview of search-based messaging extensions, which allow users to search for content from external sources and embed it in email as rich interactive cards. Let's take a look at how Mural, one of our early adoption partners, extended their Teams personal tabs and search-based message extensions to other Microsoft host apps to power a real-world scenario. All right, so in our demo, Gabby is starting her workflow for a new project in Office.com. She opens the Mural application, which takes her to a helpful Mural template that she's already prepared to kick off a new project with her team. She needs to work on some of the content by herself in the mural before sharing with her team. So she goes to a specific section and finishes the content. Now she knows she wants to send it to her colleague Dan. She goes to Outlook to write him an email. She can use a search-based message extension to insert the same mural directly into the message to Dan. This puts an interactive adaptive card into the message which Dan can use to open the mural. Now, Gabby goes back to the mural, this time in her Outlook, and continues working asynchronously to keep the project moving forward. Next, she needs to share the mural with the rest of her team members for the project. She navigates to Teams, and in the channel for her project, she includes the mural again using a search-based message extension. She can tag the team in the message to get people's attention, and every recipient will see a clear call to action that says, View Mural. When they click that, they'll be taken directly into the Mural app where they can view Gabby's mural, collaborate visually, and contribute ideas. Gabby wants to build a little bit of excitement and encouragement for the team, so she finally goes and adds an encouraging message saying, We've got this. With Mural in Microsoft 365, you can take ideas from imagination to activation for more connected teams, no matter how or where they work. Wasn't that great? We can't wait to see what you are going to build. I do want to take a moment to recognize that in addition to Mural, we've been fortunate to work with 8 other partners who have been instrumental in trying out our early bits and giving us feedback, allowing us to hit our first developer-facing milestone today. A huge thank you to all of you for your support. If you're curious about the deeper details of the new and improved SDK and want to hear from our engineers about relevant changes, our approach to refactoring APIs, or how to use the SDK to create contextually relevant experiences, I encourage you to check out our on-demand session titled Deep Dive into Teams.js SDK V2 for extending Teams apps to Outlook and Office.com. Now, the apps we build are intended to be useful, and we've done a lot of work to ensure that you can distribute these extended Teams apps to your users and customers. To make this happen, we are bringing the same new store experience built for Teams to Outlook and Office.com, where users can discover and use the wonderful experiences that you'll be building. Users will be able to get to the store experience from the app flyout available here on the left. The store will automatically list only those apps that are relevant to each host M365 app that the user is in. You'll notice that the experience is scaled back to support an initial set of personal apps and message extensions. We'll eventually be lighting up the editorial and intelligent experiences available in the Teams store within Outlook and Office.com and apply that to existing Outlook add-ins too. All to help get the right apps in front of the right user. When a user selects an app, they can see relevant information, including its capabilities and the host M365 apps where it will be functional. By clicking Add, the user can start using the app in any host apps where it's functional. I invite you to upgrade to Teams.js SDK V2 and App Manifest V1.13 and to get feedback from preview users of Outlook and Office.com. In turn, please give us feedback so we can continue to make improvements that support your needs as an M365 or Teams developer. Now, before I hand things off to Tomomi, I've got one more item to cover. If you've got a really good memory, you might recall that in addition to showing you the preview Microsoft Teams SDK and manifest at Ignite, we also showed you Microsoft Loop Components, always live, actionable experiences you can embed across M365, starting with Microsoft Teams and Outlook. We also know that many of you have built search-based message extensions that can insert adaptive cards into Teams chats and now into Outlook emails. Today, we want to show you how you can transform adaptive cards into Loop components. Let's start with a demo. One of our partners, Zoho, is transforming the static adaptive card found in its Service Desk Plus Cloud Message extension into a loop component. The new adaptive card loop component has actionable content, enabling customers to make quick updates without switching context. And changes made in the loop component stay in sync as it's copied-pasted across Teams and Outlook. Zoho is making this change to help its customers improve incident response times, reduce outage durations, and improve overall performance against SLAs. Here's how it works. A service outage is detected, and Adi, the incident commander at Contoso, has created a ticket for the incident in Zoho SDP. Adi then copies the link into his Teams group chat with the on-call technician, Darren, from the incident response team. The link then unfurls into a Microsoft Loop component, allowing them to take quick actions right within their chat. Darren updates the status to In Progress directly in the Loop component and copies the component to his chat with Serena, the service reliability engineer, where they troubleshoot reliability issues. Serena adds a comment to the component, and since Loop components are always live, everyone on the chat sees the latest updates, which are also flowing back to Zoho's own SaaS app. Darren implements the fix with Serena's input. Once he's completed the fix, he updates the incident status to resolved. Meanwhile, Adi receives an email from his CIO requesting an update. One great option Adi has is to simply copy-paste the Loop component from Teams, maintaining a single source of truth across Teams and Outlook. But since he's in Outlook already, Editor, which uses Context IQ, recommends the Zoho message extension, allowing Adi to seamlessly retrieve the same Loop component with relevant incident information. Context IQ is a new set of capabilities available across the Microsoft portfolio. In products like Editor, you can use Context IQ by simply typing the @ symbol to discover content, people, and information relevant to you while staying in the flow of your work. As you can see, Zoho's Loop component enabled the team at Contoso to easily share relevant information and address the incident quickly, all while staying focused on their workstream. Zoho projects, GitHub, and Dynamics 365 have similarly updated their message extensions to generate adaptive card-based loop components that boost their customers' productivity with actions like changing the due date to align with the updated schedule of a Zoho project's task, commenting on an ongoing GitHub issue, or updating the estimated revenue of a sales opportunity in Dynamics 365. And as we saw earlier, this enables customers to share content across Teams and Outlook while always staying in sync. We invite you to join the developer private preview starting in late June to evolve your message extension and create your first Loop component. Be sure to subscribe to the Microsoft 365 Dev blog or follow us on Twitter for updates as the developer preview becomes available. The full end-user experience with portability across Teams, desktop, and mobile, Outlook Web, and Win32 will come later this year. Okay, it's time now to turn you over to my colleague Tomomi, who's joining us from her home in Hawaii to talk about the new tooling we've built to make it easier than ever to build collaborative apps. Tomomi, I'm so jealous of your location.
Thank you, Devianka. Aloha, I'm Tomomi Imura, and I am a client advocate at Microsoft. And I'm also advocating WFH, work from home, well, work from Hawaii. Last year at Build, a preview for a new Teams Toolkit extension for Visual Studio Code was announced that helped you create, build, and publish new apps for Teams. So thank you to all the developers who are already using Teams Toolkit to build tabs, bots, and message extension apps. I'm thrilled to hear about the new types of experiences you're creating to help digitally transform your businesses. Today, I'm excited to announce that Teams Toolkit for Visual Studio Code and the Teams Toolkit CLI is generally available. And for everyone building .NET web apps, I'm happy to share that Teams Toolkit for Visual Studio is available now in preview. Let's take a quick look at Teams Toolkit in VS Code and see how easy it is to get started and what's new. First, I'll start with the Teams Toolkit tab selected and create a new Teams app. The toolkit offers a few ways to get started. I'm choosing the SSO Enable tab so I can display web content directly in Teams. I'm selecting TypeScript and then finally give my app a name. Now the project has finished scaffolding, I can run and debug this Teams app by pressing F5 or using the Debug tab. You can see in the debug profiles that Teams Toolkit has created a project to support running in Teams, Outlook, and Office. It uses the latest Teams.js SDK and a manifest schema that Divyanka mentioned earlier. Teams Toolkit makes sure all the required dependencies for the app to run in Teams are all set up, including registering the Teams app and configuring it. The app is running now in the browser session of Teams, and what you're seeing is a sample UI provided in the template. The UI is built using Fluent UI React components. Another neat thing this template includes is an example that shows a simple way to authenticate a call to Microsoft Graph with a current user. Here's how it does that using the Teams FX library. That's how easy it is to get started using Teams Toolkit. But now I'm ready to start building the app I had in mind. I'm building the app that our PMs, developers, and UX researchers can use to collaborate on product feedback. One of the challenges I want to solve is make sure that feedback, like issues created in the GitHub repository, doesn't get lost or go unaddressed. I have an idea to bring that information into Teams to make it easier for each of us to keep track of any urgent issues that need attention. The first thing I want to know is how many open issues assigned to me and a quick way to view them. I also want the UI for my app to look and feel like Teams. I can use the Teams UI component library to help with that. Teams UI component library is a UI library built on top of Fluent UI React. Fluent is a Microsoft design system that provides you with a set of UI libraries for all M365. You can visualize it as a storyboard. This is a fun way to explore what's possible and test the components. Today, I'm happy to share the availability for our new Fluent UI React v9 package that supports design tokens and has major performance improvements. Let's go back to VS Code and start building out this dashboard. I'm creating a new component for this called dashboard. In this component, I'm pasting in some code I've prepared ahead of time, and I've already added an NPM packages for Teams UI component library. The UI is constructed using this JSON, which I've copied from the storybook I showed earlier. I also added a function to get my assigned issues from GitHub using this GraphQL query from a repo I set up earlier. Let's run the app and see what we got now. Here's the app running besides VS Code. With a few tweaks to the dashboard tile, I can display issues there. And notice how the tile updates after I save this edit in the code. Teams Toolkit has already set up hot reload to make it even easier. So great. I have a basic dashboard set up with a tile to show my issues. I can continue a similar process for the rest of the tiles and display whatever data I want here. I can also run my app in Office to see how that looks. I'll just wait a while the browser loads. And now we can see the app running in Office too. Next, I want to get notified daily of any stale issues right inside Teams so I can triage them. I'm going to add another feature to my Teams app that sends me a chat message every day with this information with stale issues that need my attention. In your apps, it could be daily sales volumes, unassigned tasks, or anything else that is valuable to your business. I can use Teams Toolkit and select the Add Features option to extend my Teams app further. The notification bot option helps me quickly create a solution for sending a message to a chat or channel. I also specify the event for that message, a trigger or a timer. I'd like to get a daily summary of any stale issues, so I'm choosing a timer trigger. Teams Toolkit creates everything I need to have an Azure function timer to trigger the notification. All of that is available to customize and scale for your business. But for now, I can focus on customizing the message for my scenario. So let's run the app now and see what we have by default. Now we see a message from a bot displaying some sample content. To customize this, I'm going to edit the JSON file for the adaptive card. I can select the preview and debug adaptive cards hint at the top of the file to open the adaptive cards extension. And using this is a fantastic way to preview what my adaptive card will look like. So watch as I edit the JSON and the preview updates on the right. I'll undo that because I'm going to paste in a design I've prepared ahead of time. So let's close those files and make some customizations to our notification app to use that adaptive card and display the GitHub issues I want to see. In the timer trigger file, I'm going to paste in some edits I've prepared that get issues in a similar way to the dashboard and fill in the data for the card. Finally, you need to update the data model in the card model file to match the customizations I've made. So let's run the app again in Teams and see our changes. Awesome. Now we see that my notification is correctly showing me the issues that I need to triage today. Our team has built something just like this to let everyone in the team know about stale issues and blocked features. It's transformed our daily workflow by bringing actionable work items directly into Teams. We've also upgraded Teams Toolkit for VS Code with features that make it easier to bring your existing Teams app everywhere in M365. Teams Toolkit includes 2 new features that help modernize your apps. The first one upgrades your app to use the Teams.js SDK v2, which updates imports and API calls. The other upgrade feature revises the Teams manifest to the latest schema to support Office and Outlook. That's Teams Toolkit for Visual Studio Code and how you can get started creating apps. In just a few minutes, we created a dashboard to show issues and use the Teams UI component library. We then extended our app further by adding a notification that runs on a timer to send me a chat message. Some of the other exciting features I didn't get to show are the ability to create CI/CD workflows for GitHub and the provision and deploy cloud resources to Azure. And coming soon will be support for launching and debugging to mobile clients. If you want to learn more about using Teams Toolkit and what's new, check out our on-demand session, OD11, Accelerating Teams App Development with Teams Toolkit. Now I'll send it back to the pod in Redmond. Mahalo for joining me, and have a great build. Aloha.
Thanks, Tomomi. Hi, I'm Hal Bond, and I'm a Principal Product Manager here at Microsoft. As Divyanka mentioned, hybrid is here to stay and is driving us to reinvent how we live, work, and work together. I'll share some ways Microsoft is helping you create new collaborative apps to engage and delight your users in their flow of work. The first is with Fluid. Fluid Framework is an open source collection of client libraries used to build low latency collaborative experiences. It was designed to allow applications to create and operate on distributed shared data structures as if they were local. Keeping the logic and data local lets front-end devs build full-stack solutions with sophisticated synchronization like real-time typing without writing any custom server code. At Microsoft, we're already using Fluid to power collaboration in our own apps, including a new version of Whiteboard coming soon to M365 commercial tenants. Teams is also using Fluid Framework to power integrated note-taking with OneNote. And starting this summer, we're removing the preview tag so that everyone can use the Azure Fluid Relay and the Azure Fluid Relay Client SDK for production scenarios. To see how easy it is to use Fluid in your app, we'll convert a standalone app to a collaborative one. The app we're working on is a simple visual canvas where you can place and move shapes. We built it with the Pixie.js open source 2D graphics library. Let's get started. First, we declare the distributed data structures we'll use to keep our shape data in sync between clients. We used a shared map for our shapes, which we'll call Fluid Map. We need a new object type to represent the subset of shape properties we wanted to sync. Let's call it Fluid Display Object. Then we added two functions, Pixie to Fluid and Fluid to Pixie, to convert between Pixie shapes and Fluid Display Objects. Of course, we want everyone to see our shape move when we move it, so we created the Set Fluid Position function to write the location to Fluid. We convert the current Pixie shape to a Fluid Display Object and then call the set method on Fluid Map to update the distributed data. We just need to update our event handlers calling Set Fluid Position, so as we move a shape, it shows everyone the live progress. As others move shapes around on their boards, we will need to update ours. Fluid raises a value changed event when a shared map is modified. We have an event handler which will use Fluid to Pixie to update the local shape if it exists or create a new one if it doesn't. While our app has some React, Fluid works with any Vue library you want to use. And just a reminder, we still haven't written any server code. Now, let's play with some shapes. Pretty cool. The last thing we need to do is connect our app to the Azure Fluid Relay service. Like anything else in Azure, we can create a new Azure Fluid Relay resource through the Azure portal with the CLI or an ARM template. And once that's done, you should take note of your tenant ID, keys, and endpoints for your Fluid Relay client. And then, with the addition of a secure token provider to manage access, you're ready for production. A Fluid is clear. And we've already seen some of our partners build amazing experiences. I want to show you an app being built by Hexagon. If you're not familiar with Hexagon, they're a leading provider of sensors, software, and autonomous solutions for manufacturing. Their goal is to redefine collaborative engineering by giving their customers the tools to innovate faster, at higher quality, and with more confidence. The team at Hexagon chose Fluid and Azure Fluid Relay to bring this vision to life. Now I want to show you a real early example of Fluid in use at Hexagon. This is a portion of their data model for a scene graph. The scene graph is then used in their app to synchronize the view of 3D objects in an additive manufacturing workflow. In a related view, you can see how changing the material state from stainless steel to bronze is relayed to all the connected clients. For hundreds of millions of people across the globe, Teams is the hub for collaboration. The calls, meetings, chats, and application integrations available in Teams help us work better together. At Ignite in 2020, we introduced meeting extensions, which lets you integrate your app in meetings. Starting now, your apps will also work in calls with no changes to your app manifest. Many users share links to your rich web experiences in Teams chat, and today, without an app, they will appear as a simple preview. In the near future, we'll use structured data present in schema.org tags on your website to make the preview more contextual and informative with no additional effort on your part. And if you already use a bot to generate rich adaptive card previews, users won't need to have your app to see the previews. If you want to go one step further, you can use the updated Stage View API to have your adaptive cards launch your application side by side with the relevant chat. In this hybrid world, collaboration in meetings is crucial. And most meetings involve screen sharing to ensure everyone's on the same page at the same time. But we often want to do more. We want to get involved. We want to work together. As it was announced earlier, we're launching the public preview of LiveShare, a new extension to the Teams Client SDK built on Fluid, which makes it easy for you to create collaborative meeting experiences similar to PowerPoint Live, and so much more. LiveShare provides automatic session matchmaking backed by the security of Teams meetings, so the people working together in the meeting are the people collaborating directly in your app. You can also take advantage of meeting rules to tailor experiences for presenters and attendees. With LiveShare, you get all the power of Fluid with minimal effort and no cost. When you use LiveShare, you'll get access to a Teams-hosted and fully managed set of Azure Fluid Relay resources. No need to worry about setting up resources across regions. Your front-end dev teams can focus all their time on building rich, interactive features to add to the collaboration already happening in Teams. We also added new transient Fluid objects such as ephemeral state, ephemeral event, and ephemeral presence, tailored to the kind of collaboration found in Teams meetings. And finally, because synchronous media experiences are so important and challenging in a hybrid environment, we've added an ephemeral shared object designed specifically to synchronize audio and video files with just a few lines of code. With LiveShare, watching a video in Teams is better than ever before, as each user has their own direct synchronized media stream. This lets meeting participants watch videos at full resolution at any frame rate. Individuals can turn on local player features like closed captioning on their own. And because people also sometimes talk in meetings, teams will intelligently lower the media volume to let those conversations happen. Now, let me welcome Sid, who will walk you through an example of how simple it is to take an existing application and make it live.
Thanks, Hal. I am Sid Uppal, a group engineering manager in Teams. We are an agile team and play planning poker when time boxing work for a user story. As you can see here, my team and I are sprint planning. I open the side pane of our planning poker app to choose the next story for us to review. Clicking Plan Together shares the story to the meeting stage where we can all vote. No consensus. Seems like we should talk this over as a team. Well, while the team is discussing, let me show you how we made this app work interactively on the stage without building a new server. So we had to do a few things, and I'm going to show you the 3 most important. We declare the schema to sync, update the application UX and logic, and connect to the Teams-hosted Azure Fluid Relay service. First, let me show you the Fluid container schema. You can see we have 4 objects, 3 of which are the ephemeral objects. We are going to focus on poker state. Poker state is where we track results for each round, whether waiting, costing, or discussing. Now that we've created it, let me show you how we connect it with the rest of the client code. In our UX, we create the UI for each state. Once the UX is set, we update the logic to trigger poker state. Finally, let me show you how simple and cool it was to use Teams LiveShare and connect to our hosted Azure Fluid Relay service. All we had to do was create a new Teams Fluid client and join the container with our schema. The Teams Fluid client will take care of the container creation, connect this app to my meeting, and authorize the participants. Right. Since I used the LiveShare SDK extensions, once my app was done, that was it. I didn't have to set up a new Azure resource. Okay, so let's finish the game. Yep, looks like the team agrees this is pretty straightforward. Back to you, Hal.
Thanks, Sid. We've been working with a few partners in private preview. Accenture is one of those partners. As a professional services company with leading capabilities in digital, cloud, and security, Accenture is always looking for ways to deliver on the promise of technology. Here they're using LiveShare to create an interactive, synchronized media app. Let's hear what they have to say about their experience so far.
Video is central to how we communicate here at Accenture. And a little under a year ago, our global IT leadership team brought us this challenge. They wanted to create a meeting experience where a presenter could kick off a video and have everyone on the call watch the video at the same time with the same quality. We start working and bringing ideas up, and very quickly we realized that there's not a ready solution in the market. After that, in one of our checkpoints with our Microsoft partners, like someone raised their hand and they say, hey, we're working on this new SDK for Microsoft Teams that will bring some interactive capabilities. And we think this may solve, your challenge. We were able to have application built and working. It synchronizes the video for everyone on the call, and it gives attendants the ability to know that they're watching exactly the same that everyone else is watching, with a much increased quality on the video. I think there's a lot of opportunity to bring great experiences into Microsoft Teams, and I just can't wait to see them.
At Microsoft, we believe deeply in STEM education, and we partnered with MakeCode, a free open source platform for creating engaging computer science learning experiences. MakeCode is using LiveShare to support a collaborative coding environment where students can build and play games together, right within Teams. We're incredibly excited about the experiences LiveShare will make possible. Go to this link to learn more. As Divyanka promised, there's a lot of new and exciting tools available for you to create innovative collaborative experiences. Let's recap the big announcements from today. Divyanka talked about the updated Teams JS SDK and manifest, and adaptive cards as loop components. Tomomi announced the general availability of the Teams Toolkit for Visual Studio Code and the Teams Toolkit CLI. And I shared the general availability this summer of Azure Fluid Relay and the public preview of LiveShare. We have a number of on-demand sessions which will go in depth into each topic. Please check them out at aka.ms/WAC-build session. Thank you, and have an amazing build.
sessions, your resources, your speaker, and attendee info can all be downloaded to one convenient hyperlinked Word doc.
You know, for Halloween, I dressed up as Dara the Explorer with my backpack.
Man, I love it.
Could have brought it for today.
Shoot, I need to see the pictures. I can't wait.
So, my pro tip, check out your schedule at a glance with the My Schedule tab on the right side of the screen. I know there's plenty of things for us to go back from day one that's already in my digital backpack.
Yeah, tell me about it. I mean, we've been on stage for most of this and like just going, adding everything. So at this point, we have heard from Microsoft Chairman and CEO Satya Nadella. We watched students compete in the 2022 Imagine Cup World Championship. We pondered the future of the metaverse. And we got to see Kayla build a PC. And that's not even the half of it.
I know. We hope you're also making the most of the learning zone, adding tools to your tool belts and honing your skills, and also making great contacts in the connection zone, diving deeper with experts and networking with your fellow attendees.
As always, it's you that makes this event so incredible as we gather from all around the world to share insights and explore the future of code and app development together.
Yep, and there's a lot more in store for all of us as we head into day 2 of Microsoft Build, including a keynote on advances in AI from Microsoft Executive Vice President and Chief Technology Officer Kevin Scott. Here's Kevin with a quick preview of what you can look forward to.
To me, Build is always a great moment to celebrate software and the passion and creativity of everyone who helps create it. I hope you all can join me on the second day of Build to learn about how AI is going to put power into the hands of developers to help them achieve more.
All right, let's take one last look at what's going on Twitter. Let's take a look at what we have on the wall right now. I love this. All right, shout out to Azure Container Apps. It's gone GA, which is amazing. This is your CTA to go build great things. I love that. Thank you so much, Will.
I want to give a shout out to BB up here. It's kind of a cool where are they now from the Imagine Cup. I'm today a Microsoft employee and I was once an Imagine Cup finalist. Imagine Cup has a very special place in my heart. That's really exciting since clearly all of those students are super talented and are incredibly hard workers, so it's cool to see where one of them is at today.
Yeah, I love it. Super impressive cohort that now we get to have at Microsoft.
Yeah.
I love this one. Shout out to Power BI. Automatic aggregations are now GA with some exciting additional features coming soon, with a shout out to that session as well. I love that, there was so much great content that we were able to share today and even more coming tomorrow. So I know there's a couple of sessions people are plugging, so save them to that backpack.
And also, we've been talking a lot about Windows on ARM, but I also want to give a shout out to Visual Studio, which is also going to be on ARM. William says Windows on ARM is so cool, and it's awesome that Visual Studio will soon be native as well. I can't wait to buy one. And I can't wait to share more along with the developer division that we're part of about Visual Studio for ARM. It's going to be exciting.
Awesome. So let's keep the conversation going as the event continues. Tell us what you're liking, what you're learning, and always remember to use the hashtag MSBuild. Right now, it's time for us to sign off, but we hope you'll join us right back here tomorrow for day 2. More keynotes, more breakout sessions, ongoing networking and connections, and we'll dive into things like Fusion development, AI, and collaborative apps.
Yep. All of this and more when Microsoft Build continues for day 2. The party is not over, folks, especially because now, as promised, it is time for Microsoft Build After Hours. What does axe throwing, ninja stars, and tiny houses, what do they all have in common? What do they have to do with tech? I don't know, but find out by joining Scott Hanselman, Felicia Shaw, and friends for interviews with Microsoft experts, conversations breaking down today's content, and definitely a whole lot of fun along the way. So we'll see you all tomorrow, and now, here's After Hours.
A similar small.
My head, wow.
No.
I just the nostalgia. Like now they're just making applications on top of the things.
There's good architecture, even if there's one engineer working on it.
I think of my job as like half anthropology and half craftsmanship.
And the developer can basically take advantage of all of them. We are really early in our neurodiverse explorations.
So we need to continue to kind of be true to our mission or capable with it. Oh.
cool bet back then.
Hey friends, they said it was over. It's not over. It's not over. We're behind the scenes. I told you we were going to bring you behind the scenes and show you things that you've never seen before. Right now, we're in production control room 2. We've got Director Rick and Director Brandy over here. This is actually one of 5 control rooms in this building, 3 of which are dedicated right now to bringing you Microsoft Build. Now, I've been wandering around all week long with my badge and my good friend Felicia Shaw, talking to execs and early in career folks and the people who built the things that we saw Satya and friends announce today. So we're going to spend our afternoon with them at Build After Hours. We're also going to check in with Kayla Cinnamon, who's in the process of building a Windows PC. If you don't want to look at me and you'd rather see what she's doing, she's actually streaming live on Twitter. So you got lots of great options with Build After Hours. And we're going to check in with her, see how she's getting along. I know that just earlier she seeded that CPU and that was looking pretty great. Now I'm going to be chatting with Panos. I'm chatting with my friend Solomon in the Microsoft Accessibility Lab, as well as Julia Lucen. We're going to talk all about the great announcements at Build, and this is Build After Hours. Roll, take it. Well, I have all the Microsoft apps, of course.
That's a good point.
I'm just saying, right?
It lights up.
Oh
my gosh, like, let's go. Let's do this. We're backstage right now.
Yeah, we're backstage here. Just finished some filming.
Kind of fun.
Look at that. Kind of fun. I'm hearing that we're bringing Azure and Windows closer together. Like Azure is becoming the world's AI supercomputer.
Yeah.
How is Azure going to make Windows better?
There's this opportunity to bridge the power of the Azure computer right down to the client. We have ways to do it where when you're working local, you're working on your CPU, you're working on your GPU, but then as MPUs for Windows come to life, the ability to both offload or to do inference on the edge, to run massive models. This is the idea of you have all this compute in the cloud, you have your local opportunity for compute. When you start to bridge them, there's actually no limit. Just think of it as the opportunity to extend your client with one of the world's most powerful computers.
Just kind of blew my mind for a second because we just were at the Microsoft Archives and we talked a little bit about the difference between an SX and a DX. You're telling me that this is the world's coprocessor.
That's right.
We've got CPUs, we've got GPUs, we've got MPUs, we've got AI on the edge in the device, and now we have Azure as coprocessor.
Right, and the developer can basically take advantage of all of them and then blend it. Pick where you want to do your processing, how you want to use the CPU, the GPU, ultimately Azure. And then when the MPU comes into play, like just think of what you can do on the edge for inferencing. So now you have opportunities that are kind of limitless, but also for the customer on the other side, fairly seamless.
Yeah, the customer doesn't care.
They don't care. What I care about as a user, me specifically, who I'm not you, and I wish I could write code the way you do. But all I really want is simplicity, speed. Like I need to be in flow. I need to get done what I want to get done without barriers. So once you're able to extend through pick the silicon, including up into the cloud, if we can move our customers through seamlessly, all of a sudden, like right now, are you on Wi-Fi or cellular?
I don't really know. It doesn't matter.
Does it matter? It absolutely doesn't matter. To you, I mean, it might matter to somebody else.
Well, the job's getting done.
Yeah, but what's happening is we're able to film, we're walking through the building. This is exactly the frame that you should think about when it comes to just using your computer and then blending it through the models of Azure. I mean, almost impossible to do, but quite simple.
Yeah. And then the other thing is that the experiences that we're going to be enabling, some of them we've thought about, and some of them we don't even know what.
That's the thing. Remember what developers do today on Windows? Like they've made it the world's platform for innovation, right? It's the platform where platforms have been born. Ultimately, what does it mean? What's next? What we want is limitless compute for you to go invent that next element. The next great creation on a platform will happen here. For that reason, and the great creators are the developers. If we can give them the right tool chain, if we can give them the right processing power, and then you're not limited by just the client. And I hate to say that because you know how much I love Windows, but we just we extend to it. It's one of the most exciting things that we talk about. And watching developers kind of start to sink their teeth into it will be pretty awesome.
It is a good day to be a developer.
I hope so. I hope you feel that way. You are the target checkpoint, Scott.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Nice to see you.
All right. I'll catch you later. All right. You heard it here. Build After Hours. I'm telling you, Felicia, stop doing this now.
Yeah.
Like, I'm feeling that up here.
Yeah.
I don't want to put the fear in you, but like,
No, I think it's good.
we're all changing and we're all going to be differently abled as we move through life. I've had trigger finger surgery here. I've had nerve surgery on this finger. All of that just so I can keep typing. If I'd thought about my ergonomics ahead of time, maybe I wouldn't be in the situation I am in today.
It's a problem that we're looking at more and more with. You keep hitting the door button.
Oh, is that you?
That's. Yeah, because we've got the wave.
That's now an outtake.
They're very sensitive.
Sorry.
We've lost Felicia because she's off exploring. Quick tour here.
Yeah, this is the most experimental part of our lab. We are really early in our neurodiverse explorations of how hardware and texture and things like that can help support neurodiversity. So what you see are lots of different forms of stimulation, lights, sounds, movement, textures, and things like that, so that individuals who need it can get the extra stimulation to help level, to help calm, to help reset or transition and things like that.
right.
This is what we would call an idealized classroom. So we have a multitude of different assistive technologies in here.
Even the desks.
Even the desks. What we're hoping to show here is in an ideal world where this tech just exists alongside everything. So it's that normalizing aspect.
The Tobii eye gaze
Yeah.
stuff is super interesting, Felicia. But this is me. I'm looking to the right.
Yep.
I'm looking to the left. Look down here.
That's cool.
So I just need to go up there, and I just need to teach myself, and it just take me a minute, to like click there and then click there, right? So I click left, and then I look, and I click. So you see that right there?
Yeah.
That's me wanting to click on that.
That's what we call dwell. You spend a certain amount of time on something, it registers as a click. So we've got the Tobii hardware, the eye tracker. We've got Tobii software running in the background. That's what processes the signals that this picks up. And then what we've got over here is the built-in eye control that's native to Windows. It's got speech generation, it's got a keyboard, it's got multiple mouse inputs and things like that as well. When you plug an eye tracker in, it automatically turns on.
So cool.
This was really fun, Solomon.
This is our happy space. And of course, can't forget our old Xbox adaptive controller setup over there.
Yo.
We'll get this fired up. All right, so pedal makes it go, left and right, on your knee.
What is that?
That's your brake and your reverse.
Oh, dang.
Driving with Felicia Simulator.
Hey, stop. I think I'm better at this than with my hands. Setting me up for success.
The best way to define inclusion is not just about diversity, it's about the opposite of exclusion.
Yep.
Thanks for letting us hang out, and we appreciate that it's always open to us.
Always open.
All right, lunch?
I want to play with a jellyfish.
Can you like mind giving
Hey, give
me the umbrella?
give me the thing.
Oh my
You always hold the umbrella.
gosh.
All right, archive, MS
Why?
archives, security alarm, press call button.
Do you not? Did you not get an appointment?
I don't have badge access.
Why? What?
It's the archives. They have stuff here we can't touch.
Oh, maybe it's because it's like a...
Hey, it's Scott and Felicia. We're here to see old stuff.
Okay.
Welcome to your home, Scott.
We're old and dusty. Yeah,
yes.
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good to see you.
Hello, Julia.
Thanks for-
How are you?
Out.
Have you been here before?
No.
Hey.
That's great.
Well,
Well,
I have no idea what's in store with
Yes, I brought you and Felicia to the Microsoft Archives, which is such an amazing place. It's filled with all kinds of history, and I thought it'd be really cool because you're. Yes.
haven't seen this one of these for
How long
years.
have you been here now at Microsoft?
I just celebrated my 30 years with Microsoft.
30 years.
I know,
All
I know.
right.
I'm feeling old. Thank you.
And you've been here a little less than 5 years.
yes. It's kind of interesting to see what has happened in the last 30 years.
Isn't this great? And look at the Altair on the wall here.
Huh. Okay, that's way before my day.
Yeah, that is more. Didn't mean to imply that was very kind. That was more Bill and Paul
Start
and those.
computing.
Is that Satya?
Wait, really?
I'm pretty sure that is.
Take a picture.
Are these like the first?
Oh my God.
Julia, when did you join? What year did you?
No, this is like in the 70s.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh.
Go ahead and just jiggle the mouse there a little bit for us.
Windows 3.1?
Yeah. And
Is that Windows 3.1?
it is Windows 3.1, yeah.
Wow.
Did you have a role on Access at all?
I did.
I think we've got Access down here in the corner.
The key. Oh my gosh.
And then why don't you move to the next record?
I think that's the code I wrote. Did you know my picture? But the operating system I'm actually doing, like Windows 3.1 wasn't released yet. Actually, we were still working on the preview version, whatever it's called back then, beta version
Okay.
of Windows 3.0. It was 3.1 was released while I was working.
Because
I know.
before, with Windows 3.1, you had to use Trumpet WinSock to install a TCP/IP stack. You had to install your own TCP/IP stack.
System error. You remove it from drive
Oh
A.
no, I've
But,
made a mistake.
but then for developers, we had two machines. So the Windows machine was a test machine.
Oh.
That machine was running on OS 1.3, I think. That was the Microsoft own operating system.
Oh,
Remember, like
OS
IBM
2?
have OS 2, but Microsoft was like contracting for IBM, whatever. We had our own operating system.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's called OS 1.0. So developers were working on that. And then so Windows was our test machine. It was like whole different world.
Oh, you had like, did you have source control?
We had source control. We had source control. We had nightly build. We have, test suites.
What did you use for source control? Was it SLM?
Yeah, Slime.
Slime.
Yeah, it's called Slime.
Before
SLM.
Source Depot, before all the...
Before all
I
of these
only
things.
know like the gig.
Yeah, it's only know GitHub.
I literally only know GitHub because I'm like in college, that's all we used.
Yeah. No, it's Slime. I had to think about it. It's Slime. If you ever hear people say raid that issue because the bug tracking thing was called raid.
Yes, Amanda told us that yesterday.
Yeah, that was called raid.
Yeah, like raid the bug spray.
Raid the bug, and apparently because you said there were like
the
bugs.
app is called raid.
Yeah, the app is called Raid because if you want to get rid of bugs in your apartment, you get Raid bug spray
Correct.
from the shops. But the bug is called a bug because many years before, an actual bug got into some wires, not at Microsoft, but in a mainframe, and they found a moth.
you like actually to remove it.
And they debugged it by removing the moth.
That is.
And I love this thing, right? Because one of my favorite stories these days for kids.
Yeah.
Like when the parents hold up one of this. They're like, oh, Dad, why did you do a 3D print of the save icon?
Yes, the save icon.
Save icon.
Oh my gosh, yes. Isn't it?
Really?
Actually, I'm going to sneak away because I want to explore a little bit of the archive. So I'm going to leave you too.
This will
Web app, oh my gosh.
This would like to say the worst name Microsoft product ever. And then it's our first web development tool, another product I worked on.
Amy, so what can we take with us and what are we allowed to take out of the
Well, we can check it out to you if you want.
You can check it out. So it's like a library. The archives are like a
Yeah.
library. And are you the archivist? Is that your actual title?
I'm the archivist.
Archivist.
Let's
Okay,
go check
where
out
are
the
we
vault.
going? The vault?
That's what it's called.
There's a vault. Wow.
It was actually another networking product Microsoft made and discontinued.
Oh.
So they didn't want to use a new name. So they just this one kind of worked because it's like, internet and it's for developers, so it's interdev.
I mean, it probably
That's
was
where it
really
came
trendy and cool back then.
It was actually great because it's our first web development product.
Yes.
And I remember, in the huge internet development conferences doing demos of it.
Yeah.
Of how you can build a website.
Yeah.
Like within literally click in the minutes.
Wow.
There was like a huge audience. People was like, oh my God, that
This
is
is
amazing.
amazing.
This is a new world. So, and then it was being called Visual Basic for the web.
I know Visual Basic.
Everyone knows Visual Basic.
Yes.
Ooh, t-shirts. May I? They're all nicely folded. Clippy, our most iconic Microsoft and well-loved brand, will live forever.
I feel like that's such
Amazing.
an interesting thing because I feel like it increased access to get people into the development world, right?
Exactly.
And I feel like you've been at the forefront of that journey. How does that make you feel? Like the fact that you're
I really feel like it's very true to our lineage and our mission, right? And then if I think about those stories, it's about people who were not necessarily have a computer science even education,
yeah.
but they were able to take their interests
Yeah.
and their passion and figure out how to be a developer.
Yeah.
So this is the Xbox Dev Kit original.
No! The original Xbox Dev Kit.
So it was before they showed what the console was going to
So
look
they
like.
put it in a PC
So
box.
they put it in a box.
The nostalgia is just a thing. I got a little something in my eye.
I've seen that. I remember being in college and seeing Microsoft really make a difference in the development community. And I feel like we really have stood out. I mean, even when we talk from inner dev to Copilot today, when we talk about being able to enable people to come in, it's completely different. It's the access is out of the world.
Totally, and I think that one of the key words we have used at least for my 30 years I've been, at Microsoft, we keep talking about productivity for developers. We want to make it very easy to learn and very productive for developers to take their thoughts and take their ideas and actually, implement the right application.
Yeah.
Ooh! Is that the big ass table?
This is the Surface 2
The Microsoft Surface
table.
You don't need to think about, what do I need to use? You come to us, and whatever it is that you use will enable you to develop. Like with .NET MAUI. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, and I think that, like productivity is a huge part, and we continue to invest. If you think about all the improvements that we're making in our tools and big IDEs like Visual Studio and the frameworks like .NET and all of that. And it's a combination of making framework really easy, right? Just focus on the things you want to go do and then let the framework and
do the work.
Do the work for you,
Yeah.
exactly, to kind of take care of the part that you don't necessarily want to worry about.
Yeah.
Maybe you can find me a box and let's go get those t-shirts. All right, let's head over this way.
Where do you see us going from here, right? Like this is the first 25 years, let's say, and now 25 years hence.
I mean, remember 30 years ago, like before Windows, then this is like Windows 3.1, right? Windows 3.1 wasn't even the thing that really put PC in everywhere. When I joined Microsoft, the mantra back then was I think was a PC in every desktop or something like that. I think that was the mantra of the company, right? And now, and obviously, the last couple of years during COVID, it's like everyone has a PC or everyone has your computer because that's the only way you can get your work and schooling done. Yeah. And so the number of digital applications just says we need more developers. So we need to continue to kind of be true to our mission and helping the world, creating more developers who can help build the next generation of the digital applications. What else
This
did
is
you
just
find?
for personal things. I got a copy of Encarta in German and a copy of Microsoft Bob.
Oh,
which
I
I thought was
remember
very
that.
important.
That is very
What is
important.
Microsoft Bob?
Microsoft Bob was our first entry into Assistant.
There even was a tutorial to teach people how to double click.
What?
Because,
No.
because single clicking is discoverable, but double clicking is not discoverable. You can't just go click, click. So they would say, click, click, no, a little faster. Click, click, no, a little slower.
I never figured out what to do with it. I installed it.
And I got t-shirts too. I got a Clippy t-shirt.
Yeah, so then Clippy was like another version of Bob, like
See, this
shipped
one I know.
into Office.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because it shipped into Office.
Guess what?
Oh yeah, look, there's a picture of you on the wall there.
Oh my gosh. We did the theme of the 2010 launch was like we do it 24 hours around the globe. They all got launched at the same time.
Oh.
So then a bunch of us flew to different part of the world. That was the global launch of 2010.
Look at you, and you were like, I think one of the first like pioneering women. Like this is so cool. Like you were like the person who like had the beacon and like made way for us. You know?
Thank you so much. I definitely feel like that.
Well, I get really happy. I'm like, I have 2 women in my chain, and that makes me so happy.
And Amy's an archivist.
Thank you.
She was so kind to let us come here and
play with
the stuff and look all these things up. It's super helpful. Welcome back, friends. We had so much fun hanging out with our friends over there at the Microsoft Archives. Remember, I told you I was going to take you behind the scenes. So right now we're in Studio A, and we're just going to have a walk over to Studio D. Studio A is where all the Into Focus things are being filmed. We're going to sneak through this little hallway here. Pretty sure that this is not real brick, but I'm not going to tell anybody about it. We got to hang out at the MS Archives for a while. You can see the B-roll, the background. That's what they say in Hollywood, by the way, the B-roll. You can see the behind the scenes on my TikTok and on my Twitter. Just go to my Twitter and click on Media. We've got a whole bunch of great additional footage with Felicia and myself. And in fact, right now, we're going to go over to Studio D, where Kayla is still working on her PC that she's building from scratch. This is her first PC she's built from scratch, and Felicia's with her. We're going to learn all about how that's going and see how we can help her be successful. Another thing worth pointing out is that there are 7 studios here in Microsoft Production Studios. We're just using a couple of them. You saw also that we have 5 different control rooms, and we're using 3 of those. All the information that's being sent out to you at Microsoft Build is being sent through these studios. We're going to head over here into Studio D, and we'll peek in on Kayla and Felicia. Oh, here we go. Let's check it out. Now this is the awkward backwards walk. You learn how to do this in the training that they don't give you for live television. Hi, friends.
Hey, hey. Hey,
How's it going?
Good.
How many hours have you been working on this? Oh my goodness.
3.
This is so fun.
Just 3?
Just
Look
3.
at the number of manuals.
I know.
You have?
I'm almost done. Look at this is all that's left.
All that's left is the power supply.
Oh, and a little bit of thermal paste.
Are there any missing parts, screw or something, you just say, I don't need that part?
I hope not.
No.
Oh, I hope not.
Should probably figure it out.
We'll find out later. Yeah. So actually, I have a little bit of a recap video of how we got to where we are right now. So let's take a look at that.
So here I'm just taking the motherboard out of the anti-static bag. I've installed 2 sticks of 16 gigs of RAM into the motherboard. This is the SSD 1 terabyte storage stick. This is the background or backing plate for the CPU cooler, and this is the heatsink of the CPU cooler. And I've attached 3 fans to the front as intake fans. And then I've also installed the CPU in our last segment, which was very terrifying. And I've just installed the motherboard into the case itself by just screwing it in. And then I've added the top of the case back on, so I'm able to attach the radiator of the CPU cooler to the top of the case. And then from here, we're going to add the thermal paste and attach the CPU cooler itself to the CPU. So that's how we got to where we are right now.
So help me understand here, this tube connected to those 2 fans, that's the CPU cooler. I remember when I heard about water cooling a number of years ago, there was a tank and you filled it with water and I was always afraid it would leak.
Right.
This is not the same?
No, so fortunately nowadays these come with pre-installed or pre-built piping with liquid of some sort inside of it to allow for cooling, and it's all self-contained, so I didn't have to fill it myself or anything. It came packaged this way.
Closed system with thermal gel in there.
Exactly. So speaking of the thermal paste, I do want to apply some. Do you have any thoughts on thermal paste?
I've seen a lot of videos on thermal paste on the YouTube, and pretty much it's like the whole tube, right? Just basically squirt it until it's falling outside. Is that correct?
Oh, the whole tube?
No?
Should I just keep going? You want me to keep going?
That's exactly the opposite.
Yeah.
You did it perfectly. A pea-sized amount, right?
Pea-sized amount. Not to be confused with toothpaste either.
It doesn't seem like enough.
Well, it's going to end up spreading out over the CPU when I put the cooler on top of it, so it should be able to handle the heat coming off the CPU.
It's reminding me of the dentist, not gonna lie.
Do you think that short of like writing software and shipping it, like you worked on Windows Terminal and you work on Live Share and Visual Studio, that this is more powerful feeling to have like made a computer with your own hands?
Oh, absolutely. And I feel like I understand computers a whole lot better now. Like when I see on Task Manager, I'm using a lot of my CPU, I'm like, oh, it's that thing that scared the crap out of me earlier when I installed it. So definitely much more knowledgeable about computers.
Yeah, it's a thing we take for granted. A lot of people of a certain generation just grew up with laptops, and you've built your own PC from scratch, and maybe you'll build one for me next.
I guess so. All right, so we're gonna finish up here and hopefully see you tomorrow if I'm able to turn it on in our next segment.
Very, very cool.
So if you want to keep watching the build, you can see it on my Twitter account at cinnamon_MSFT. And if you have any questions, you can send them to me using the hashtag MSBuild. So I'll see you tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be able to power it up, and I'll start accessorizing it.
Woohoo! Join Kayla.
All right, we're gonna go and catch up with Scott Guthrie, and I'm gonna actually build some Lego. Not as complicated as a PC, but still pretty darn cool. Let's check that out.
Apologies for my tardiness.
Gee, you drive like an insane person.
I knew you were watching me, so I felt like I had to perform.
Is that why you made that hard left turn?
Yeah.
It's raining. It's a beautiful spring day in the Pacific Northwest.
To be fair, it was really nice yesterday.
That is the lie that people in the Pacific Northwest tell themselves. It's never nice.
What is, like, literally,
You
like...
point the camera at yourself when you're giving good speeches. You also have to do the dramatic zoom thing. Okay, Amanda Silver, who is our vice president.
Oh, I zoomed in on that.
Did you zoom in on Silver?
I said Amanda Silver.
Amanda Silver has been thinking about building a tiny house, and you like tiny houses too.
Yeah, I love tiny houses.
I gave her an address, and we're gonna surprise.
Oh, she doesn't know?
No.
This is so pretty.
It's a tiny house, Amanda.
I know.
Have you ever been to a tiny house?
I have not, but I have studied.
Let us get you closer
I'm
to study
so excited.
the tiny house.
I feel like I have to tiptoe, you know?
But you're ducking down like you're too tall.
I'm a tall person. And sometimes I do bump my head. Wow, but I'm not going to bump my head in here. It's like a cathedral. There are so many different kinds of tiny houses.
Yeah.
This is like the cabin genre.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Would you do something like this ever?
Would I build something?
Like, this is the
that
plan,
is why
right?
I
This
am
is-
so
this
obsessed
is why
with
we're
this.
here.
It's
This is the
because
plan.
I am planning I am doing this.
Because you want to make a tiny house too, right?
Really?
Yeah, oh my god, I'm
She's
so
obsessed with
obsessed with it.
It's just such a good and accessible way for people to get home ownership or independence
Without needing a huge house, you know? And I just love that concept.
But it's very spacious.
Yes.
Like we could all just sit here and have a conversation, you know?
I'm gonna make a big deal of like, I'm gonna...
Because a family of 6 could easily live in here with sound equipment and the cameras.
Oh yeah.
Go.
You know, as somebody who's like looked on as a leader, do people like just expect you to have all the answers? And like, how do you deal with that? Or how do you actually come up with solutions?
The best teams are those that are empowered. And I think that it's important that everybody on the team is as close to the user, the end user of our products, as much as possible. What I want to see is that everybody on the team is actually more educated than I am, because they have more context on how the product's being used. They can, you know, talk about the usage of the product and what they see in the heat maps or what they see in the feedback from the customers, and that's what we kind of guide our decisions on.
You got to live in a tiny house if you're going to be making tiny houses. Every tiny home that I've been in felt orchestrated and architected and thought about by either the builder who made the shell or the person that put the things around, like little seats like this.
I think the question is, like, how could you actually end up building a house that could accommodate somebody who is large in stature and still be super comfortable?
Look at the second floor.
I think we should all go up.
How many people do you think can sleep on that bed?
Probably one is the answer.
I don't know. It depends on what you're into, Felicia.
Oh my God, wait, I have found the perfect nook for myself. The Tarzan your way down.
I think we should all try to get in this bathroom.
I think it's a really interesting design challenge. Also a mindset shift, right? It's about like being able to allow these different configurations and like breaking it down to the basics and the essentials of what is truly required for like human necessity and living.
I think it's an exercise in constraints. Creativity happens in constraints, whether it be the number of characters allowed in a social media post or the number of pixels on a screen, whether we're designing software and interfaces and things like that. There's a finite number of pixels in this space, and just getting a bigger screen is not the solution.
And also the intuitiveness of it. It's actually really, it's something that you can only do by observing people and how they use your software or use the space.
How many people can you fit?
If I get in the shower.
You keep asking how many people can we fit in the bed, how many people can we fit in the shower.
We can come in.
There's only 2 toothbrushes though. Have some privacy. I would love to keep these GoPros up and actually have somebody like live here for a little while and watch how they move through the space so that I can...
So, you know, you want a heat map over time, a time-lapse heat map.
Because I want to actually see, you know, where do they spend their time?
What surfaces do you touch the most?
Exactly.
Have you always been wired like that?
I think of my job as like half anthropology and half craftsmanship, right? And so it's like, you know, I want to watch people and how they choose which tools to use and how they use those tools. And then I'm constantly thinking about how I can actually make that better for them and more intuitive for them and make them more capable with it.
Oh, like that makes a lot of sense. That's what it is about. It's about understanding human behavior. And interesting that that's what like guides you.
Scott, I found you something very, very important for you.
For my hair? Oh, thank you. Tiny hair ties for my tiny hair. I remember IntelliSense. That was the biggest thing in the 90s. Like you type and you hit dot. And it was like,
I was so shocked by that.
It cannot be overstated how IntelliSense blew minds.
Yeah.
And then AI-powered IntelliCode is blowing minds. And now the idea that you can write like, give me a for loop over, you know, and then Copilot. It's so fundamentally huge that I am both sad that I'm old because I love that the younger people get to experience that. But the historical context of that is so overwhelming. I worry though, is it going to create code that I won't be able to understand? Will I as a developer?
I'm worried about that too, but I think that we need to adapt the tools to make sure that that's not what happens, right? There's always kind of the movement of educators who feel like, you know, you need to start from your RAM and work your way up, right? When I took computer science in college, I programmed a RAM bit by bit, by bit, not byte by byte. Bit by bit, hand-coded every 1 and 0 on that machine. Wow. Because that's what the professors thought was a really important way to understand how a computer works, right? I think if you're teaching operating systems, then I think it makes sense for you to start from that perspective and work your way up, right? But I think that most software developers today are not building operating systems. They're not building cloud infrastructure. They're building applications that run on operating systems and applications that run on cloud infrastructure. And so I think that, you know, the big challenge that we have now for this next generation of software is kind of systems integration. What you're ending up with is extremely large, complex, distributed systems that are very hard to reason about. And I think the same is true for what AI is going to do for coding. You know, you're going to end up with code that was generated by the AI, and just like there's a component that another one of your colleagues wrote, you don't necessarily understand all of the semantics of the way that that works. You know, how do you establish a contract and test that component does what you expect it to do?
Systems thinking is more important than just learning how to code.
Exactly.
I'm starting to think about an array of tiny houses and how they would exist in a larger distributed tiny house system, right?
Well,
the Kubernetes of tiny houses. Someone is going to make a drinking game about how many times we say tiny, but there is more tiny stuff below.
I think that there's like a dimension of the tiny house movement that really is about a complex system around, you know, how do we think about how humans live closely together and how we have intergenerational communities.
I also want to compliment you on your very thoughtful socks. I see you have Visual Studio Code socks. I have Visual Studio socks.
Yes.
Great minds. Let us make our tiny exit, and I will offer my thanks to you for coming out to the forest.
I am so excited to be in my first real tiny house for the first time. I got a ton of ideas, and it's so much fun. I feel like whenever you're in a cramped space, you connect better with people.
It's special. It's like high tech or low tech? This.
It's mid tech.
This is the original PlayStation controller.
Hey Scott, you know, in celebration of Build, I brought you a little Lego Space Needle. I thought maybe we could build a similar small model with you for Build After Hours.
That'd be fun. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm just finished bag 13 my cell phone here, but happy to help you with your small little thing there too.
Oh, okay. I'll just put this over here because maybe we could just do yours. We'll do yours. Okay. Because that did not make me feel bad at all. We've got the Lego like robots thing at my kids' school.
Yeah.
And we're trying to use that as an opportunity to teach the kids how to build stuff. The thing that I think is so amazing about the kind of the larger extended metaphor about this is just that you could make something like that hotel out of something like this. Do you build these with your kids?
I do.
Yeah?
That's the only reason I got into software was because of Legos, you know.
Are you serious?
Engineering, yeah.
It is engineering.
I felt like I had arrived at my career ambition when I found out that Lego used ASP.NET. That was like, I've accomplished something in my life.
That's a pretty cool thing. And I actually visited there and I was trying to figure out why my wife would not let me move there, but it was too cold. So she won't let me go to Scandinavia. With lovely people up there, though.
Did you go to the original Lego land?
Yeah. I went to the original Lego house and I found the actual place where the man who made Lego had the idea.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's
like they
cool.
have like the house, and it's his place. And those original elements still snap together, which is really interesting if you think about you know, code that still runs on Windows 30 years later. We talked with Julia, who's been here now for 30 years. The level of compatibility that we have with all of our software, which got me thinking to containers. It seems like containers are the new Lego element for the cloud. What do you think about that theory?
Yeah, I think the way the containers, you know, you can kind of compose them together and snap them together ideally is true. I mean, I think there's also the element of like APIs and how you connect them. I think there's probably other elements that, you know, you could build the analogy so far, but I definitely do think of them kind of like Legos that you put together, and there's different size Legos, sometimes atomic, sometimes bigger ones.
Did we make a mistake?
I was trying to figure out this one right here.
What's happening here?
There's supposed to be two of these.
Yeah, this one goes left.
But notice how that one's like supposed to cover the whole
there's
thing.
That. This is harder than it looks. We're just all staring at you. No, it's good. That's not uncomfortable at all. So when you and I were starting in this stuff, we were doing COM and DCOM and different, IDL, interface definition language, and then WSDL, web services description language, and these were all just different opportunities to have software talk to each other. What do you say to people that they say that maybe we're microservicing too much? We need to go back to the big ball of mud style. Like we're oscillating back and forth between breaking things apart and squishing them back together.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing also it's worth thinking about is not just the architecture, but also the team structure. And so often I kind of say, like, to what extent is things microservices or not? Mm-hmm. Like, often it's useful to also see the org chart of the team building it.
Yeah.
Are they all sitting together in one room? Or are they spread out around the world? Are they working from home? And to some extent, if you can kind of build the interfaces both to be architecturally right, but also to kind of enable the agility so that Team A can make a change without Team B being impacted, or Engineer 1 can make a change without Engineer 2 having to be deeply involved in everything, that also I think dictates how, do you have more microservices or fewer? If you're one engineer and you're doing it all yourself, splitting your app into 100 different microservices might not buy you as much. But if you've got 10 or 15 engineers, spreading across microservices helps you a ton, and you might want to have more services versus lesser, depending on kind of the dynamics of what gets updated by who and when.
That seems obvious now that you've said it, but looking back, I'm realizing that I don't think and I used to be a chief architect at a finance company, that I had thought about what's the right architecture for the app versus what's the right architecture for the app and the team. And then you hear the term cloud native, which really means I built this with the cloud in mind. So it seems like when we create an architecture for a successful application, we're going to need to think a lot more about the humans and about the deployment structure.
And there's always, from an architecture perspective, there's good architecture even if there's one engineer working on it. So I'm not trying to make it sound like microservices kind of require you to have a large team. But I do think we often, when we talk about architecture or we even talk about coding, the dynamic of how do humans work together to actually code together and build something together is something that's probably under-taught in most computer science class or majors, and I think as often there's maybe even undervalued in terms of how teams execute and if they're successful or not.
It seems like with everyone working remotely now that it's been a spotlight on humans and reminding ourselves that in order for this to work, we can't just solve it in front of a whiteboard. We got to figure out a distributed way to do this.
Yeah, and it's a lot of that kind of informal, the water cooler or the coffee chat that you used to be able to have, becomes a little bit harder. And so, again, if you've got the interfaces wrong in your architecture, it just makes it that much more difficult to kind of coordinate and avoid person one breaking person two. And so, clean architecture can help. I mean, it's not a panacea, it doesn't solve all problems, but it definitely can help quite a bit, especially as your project scales and as your team size and team dynamics scale as well with it.
So do you think that containers are going to be the future of Azure? I have a ton of stuff that is not in containers. I just deploy directly to app service. When do I need to use containers and when do I not?
I think a lot of it depends on, if at the end of the day you have a web app that's talking to a database, I think you want to be careful not to try to partition your 5 web pages into 5 separate containers, unless there's a good reason to. But I think especially if you've got back-end processing, if you've got kind of a more logical tiering of your app, then I think containers definitely make sense. And I think that makes sense both in terms of from a deployment unit, but also even thinking about, going back to the days of COM, there used to be all these scripts that you need to run inside a VM to kind of configure things or install this or put a file somewhere.
Oh my goodness, just bootstrapping the development environment.
And every time you run a script, there's a chance it doesn't work, or it takes longer than it's supposed to, or it errors out in some weird way. And I think one benefit also of containers is you can effectively create an image that has everything pre-baked in it, and you just deploy and run it. And the chances of something going wrong often go down as a result. And especially if you're deploying it over thousands of servers or thousands of VMs, the chances go down dramatically. And I think that's also a benefit of containers is not just the code architecture, but the deployment, the knowing exactly what bits are in what state on the image, the patching capability, the composability. I mean, there's lots of good benefits that come from it. And so to your question of do I think containers will become how we build all of our services? Yeah, I think so.
Because there's no reason not to do it that way.
Yeah.
Well, if containers are the new level, then the new metal, then I can have them pop out of Azure DevOps. I can introspect into them. You talked about the layers and the security. That's the thing that we're going to hand people around. I'm going to say, here's a container, and I'm going to plug that into this other container. And even though they look different and they run different stuff and they have different functions, that's the layer at which Azure thinks about it. And DevSecOps, I think is that what we're calling it now?
DevSecOps,
yeah. So it's actually going to introspect that, and it could theoretically even patch a layer without even recompiling the application.
Yeah. Containers gives you kind of a way that you can, at build time and at test time, kind of know this is the image that's going to be deployed on the box.
What is happening?
But it's supposed to come all the way to the edge there. Oh, wait a second, there's things there. So there we go.
Okay, there it is. Sorry.
There we go.
Science, engineering. Do you code much anymore?
Not as much as I used
it's like
to.
a tough, kind of like a gotcha question when somebody's like an executive or whatever. But you like sit with your kids and write some code or mess around with like MS Make code, or do you ever build a website?
I've got my 11-year-old as a website now, and it's set up with CI/CD, with GitHub Actions, going to an Azure static web app. And so, you know, and every time anything goes wrong, he sits me down and says, "Okay, Dad, tell me, what was your problem with your cloud?" And so I got to do my root cause analysis.
With your cloud, like Dad.
It's my fault, clearly.
Yeah, if it's his coding error, it's on you.
So no, it's kind of fun. I mean, he's kind of learning JavaScript, and he's doing it with Node, and so he built a little Discord bot.
Oh, you can't win them all, right?
You know.
My kids have on Azure Static Web Apps myhamsterblog.com.
Cool.
And it was made entirely in VS Code, and it runs on Azure Static Web Apps. And they appreciated all of it, the whole process. The part that they didn't really understand was the renewal of the SSL certificates. And I was like, well, you know, they didn't want to have to do that. But now, of course, Static Web Apps does all that work for us, so I didn't have to worry about it.
That's cool.
Oh, this is a moment here, actually. This is the roof.
We're completing the circle.
We are.
Yeah.
Look at that. There you go. So then, that goes like this, and like...
Ooh, I like that.
Huh? Like that. That's pretty cool. And that's the roof. Here.
There we go.
Why don't you enjoy that?
How's that?
Bingo. Yeah, perfect.
Boom, great.
Yeah. Bet you didn't think you were going to do this today.
This is what I do every day, pretty much.
Let's actually push these all together, if you don't mind. I'm just going to come around behind you here, and we'll take our metaphor and we'll put them right up against each other. I think that one goes there, that one goes there. I'll be careful. So then we've got our main street like that. Look at that.
There we go.
That's beautiful. Good job. You're an impressive Lego builder.
Thank you.
I appreciate you hanging out with me today.
What female artist had one of the top-selling albums of all times with Like a Virgin?
Madonna.
I don't know if you know anybody other than Beyonce. A name non-Beyonce came out of your mouth? Beehive, get him.
The worst role models on earth are sitting right next to me.
Listen, I am barely.
So we have a couple of choices here.
Okay.
We can talk about 80s or 90s trivia, or about build and containers in the cloud.
I'll choose.
How about we mix and match?
Okay.
We talked to Scott Guthrie a little bit about containers. Uche, you happen to own containers for both Visual Studio Code and Visual Studio.
Yes, I do.
Is that common to like own something across both Visual Studio Senior and Visual Studio Code?
I don't know how common it is, but I do know that it's just a necessity for like a lot of the scenarios that customers are running into. It's so similar. So we just figured that putting these products together on the same team and having all the expertise joined, it's a lot more efficient. Everyone on the call just understands what's going on in the container world. So I think that's why it became what it is.
Is the same audience though? That's interesting that everybody understands it.
Well, I'd say not in the world itself. Not everyone understands containers. There's absolutely no way.
That's what Guthrie said. He was like, you know, people need to like get on board. Containers are happening.
Yeah, I mean, even on a live stream, I was on the VS Toolbox live stream, which is an awesome show. There were people still asking, like, what is Docker? What is a container? What's the difference between
in 2022? They're asking this.
Like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
What's the difference between a VM and a container? And I'm like, oh. Okay.
I think it's a fair question. I think because I think we were discussing this also, like the breadth and the scale and the magnitude of the things that come at you. What do you tell those people?
It's interesting because in the software realm, the feeling that you should know every bit of technology, it's always there.
Yeah.
So if you look around and you say, I don't know what containers are, someone's going to go,
Just like,
Well, just like what 1994 French film was Natalie Portman, an orphan 12-year-old that found refuge with a hitman.
A hitman.
With a hitman.
Yeah. It's a classic film.
A hitman.
Runaway?
Jean Reno. You don't remember this guy? Jean Reno?
What? It's a French.
Look it up on. You can't search it. The Professional.
Okay,
so here's the question then. Containers didn't exist when you were an intern at Microsoft.
I thought you were going to say when you were born.
Well, then I was born. That's true. But no, my point being, though, is that there's, like, how far in the past do you go to think about these things?
True.
It's like, I was here for it all, and you weren't. Do you go back and say, oh, I got to catch up on all that great 80s tech? Or do you just pretend it doesn't exist?
We're building the next. And that's the hard thing about technology is as much respect as I give to like VB and all the various things that got built, I still recognize like, okay, what are we doing tomorrow?
What about those who ignore history are doomed to repeat it?
You have to build on the work of everyone else.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's part of it. You put your hand on the stove, you have to remember that hurt, or else you're just gonna do it again. But when it comes to tech, what is the equivalent to the hand on the stove?
But then you kind of were jokingly saying, yeah, but I ignore history.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like, how do you find that balance?
Whenever you join a company, anyone was there before you. So I immediately collaborated with the people that are around me because they already had some level of expertise. But then, of course, like the mistakes that they know that have been made is what you can learn from. The mistakes that you're only as good as the people around you and the experience that you're surrounded by. And that's what's difficult, because if I got surrounded by a bunch of folks that we all just graduated from college, I don't know how well the team would be able to do. When I first came in, I was a generalist. I was like sort of I call it a mercenary PM. It was just, hey, what problem do we have here? I'm gonna go and look at it.
For hire.
Yeah, for hire.
Yeah,
and I was just bouncing around from team to team to team. I didn't know what I was gonna do next. It was .NET, it was various other projects. But until I think that I got crisp and started having that sort of iterative PM process on one thing, it was really hard for me to find success or find that ability to actually build on the knowledge of others and collaborate. I felt like for me, it was deep first to understand that full cycle, and then I had to go, okay, now I can actually talk to other teams about what it's like to be a PM.
Well, let me ask you this then. In that T-shape that we're describing, both going broad and going deep, how much of that stuff did you learn in school versus on the job?
Interesting. So like I went to school for computer science. So I learned what would most people would understand as just like stuff that allows you to be a software developer. And nobody, and PM is getting so much bigger now, but nobody mentioned the literal words program manager, product.
Right. So the job was never mentioned. Like,
Never. So since I didn't know about that, then coming out, then Georgia Tech also didn't really have any classes that really prepared you to be a program manager. So once I got into Microsoft, I really had no idea what I was doing for about a full year. It felt like.
There's different PMs. There's technical PMs. There's coding PMs. There's non-coding PMs.
There's design PMs.
Yep.
Yes.
Strategy PMs.
So I never apologize for not being technical enough. What I do is I tell them, teach me right now, because it's the only way.
That.
It's the only way if you want to
that's
speak the
so
language,
good.
right?
Okay, here I'm going to ask you this. You better know it. You probably know it. What does DOS stand for?
Disk operating system.
Okay.
Oh.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You're coming at me with what does DOS stand for?
I feel like being the age I am, it's like I'm at the tail end of so many things that were fundamental to technology. A lot of these things are kind of like now they're just making applications on top of the things.
Here's the thing, you two. You are me. You're just time-shifted versions.
I know,
You are going to be
but like
30 years in the biz, and you're going to have stories about the Visual Studio 2022 launch in Windows 11, when Windows,
But I'm
when Windows 98 happens again, when it comes around in 80 years,
I wonder.
we do it all over again.
you know what? Actually, I had a moment. Reverse image searching was not that good. Like,
No, it's
I
amazing. remember
being like, like you could like reverse image search on like Google Bing, and like you
could just avoid. Yeah.
I remember loading an image and leaving the computer and coming back an hour later to retrieve the image.
Hey, I had dial-up internet. I can be retro too.
Did you really have dial-up?
I was in India. Bro,
Me
and
too.
the phone call would
You were in
come.
India too?
No.
You had dial-up?
I was in Philadelphia.
Okay.
Did you ever have dial-up?
Yes, I did.
Hey,
But,
dial-up crew.
I
Okay, now I feel better.
I have one question that's for both of y'all. So do you think even though we've hit this point, right, where we're now building containers that go into large cloud infrastructures and all that, do you still think technology is going to keep accelerating?
I love that you asked that, because we talked to Kevin Scott, and he's like, it's not slowing down.
Yeah. The thing that's going to keep us on the edge of our seats is that we don't know in what direction it's still going to go.
We have to be ready for the community to make the future that we are just going to help create.
We're going to make the tools to enable them to create the future.
Yeah. I love it.
What year did the World Wide Web first become publicly accessible?
1995.
1991.
Literally, it's right here. I just asked that question.
She asked a different version of that question.
Oh.
I'm just throwing
Come
it out
on,
there.
Uche.
Well, I got something for you then.
It better be technical.
What movies? Nah.
Hey friends, I told you I'd take you where I can't take people. They snuck me into the Nerve Center. This is the Broadcast Operations Center. No one has ever been in this room and filmed live. We had to get special permission to do that. This is where it all happens. Basically, everything that's coming out of the production studios comes out of this room. And from here, we're doing simultaneous language translation. They were in German, French, Spanish, Chinese, Czech, Polish, Greek, as well as ASL with an additional 29 languages using AI. Everything's happening in the Nerve Center here. We just saw Scott Gu, we saw Uche, we saw Amanda in her tiny house. And tomorrow we're gonna have a ton of fun with Stevie Batish, technical fellow, with Solomon back at the Accessibility Lab. And we're also gonna talk with Azure Vice President Mary Williamson, as well as Mithi and CTO Kevin Scott. Stick with us all day tomorrow. Lots of great fun at Build After Hours.